foreign traveler, some question has been asked. Now I will not ask the same question, but I get inspired from it and I start picking a different foreign traveler in a different angle. So the theme will evolve like that, right? And also sometimes what can happen, I would have given options. One option is correct, 3 wrong option will be there. I feel that in this way also I can ask a question. This is a good option that is having. So that you will in the wrong option also they get inspired and they put a question. So that is why you should know not only the right option, even the wrong option what they are asking, and in terms of static part, and start picking the question as such, right? So everything is fixed, so we can begin. Yeah. Let that be.
So very good morning everyone. Am I audible to the last people? Right. So today we are going to discuss in detail about ancient history and then about art and culture, right? So as Aditya sir have rightly spoken that what is the objective of this session vagera. So let me come directly to the point. So here we will be discussing about ancient India, ancient Indian history, ancient Indian history. I want everyone to keep on writing. So this is going to be your base notes and बस इतना ही पढ़ना है आपको, correct? Trust me, if you are giving your 100%, rest of the things will be assured, right? So ancient history में 3 things we are going to discuss today. First, I am going to first of all tell you the basic timeline of ancient India, timeline with respect to ancient India, ancient Indian history, ancient India. Secondly, we are going to discuss the PYQs and its detailed analysis. On the basis of the PYQs and its detailed analysis, I am going to discuss on each topic of ancient history, the important themes and nature of the questions. So important themes, timeline and PYQs. These are the 3 major objectives of the today's session, right? So we have taken the question mainly from 2001, right sir? 2001 to 2025, all the questions, right? Now, here what we are going to do, first of all, we have already brought something called as Apka. First I will show you. First we have initiated something called as, where is the PPT? So this is what is the presentation. These are all my so-called as MCQs. Which of the questions are? These are only UPSC questions, no test series question, no insights, no vision, no Vajiram, only UPSC. We have to align ourselves to UPSC, right? So that is why we are going to understand pattern of the question, nature of the MCQs, and all the which are the themes which are recurring, trends, what are the sources that you have to follow, right, in detail, sources, and then all the questions, right? We are going to discuss all the questions in detail, where for example, if we are discussing this question, Bhasha ka, then I am going to tell you answer. Along with the answer, Aditya sir is going to speak about the other options also. And depending upon this other options, how the questions are coming in the upcoming times, that will be also understood by you, correct? So similarly, Hareka, for example, if these are the 4 people, इसमें से answer will be one of it. That will be also elaborated, and at the same time other things will be also discussed, right? So I hope you are understanding. So we have divided this complete ancient India into different, I would say, timeline wise approach, correct? समझ में आया सबसे पहला? This is each year the nature, each year how many questions are asked. I am not going to go in detail. So basically 2016 till 25, how many questions are asked. So first I will tell you, this year there were actually 4 questions directly. First question was about Indus Valley Civilization, dancing girl, correct? ये था. दूसरा was about something called as basically about Rajukas and something called as Pradeshika and Yuktas. That is about Mauryan Empire. Third was about Mahajanpadas and the rivers, correct? That is mapping ka question, match the following. and fourth was about Gupta kingdom, Fahen, the foreign visitor, and what he spoke about, during whose time he came, वगैरह वगैरह. These are the only 4 questions asked this time. So every year, if you consider Pallavas, it will be 5. Getting the point? So as a total, basically, I would say 4 to 5 questions each year you get about ancient India. Trust me, to prepare it after Jan, it is very difficult. So we have to get an idea now only. So by taking the idea of only UPSC questions, we are going to discuss all these questions. But as we have to move inside this, right? So as we have to go in detail, when we have to go in detail of this, first let us try to understand, because when I am teaching you, first we are going to discuss about sources of ancient history, all the questions, then archaeological sources and personalities, that is this year ka question वगैरह पूरा, then literary sources from where we understand about ancient India, then we are going to discuss about the foreign travelers in detail, all the foreign travelers, what they saw, what they did not see, unka chronology वगैरह, then prehistoric India, then we are going to speak about something called as Indus Valley civilization, right, then आपका Vedic period, post Vedic period, later Vedic period वगैरह. So to answer these questions, first you should know the timeline about ancient India starting from the Paleolithic times. So that is why first what I am going to do is first I am going to write the timeline for you. Just within this first half hour, I will just give idea about what is the timeline and what UPSC on each theme have asked, and later every question will be taken for the discussion. I hope you got this. What is the objective? Everyone got the clarity? पहला देखेंगे timeline. Depend upon that PYQs are made, that PPT wala, and then each topic ka important themes, and then we are going to discuss in each question in detail. Is it clear? So let us start with the timeline. Aditya sir will be also aiding me in this process. Timeline. So what I am going to do, first I am going to write a generic timeline till Harsha time, correct? And then I will tell you in each topic kaun se themes hai. Got it? Everyone. So this year how many questions were there? 4. So let us start way back in something called as Paleolithic period, then so called as Mesolithic, Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic period, correct? All these periods we have to understand. This is from where the ancient history starts, right? 1, 2 and 3, correct? Now everywhere with respect to the numbers and the dates, there can be a confusion. Am I right, sir? So sir can elaborate upon that, right?
Yeah.
So for example, this starts from 5 lakh to 10,000 BC, sir, you can.
No. So yeah, Paleolithic will start from 5 lakh to 10,000, and is it audible, right? Yeah. Mesolithic, let's say, it will be somewhere around 10,000 to 6,000 in some book, in 5,000 in some book, because it is not something, which is exactly this is the time period that we can take. So you can take it as up to 6,000 to 5,000 as such, basically. That is 10,000 to 6,000, you can keep it as Mesolithic. But those times are exactly not really important. For your broader understanding, you should be knowing it. And then Neolithic will be something up to 2,000. That is 6,000 to 2,000, you can have Neolithic.
10 to 6,000 वगैरह, correct? Then we are later going to discuss in detail what are the important themes here. For example, site based questions, mapping based questions. वो पहले once we will see the timeline and उसके बाद इसके अंदर जाते हैं, and then we will see the questions. Is it clear? So these are the basic periods, and there are few sites Aditya sir will be telling you, right? And then we are having Chalcolithic period. Now this Chalcolithic period is contemporary with something called as IVC, Indus Valley civilization. तो ये दोनों साथ में ही जाते हैं, correct? They both are contemporaries. Both are what? Contemporaries. Both are contemporaries. Correct? Both are contemporaries. This is not ancient India का class. This is PYQ का ही class. But first half hour में आपको idea तो आना चाहिए, right? So this Chalcolithic period, we can divide it generally into 3,300 BC to 1800 BC. Correct? So this is IVC and Chalcolithic period, right? After IVC, what comes is the very important thing, that is आपका early Vedic period, 1500 to 1000 BC. What we are going to have is early Vedic period. Early Vedic period, right? We are going to discuss what are the questions asked in the early Vedic period. Don't worry about it. Early Vedic period. Then second comes about 1000 to 600 BC. The questions is about post, I would say, or later Vedic period. Later Vedic period. Later Vedic period. In this period, in the early Vedic period, people did not know iron. Later Vedic period में iron पता चला. That is why it is called as, it can be also called as starting of what? Iron age. Correct? Then contemporary to this same period में, in the same period, contemporary to this later Vedic period is something called as in South India, the same period. Matlab just when I am telling all these things, you have to imagine all these things, guys, come on. So when I am teaching you ancient history, so you should know sabse pehla the timeline. So when I am speaking about something called as the time period of Indian history, so आपको सबसे पहला पता होना चाहिए कि कौन से ईयर में क्या. If I am speaking about the early and later Vedic period, what was happening in South India also you should know. What was happening in Northwest India you should know. What was happening in the Central India you should know. Getting the point? ये simultaneously सब कुछ चल रहा है because UPSC is asking questions in this way only. So that is the mapping based questions are more important. I hope you are understanding. So when this 1000 to 600 BC was ongoing, that is later Vedic period, at the same time in South India, it is called as basically megalithic age. Megalithic period, correct? Then after this early and later Vedic period, that is 1000 to 600 BC के बाद later starts something called as 600 to 322 BC में what starts is the age of Mahajanapadas. So we are going to discuss in detail which were the 16 Mahajanapadas, which one a republic, which one a monarchy. Adi will tell each and every. He has lot of idea about this. Pura history mein. Then coming to the point, after 322, after Mahajanapadas, there was a fight between that all the Mahajanapadas, and later basically Magad emerged, right? So in this short period, that is in 322 BC to 185 BC, what we are having is something called as basically Mauryan period, right? So when Mauryan period was present, where was the Mauryan period, guys? Come on, in the northern India. Am I right or wrong? So Mauryan period was present. For example, I am showing it here. Mauryan Empire was present in the complete part with respect to the 16 Mahajanapadas and Maurya. At the same time, what was happening in the South India? It is nothing but this complete time period. That is, from example, from 300 BC to 300 AD. Again, I am repeating, dates are not important. You should understand kaunsa kya chal raha hai, right? What was there is something called as Sangam age. Sangam age, we classify it from this period to this period, right? This is my Mauryan period. Is it clear, everyone? Now, coming to the point. So, Sangam age we can say is contemporary to the Mauryan period and goes till something called as Guptas. Is it clear? Then what we are having, so I am continuing this part. Then what I am having, 185 BC to something called as 320 AD. Right, 320 AD. In this time period, what I have is post-Mauryan Empire. This is very, very important, post-Mauryas. Why? I will tell you about the foreign invasions, vagera, right? Post-Maurya. Post-Maurya mein, you should understand foreign invasion in Northwest India. Because when Mauryan Empire, when Magad and Mauryan Empire disintegrated, many of the rulers came from the Northwest India. We have to understand about all the rulers, their books, architecture, sab kuch. Then at the same time, so here what we are having is the foreign invasion in this part. Am I right? In this part we are having something called as the outsiders. But at the same time, here also there were chota republics in the mainland which grew. So that is what I am saying it as basically yet another important point. Second is basically parallelly in mainland India what was happening we have to understand. Parallelly in mainland India what was happening we have to understand, right? We have to understand that is indigenous kingdoms. Which kingdoms arise, vagera, correct? I hope you got it. So this is about till something called as post-Maurya. After post-Mauryan, foreign vagera, then what we are having after 320 AD, what we are having is something called as basically आपका Guptas. 320 AD to something called as 550 AD. 550 AD, what we are having is Gupta period. Gupta period is exceptionally important, and which are the different, I would say, chota kingdoms like Vatakas, vagera, where they emerged, how. Uske baad what we are having 606 AD to 647 AD, tak what we are having is आपका so called as Harsha period. Harsha, correct? So again I am repeating. In short, we have started our journey with something called as timeline, what we are going to discuss. First of all, we are going to discuss all the questions. So we have first understood the timeline of the ancient history. It initially started with the different things: Paleolithic, Meso, Neolithic, then Chalcolithic. Chalcolithic and IVC are simultaneously contemporary. Then early Vedic, later Vedic, then South India में simultaneous Sangam age. Then we are having Mahajanapadas, right? No need to remember the dates. Then we are having Mauryas. Then Sangam age is simultaneously going post Mauryas, right? Post Mauryas, Guptas and Harshas. I hope you got it. This is a simple generic timeline. ये आपको first idea होना चाहिए. Now the second point comes here is that in this timeline, what were the UPSC का previous year questions? What were UPSC का previous year questions? So if you just analyze the UPSC का previous year questions, we are today dealing with till only Harsha only. आज हम लोग deal कर रहे हैं post Guptas, that is till Harsha only, where we are going to discuss something called as 72 to 75 questions are there. No need to write this number. आज हम लोग कितने MCQs डिस्कस करेंगे? 72 ऑफ यूपीएससी टिल हर्षा. करेक्ट? ये समझ में आया? डिटेल एनालिसिस किया है. एंड नाउ लेट अस ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड इन दिस टाइमलाइन पीरियड विद रिस्पेक्ट टू महाजनपदास, मौर्यास, कौन से टॉपिक के ऊपर ऑन ईच टॉपिक ऑफ द एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री व्हाट आर द इंपॉर्टेंट थीम्स. करेक्ट? सो वंस दिस चार्ट इज डन, नाउ आई एम इलैबोरेटिंग अबाउट दिस इन द अपकमिंग थीम. सो लेट मी फर्स्ट डिस्कस अबाउट दिस एज अ फर्स्ट थीम. Don't write, you don't write. First listen. First, this will be our first theme A. IVC will be my theme number B. Correct? This my early Vedic period will be my theme number C. Later Vedic period will be my theme number D. Correct? Mahajanapadas theme number E. Correct? A B C D E F. F. Right? E F G H. G. Then this foreign notation I am writing it as H. And then I and J. So these are the total themes that we are going to discuss. मतलब हम लोग ये देखेंगे हर्षा में क्या पूछा है, गुप्ता में क्या पूछा है, वगैरह वगैरह. I hope you got the idea. Let us start decoding in detail. First we will decode that and then we will discuss the PYQs. First Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic period. Correct? So Adi sir will be simultaneously discussing in detail. I will be keeping on writing. You also have to write with me. So first theme is Paleolithic. Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic. Neolithic में this in a first theme, what are the PYQs, important themes? Let us try to discuss. Yes, Adi sir. So they have now got the idea of something called as क्या बोलते हैं इसको, timeline. Now let us try to decode which are the important themes.
All right. So I also try to give you the linkage how this has happened, so that rather than ये किसके बाद कौन सा आता है, rather than mugging up it, you can think logically how the evolution has happened, right? Then actually I will go with the theme. Okay, so in a very 5 minutes I just tell you how the things has been changed, and then we will discuss theme one by one. Right now, what is Paleolithic? Paleolithic is something called stone, right? So people were having the stone tools, right? And whatever that they want to do, that they were using to do from the stone. So in the Paleolithic they were having the boulders, the bigger stones basically, and then flakes has come, blade and burins has come, so the sharper tools has come so that man can hunt, right? So initially they were more in the wherever the river valley is there they were settled, and then basically once they have started getting this right tools, they have become hunter and gatherers, they have become settled agriculture. By the time when you come to Neolithic, more of a settled agriculture has come. So once the settled agriculture has come, what will happen? There will be surplus that you are going to grow, because of which you need to store something. So the pottery has come at that point of time. So the pottery, agriculture, domestication of animals all came during the Neolithic period. Before, people are hunters and gatherers. They were not staying in one place. So settlement has not come as such. So over a period of time, then you are coming with the Chalcolithic. Chalcolithic means you have started also getting the bronze or copper, for example, because of the tool become more variant now. So you can have, and also these Chalcolithic was mostly in the Maharashtra and Rajasthan region, where you can have different cultures of Chalcolithic like Jorwe culture, Malwa culture. It is just based on the different places they have given that names. And now they were supplying basically copper to the Bronze Age people, that is basically Indus Valley civilization, where they have built the first urbanization, foreign trade, everything that they have happened. And the more of a urbanization economy has started coming, right? So that is basically your Indus Valley civilization, right? So once the decline of Indus Valley civilization, again what has happened? Now again the urbanization has declined, the pastoral economy has started. That is those who have more cows, he will be of a better off. That is basically the concept of cow and other thing has started in the early Vedic period. Again, in this they did not have enough weapons, right?
So-
Or enough tools. Now what has happened after that? They got iron in the later Vedic. So if you get iron, what will happen? You can start clearing the forest. So more area come into the picture. So as Iron Age has happened, the agriculture has further started moving from one place to other. So Indus-Gangetic Plain, they have started covering most in the later Vedic period, right? So that is how basically this has happened. And when they have settled in a more and more region, before what was happening in the early Vedic period, if you think logically, since they were having settled somewhere like this in a patches. So there were more of a tribe, Sabha, Samitis, they were having their own this thing. Once the kingdom has expanded, now these Sabha Samiti has been dissolved. Rather than that, Janapadas or the territorial extension has been covered. So they are called as Janapadas. Janapadas means the tribes which is in the larger picture. They are having a territorial expansion. Now this has further grown and become Mahajanapadas. Okay, so later Vedic is Janapadas and then Mahajanapadas is much more larger kingdoms, right? So this is how basically Mahajanapadas has come. Now when this Mahajanapadas has come, as we have talked about, there were 16 different Mahajanapadas we are having. Some were very strong, some were very weak. And you have Mahajanapadas from Afghanistan, let's say, right, Cambodia, where you are having one Mahajanapada, Gandhara, so in the northwestern also you are having, and Bihar, UP, and till, Assamika, which is basically in the Godavari region. So like that it has spread across. Now, over a period of time, basically when this was happening, right, you try to understand the visualization so that you can understand how it has changed. Now the central kingdoms, Persian kingdoms, Greek kingdoms, they have started attacking the Gandhara and Kamboj. So their influence has started coming there. Once they become weak, Chandragupta Maurya took this advantage. So he attacked Magadha Empire from the western part and completely Mauryan kingdom was established. Because Magadha was basically in the the Bihar region, Magadha region basically, they were not having much influence in the northwestern. So first Mauryas got the northwest. From there they attacked Magadhas and Mauryan kingdom has been established. Right. So like that basically, the things have been changed. Now once again, there were two types. Mauryan kingdom was too much expanded from northwestern region to central region. Over a period of time there, the weak leaders has come. So that means that again decline has happened. So now when decline has happened, two types of kingdom has emerged. One within the country, that is Shungas, right, Kanwas, they have attacked from the within and they become the power center in the northern region. And northwest region was also weak. So Indo-Greeks, they have started coming from the Sakas, they have started coming from the northwestern. So that is why two parallel culture will happen. One happens through the foreign invasion in the northwest region. Another indigenous kingdom happens in the central India, or let's say in the Bihar region, where you can have Shungas, where they are continue with Kanwas and then the Kushanas and those things. Right. So in that way, basically, the things have been changed. Then Guptas has come. Then post Guptas. That whatever that we have studied. Right?
Correct. So now, whatever Aditya sir has told you the story. In this story, as he told about what is Paleolithic, Neolithic, etc., in this what UPSC has asked, let us try to understand those questions and those themes. The most important thing what UPSC asked from these three topics is only one thing, that is none other than important sites, their location. That means they are asking questions upon mapping based questions, correct? Mapping based questions, right? One more point I have to highlight, guys. If you are writing whatever Aditya sir is telling you the stories, pottery emerged here in Neolithic वगैरह ऐसे जो बोल रहा है वो simultaneously here on some miscellaneous half of the page you can keep on writing so that you can recall these stories, right? So I want you to write those stories also along with me. So ये समझ में आया? सबसे पहला most important thing is that there are certain site based questions and location उनका बोलना है आपको कौन सा area में कहाँ पे है and mapping based question. Second is about characteristic or significance. Characteristics or significance I can say of the respective आपका so called as the respective time period, Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic. As Adi sir has rightly told, characteristic of Neolithic period, pottery emerged, correct? So ये हो सकता है कौन सा इसमें क्या हुआ? Sir, which question was asked recently about Mesolithic? उन्होंने क्वेश्चन पूछा अभी recently few years back, मेसो या न्यूलिथिक या चालकोलिथिक के बारे में क्वेश्चन पूछा, that we are going to discuss. So sites, उनका characteristic और significance, and most important is what were the tools used. Tools used. Stone कहाँ पे हुआ, क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ. So these are the only three themes which you have to keep in your mind from NCRTs and standard books, and you can answer all the questions. ये तीन ही points. Now, after this theme number 1, let us move on to basically theme number 2, that is Chalcolithic and IVC. Chalcolithic के बारे में ज़्यादा questions है नहीं, but more questions are about Indus Valley, which is a part belonging to this period, 3300 to 1800 BC. So let us try to understand about how the questions were put about something called as Indus Valley civilization. So now I am writing Indus Valley civilization. Indus Valley civilization. So let us try to understand important themes about Indus Valley civilization. So Adi sir will be keeping on giving you the examples. First, most important questions about the IVC are, first again, important sites, their mapping, मतलब ही आपका location. They are asking location. Example Adi sir. धोलावीरा, लोथल, उनको याद सुना ही नहीं दे रहा. धोलावीरा, लोथल, कालीबंगम, रोपार, these are all the sites they have asked where they are present, which river, वगैरह वगैरह. Correct? For example, Mohenjo-daro is present where, guys?
On the bank of which river? Pakistan is.
तो ऐसे क्वेश्चंस पूछ सकता है यूपीएससी. Getting the point? Second is about the excavation and the peoples associated. Excavations and the people or the personalities associated with the Indus Valley civilization. Who are the people? किसने कौन सा स्क्रिप्ट ये किया, क्या किया? Correct? Third, what you should know is the society in the IVC. Society in the IVC, Adi sir, come on. IVC, society में basically what? About the status of the women. Correct? Status of the women. Fourth is nothing but religion. Religion in IVC. What? So if I give a statement, in Indus Valley civilization, people worshipped Shiva god in a temple. What is it correct? So उनका religion क्या था? They were secular. What did they worship? Nature. Correct? तो ऐसे questions आएंगे यहाँ पे. Correct? Which images were there on that worship? मतलब जो images है, पशुपिता seed, कौन से animals है? So that is also PYQ. That is also PYQ. So that is fifth major theme, fourth major theme. Fifth, religion के बाद what we are having is art and culture. Art and culture. What is there in art and culture में? Dancing girl, terracotta. Correct? ये art मतलब क्या? Dancing girl. किसका बना था? Anyone? Dancing girl. Then seals, beads. Correct? ये सब कुछ. Right? Then about terracotta images वगैरह. That is fifth theme. Sixth theme is about external trade. External trade. Indus Valley civilization had links with the other empire. True or false? Which empire? कैसे पता चला? Seals वगैरह. But basically for that UPSC seals वगैरह नहीं पूछता, ports पूछता है. So that is the difference, that what you know and what UPSC is asking. कौन सा port कहाँ पे वगैरह वगैरह. Correct? Am I right? You can elaborate, sir, if you are having
Just continue.
key features. So key features of the IVC. What are the key features of IVC? Grid planning, town planning, right? Yes. ये यूपीएससी ने नहीं पूछा, लेकिन पता होना चाहिए. 8 is contemporary civilizations. Contemporary civilizations. Civilizations. Which are the contemporary civilizations to IVC? Mesopotamia वगैरह. Correct? So out of this 8, एक भी क्वेश्चन इसके बाहर नहीं जाएगा, ये हमारी गारंटी. You should know these 8 things about IVC. So this is theme number 2. Theme number 1 was about Paleolithic. इसके ये total 3 major themes है on the basis of the PYQs. These are the themes, 8 themes on the basis of what? Indus Valley civilization. Then what we are having, just see the timeline. What we are having, उसके बाद we are having something called as आपका early Vedic period. Now let us try to understand what is present in the early Vedic period. Whenever you are studying early Vedic period, remember one thing. When you are studying UPSC question कैसे पूछा about early Vedic period? When you are studying early Vedic, you have to always compare with the later Vedic, and early Vedic should be compared with what? Harappan civilization also. तो दोनों का comparative analysis is nothing but आपका so called as basically early Vedic period as per UPSC. This is how UPSC will always ask the questions. Okay. So next theme I am writing it as what? Early Vedic period. Early Vedic period. Early Vedic period. Early Vedic period में most important themes are as follows. themes are as follows early Vedic period में. First theme that what they are asking is that पहला theme ही है is about comparison with Harappan civilization. What is the difference of it with respect to Harappan civilization? Second, comparison with so called as later Vedic, correct? Later Vedic. Now question is, when you are comparing both of this early Vedic with early Harappan and later Vedic, compare क्या करना है? You have to compare the following things 3, 4, 5, 6. First, you have to compare something called as basically society, about the caste system, about the varna, about the status of the woman, how it was changing. ये है सबसे पहला important part. Second is about economy, that is so called as now people became more settlers थे तो nomadic, then so called as आपका pastoral economy increased वगैरह. Then what we are having is so called as political system as Aditya sir have rightly pointed. Now slowly what is happening earlier during Harappa there were sabhas and samitis. Up what is now king started to be there, and this king will be passing on the throne which is hereditary, correct? This is what is आपका political system. ये कब शुरू हुआ? Early Vedic period में. Then what we are having is the emergence of something called as Janapadas. You should know the Janapadas, right? Not Mahajanpadas. ये Janapadas मिलके Mahajanpada हुआ है. I hope you got it. Then what we are having is the religious aspect of something called as आपका early Vedic period. In religious aspect, what you should know, what were they worshipping? The people in the early Vedic worshipped what? Nature. Nature में कौन सा God? किसने बोला? Who told? That is 7th point, that is Vedic literature. You should know all the things about Vedic literature, Atharva Veda, Sam Veda, correct? Yajur Veda, what is the meaning of it? What are the hymns written there? Vagera vagera. So ये सब कुछ आएगा. When you are comparing early Vedic with the later, you have to compare these 5 points. You are comparing this early Vedic with respect to Harappan, 5 points. Got it? इसके बाद the things get changed in something called as basically later Vedic period. So now next theme is later Vedic period. Later Vedic period. Now in this later Vedic period, again the same things we have to study. Later Vedic period में भी same things UPSC has asked. What? Society क्या changes हुआ? Then basically political system में क्या changes हुआ? Economy वगैरह वगैरह. Same thing got continued where? In this later Vedic. So you can write here economy, you can write society, economy, society, political system, religion. Economy, society, political system, religion. Correct? मतलब more rigidity was there. Am I right or wrong? कहाँ पे? In later Vedic period. After later Vedic period came something called as next theme, that is Mahajanapadas. So here what you should know, UPSC has not asked, but you should know the important themes as follows. The important themes here are first is 16 Mahajanapadas. 16 Mahajanapadas. That is something called as which of them were republic, which of them were monarchy. Aditya sir, which of them were basically republic, sir? Monarchy. Vajjis, Mallas.
There are two types of polity. One basically the king himself, the hereditary. Another one is basically oligarchy. You know oligarchy, right? Oligarchy is set of people will govern. It is not that one king will govern. So that is called Ganasangas. And there are two major, Mahajanapadas who are following it, which is Malla and Vajji. So there are two types of, political system available at that point of time that you should be having awareness about. Okay.
So next here is basic. Second point, when the things got changed, is that you should know the fight between the different kingdoms or the regional kings. That is, which were those mostly important are basically 4, but here I am mentioning 3. That is Magad, उसके बाद Kosala and Avanti. Vatsa and Avanti, correct? So these are the 4 major आपका छोटा kingdom which are the very important Mahajanapadas. During this time UPSC ने 2 बार क्वेश्चन पूछा है. Buddha was contemporary to which kings and Buddha visited which places? तो ये, तो that means Buddhism का rise भी इसी टाइम में है. So that is why here you should know the third thing, that is something called as emergence of Buddhism. Emergence of Buddhism, correct? Emergence of Buddhism. So emergence of Buddhism इसीलिए हुआ because here rigidity, Vedic, ये सब कुछ था, as a counter to that emergence हुआ इसी time में, correct? So you should know all these things. So during this time you should know the places visited by Buddha, then contemporary kings, contemporary kings or the peoples, contemporary kings or the personalities associated, persons associated with Lord Buddha. I hope you are understanding. Then यहाँ तक समझ में आ रहा है? Now here I am continuing. So Buddha is there. Now when the fight is ongoing, out of the 16 Mahajanpadas, which was later which became most powerful out of all of this? Magadha. So Magadha is also one of the major theme of this Mahajanpadas only, that I am writing as a fourth point because I don't have space. I am writing here. That is emergence of Magad. When there was emergence of Magad, many things changed. When there was emergence of Magad, many things changed. There were basically different dynasties. There are three major dynasties, right, sir? So Haryanka dynasty, उसके बाद शिशुपाला and नंदा dynasty. So तीन major dynasties आए. उनके kings पता होना चाहिए. आपको. Correct? One. Second, what you should know about the Magad is about the I would say the two Buddhist councils. Two Buddhist councils were held during this time period when Magad was present. I hope you are understanding. And last is basically fifth. मतलब we are dealing with something called as themes of Mahajanapadas. Mahajanapadas में पहले fight हुआ, Magad got emerged, Magad बहुत बड़ा हुआ, and last में what happened? Fall of the Magad Empire. Fall of, I would say, Mahajanapadas or end of the Mahajanapadas. End of Mahajanapadas. Mahajanpadas or fall of this particular thing. When there was fall of this particular, I would say Mahajanapadas, or I am saying something called as Magad. Magad specifically. When Magad fall, what happened, guys, was something called as foreign invasion. At the same time, what Adit sir told you is about foreign invasion, especially in northwest India. In northwest India, which were the people who invaded there? Which were the people? Basically something called as Indo-Greeks वगैरह वगैरह. I hope that everything will be discussed in detail. But यहाँ तक समझ में आया पूरा? Sir, if you want to add,
the invasion of Alexander, right? So Alexander actually emerged and invaded during 325 BC, right? So when Alexander invaded, Dhanananda was the king at the basically Magadha dynasty. Then Dhanananda was defeated by Chandragupta Maurya, because now when Alexander invaded, they understood that there is something weakness with the Nanda dynasty. Now it is the time and go and attack. Now taking the help of Chanakya, the Chandragupta Maurya attacked and killed the Dhanananda and established the Maurya Empire.
Correct. So because of that only we are having next theme as what? Mauryan Empire. So again I am just summing it up. First we started our journey with something called as again timeline, iske questions and important themes, then IVC, then again I am summing up early Vedic, later comparison of both with pre-Vedic, that is Harappa, and post-Vedic, then Mahajanapadas, where Mahajanapadas में सबसे important कौन है? Basically descent of that and rise of what happened? Basically Mauryas. So that is where next theme is Mauryas. So next theme is आपका so called as Mauryan Empire. Mauryan Empire. Mauryan Empire. So Mauryas में basically important themes are as follows. What you should know about Mauryas is the following things. First, you should know important rulers in Maurya, the chronology of that rulers and their contributions. This is what is the first most important thing. Who is the founder, वगैरह वगैरह. ये सब कुछ. Who are the rulers and उनका contribution क्या है? At least major contribution. Second is the administrative structure. Very important. Administration कैसे होता था? What was the administrative structure? Right? For example, this year which question was asked? Rajukas वगैरह. Correct?
Pradeshika, Rajuka and Yukta.
Correct. So these are the terms with respect to administration only, right? So third is basically economic system and the terms, especially taxation. टैक्सेशन के बारे में यूपीएससी लव्स अ लॉट टू आस्क द क्वेश्चंस, राइट? समझ में आ रहा है पूरा? नेक्स्ट, द मोस्ट आउट ऑफ ऑल दिस इंपॉर्टेंट रूलर्स, द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट व्हाट यू शुड नो इन डिटेल इज अबाउट अशोका. What you should know about Ashoka is the following things. First, you should know about his Dhamma. Correct? Then Kalinga war वगैरह, but Dhamma is the most important. Then his contribution to art and culture. Art and culture. In art and culture, the most important things what UPSC focusing nowadays is about pillar inscriptions. Pillar inscriptions. Then so called as rock edicts. Rock edicts. So that is major pillar inscriptions and minor pillar inscriptions, right? Or major rock edicts and minor rock edicts that Aditya sir will elaborate in detail, but here in general I am writing, correct? So ये सबसे important है about Mauryas. Coming to Mauryas, में one more personality is very important, that is none other than what UPSC nowadays focusing is upon Kautilya, that is Chanakya. Kautilya के बारे में आपको क्या पता होना चाहिए? First thing is that his different theories about administration, different theories about the administration. Example is आपका सप्तांगा theory, सप्तांगा theory, right? UPSC ने क्वेश्चन पूछा है सप्तांगा theory, and you should also know about mandala theory, mandala theory. I hope you are understanding. So Mauryas के बारे में except this no question will be asked. So these are the 5 major themes especially about the Mauryan Empire, right? समझ में आ रहा है पूरा? So now I hope everyone has written. So now if you just try to, again I am going back, so if you just try to understand again Mauryan Empire, when Mauryan Empire emerged at the same time in South India simultaneously Sangam age भी शुरू हुआ. So Sangam age के बारे में आपको यहाँ पे ही पढ़ना है. So that is next theme, that is ABCDEFG. That is Sangam age. Now what I am trying to tell you is about Sangam age. The important themes about the Sangam age is as follows. In South India में Sangam age, what you should know is the important themes are as follows. Themes, first is the important rulers, kingdoms, that is 3, that is Pandyas, Cheras and Cholas, right? Pandyas, Cheras and Cholas. So this के बारे में. Now along with this, here in Sangam age, literature is also very important. Sangam literature, the name of the people वगैरह वगैरह, correct? Third is about Sangam age में economy, in economy especially about ports, you should know कौन से ports name था, क्या था वगैरह वगैरह, correct? This is what UPSC loves to ask. Then you are having economy में I am writing trade with Roman Empire वगैरह वगैरह, correct? Trade with the Roman Empire. Rulers, kingdoms and इनका extent भी, kingdoms and their extent. कौन सा kingdom कहाँ पे था, कैसे था? Is it clear? So this is about my so-called as Sangam age. After the decline of the Mauryas, what happened? As Aditya sir has told, Mauryan Empire किसने बनाया? Kautilya and Chandragupta Maurya. After that what happened? Here? Mauryan Empire got disintegrated. Why it got disintegrated? Because of the invasion of the foreigners. So because of the invasion of the foreigners, things changed where? Northwest India. At the same time, local regional kingdoms also emerged here. So here I am telling you about post-Mauryan Empire, which is very important, which UPSC nowadays is loving a lot. That is post-Mauryan Empire, post-Mauryan age, correct? Post-Mauryan Empire. In post-Mauryan Empire, I am writing here first, what happened in Northwest India? What happened in Northwest India and what happened in parallelly, you don't write this, later you write, what happened parallelly in mainland. Parallelly, what happened the things in mainland. All these things you should know, right? Parallelly, what are the things happening in the mainland. So Northwest India, let me try to elaborate. In Northwest India, the following things happened. First, basically foreign invasion, I am writing here, foreign invasion. But who invaded first? It was nothing but my Indo-Greeks. Indo-Greeks were the first one to invade. So what you should know about Indo-Greeks is the important themes, are the important kings. Sir, example?
Meander, Demacus.
You can
Right,
keep on writing the names if you want.
Foreign invasion through this northwestern India, it is not very important from the perspective of the kings as such. king, you should know the major king if there is a contribution, but what is the new system they brought into India? For example, Gandhara art has been come because of the Indo-Greek invasion, right? The coinage, where the gold coin and the portrait of the king was there in the coin, that has started becoming part of it. So these kind of things which due to Indo-Greek, new administrative system has come. Due to Saka satrapy system has come. That is appointing a governor who looks after the things, not that king will look into the things. Right, like that basically Kushanas, where they brought, a different divine kingship, then, putting the name of the king, bilingual script, one in Greek language, one in, Prakrit language, so that people can understand that coin, all those, and access to that, Indo-Greek trade. What the trade routes has been basically Silk route has been come under the picture. So all those things that has been changed, that becomes more important from the point. Other than that, basically, that under the Sakas, Rudrasena becomes important because under the Junagadh inscription, it has been told that he renovated the Sudarshan lake, right? So that is, which has been built by the Chandragupta Maurya, and he renovated it during the time. So that is why Rudrasena becomes important. Under the Parthian, Gondophares become important because during whose time Saint Thomas has come to India and Christianity has been introduced to India. So in that sense, basically, you should be just knowing one line about them rather than knowing about the kings. It is more about what the new system has emerged in India that becomes important from their part, basically. All right.
So what are these sir told us about the kings, their contribution with respect to coinage, especially coinage may about the gold coins, right? Then we are speaking about Gandhara art. What were the features of this Gandhara art? Who introduced and uske baad who uske under whose kingship it flourished baad mein, correct? We have to write all those things. When Buddha, half eyes closed, then Shanti, long elongated earlobes, curly hairs, ये सब कुछ पता होना चाहिए for the means, not for the PT, but still you should know the idea. But then Shakas mein, as Aditya told us, important kings and the change in the political system. Parthians का not major things have happened in Parthians. Later Kushanas came. Kushanas में सबसे important बंदा जो है that is Kanishk. Kanishk के बारे में his contribution during this time what happened is fourth Buddhist council took place, and what were its outcome that you should know. Then personalities with him, sir. For example,
Vasumitra,
you can keep on right.
Ashwagosha,
Vasumitra,
who wrote Buddha Charita, right? Vasumitra, who say, and then basically you should be knowing about him because they have presided basically this one. What is that? Fourth Buddhist Council. So that is why you should be knowing about their names. Right?
Then most important is Saka calendar.
Saka calendar, which Indian government adopted as a Indian calendar, as a Saka era calendar, which has come from Kanishka, 78 AD. Is basically from that year we have considered as Saka era, or March 21st or 22nd, depending upon it is a leap year or a normal year. We have taken March 21st or 22nd as the first date of that calendar. So the calendar question they have asked in 2015, which date would be basically the first day of the Saka calendar. They have given March 21st, March 22nd, February 21st, February 22nd. That has been asked, and that has been taken because of the Kanishka. So from the Kanishka time you have a Saka era, because it is a little confusion, because when the Saka era is come, here basically we also have Shakas. So sometimes they will go, it has been influenced by Shakas or Scythians. So automatically your mind, if you have not, revised properly, that link will connect and we will start putting it as Shakas rather than putting under Kushanas or Kanishka. These are the small things that can happen if you are not observed. So that is why you should be knowing about it basically.
So again you can consider this as PYQ.
Okay. So this is a PYQ question that has been asked. But here the question has been date has been asked. It has been adopted Saka era. Which date is the first day in that calendar? That is the question that has been asked. Okay.
So now as we have discussed about what happened here in Northwest, at the same time things were happening here in the mainland territory also parallelly. The regional kings were emerging. कौन से थे वो? Let us try to understand. Parallelly, there are major 3 to 4 local kings which arise. Those were Shungas. Shunga. Second, you can write about basically आपका Kanvas and Satvahanas. Satvahanas in Deccan.
And finally Ishwavakus.
And Ishwakus, correct? So in Shunga, which is the most important king, sir? Most important? Pushya Mitra.
Right, Pushya Mitra Shunga, and his son is Agnimitra, on whom basically Kalidasa has written Malavika Agnimitra. So that is why, that you should be knowing. One of the question has been asked, with respect to a son of a founder of the Shunga dynasty, which book is talking about it? Founder of the king, Shunga dynasty was Pushyamitra Shunga, whose son is Agnimitra, and it's a love story between Malvika and Agnimitra, which has been written by Kalidasa as a Malvika Agnimitra. So that is the question that has been asked. So you should be having a understanding about it.
Correct. I written the same thing here. Kalidasa book on the his son, that is Agnimitra वगैरह वगैरह. UPSC ने 2 बार पूछा है, 1 या 2 times I think. Son. Then Shunga में what was there? What was rising above was Brahmanical age. Brahmanical age, and again I can say something called as Mathura art got patronage also under this. Mathura art. समझ में आया? These are the points about the Shungas. Kanvas के बारे में sir, anything?
Kanva में कुछ नहीं.
Kanva में
nothing much.
UPSC also has not asked much, and
there is nothing much basically to ask.
Satvahanas.
Only that Vasudeva Kanva is basically someone who has founded it. Other than that, there is nothing contribution as such. So nothing to worry about it as such.
Then Satvahanas
becomes very important.
Satvahanas के बारे में UPSC has asked the question. One is about Nasik inscription, about them. Nasik inscription, you should know about that part. Then about their names, which came from what? Matrilineal.
Matrigenics.
Example?
Matronymics.
Right?
Matrilineal.
Yeah.
Okay, matrigenics.
So mothers. इसमें ये पता चलेगा आपको position of the women in the society. ये भी पता होना चाहिए आपको यहाँ पे.
Right, there are 2 kind of question that has been asked. See, it is not matrilineal means what? The king will be basically the lady after whoever. So here it is patrilineal. Society was patrilineal. That means that king will be always a son of the king itself. But their name, matrigemic, means basically their name used to be derived not from the father but from the mother. Gautami Putra Shatakarni. That is, he is the son of the Gautami. So the name used to be derived from mother, but the kingdom was patrilineal. That is, the king used to be changed one after the other in the male distinct lineage only. Here it was not changing, but only the name used to be derived from their mothers. That you should be knowing, right? And then revival of Buddhism, right, during that time has happened. And then many rock cut architecture like Nasik cave, Kaneri cave, right? Then, which is another important cave, Baja caves, right?
That land grants. Land
grant. The system of land grant, Brahmadeya, Agrahara, that has been Devadana. This has been started during Satavahana. So, which has been futurely led to feudalism over a period of time and more decentralization. When Gupta came, it was already people were having the lands. So now what has happened? Every land, owner is basically becoming a separate, autonomous unit among themselves. So from the centralized Mauryas to decentralized Gupta has happened because of the Shatavahanas has done these land grants basically. So that has led to feudal system over a period of time. So that is how the linkage is basically in the changes in the Gupta spirit that has happened because of the policies of the Satavahanas. You can take it as one of the reasons, right?
Then post Mauryas mein, when this was northwest India mein invasion happened, territorial kings arised. Later, everything was later unified by whom? Under Guptas. So that is why Guptas is yet another important themes. So Gupta is very important. The important themes under Guptas, what you should know is the following things. First, you should know, सबसे पहला, major kings, their chronology and their contributions. Samudragupta, Chandragupta, correct? Kumaragupta, ये सब के बारे में आपको पता होना चाहिए. 1, 2 वगैरह जितने भी होंगे, उनका chronology वगैरह. Second, what you should know is the economy in something called as Gupta age. Economy में most important is about the taxation or taxes and coinage. About the coinage, because Guptas also issued the coin. The maximum coins were issued by Guptas were which? Gold, silver या copper. तो ये भी पता होना चाहिए आपको. Taxes. Then third is about the society. Society में about caste system, women वगैरह, what was the position now? Change. Fourth, you should know about the administrative terms. Very, very important. Administration terms, especially during the Guptas. Fifth, what you should know is about the architecture. Very important. Architecture, art, and they are known for architecture only, especially about the temples. About the temple architecture, especially Nagara style, and what you should know later is about cave architecture also. Cave architecture. Cave architecture. That is Bagh caves, वगैरह, correct? And what you should know is that when Guptas were present here in North India, who were their contemporaries in the Central India and South India? ये भी पता होना चाहिए. So that is why contemporary kings to Guptas, correct? Then the most important is contribution by Guptas in science and technology. In what? Science and technology. Example, sir, the people?
Aryabhatta, Paramira,
correct?
Brahmagupta, all these things
You can keep on writing up. Varmihira, Brahmagupta, इनके बारे में पता ही होना चाहिए आपको, क्या किया, क्या नहीं किया, किसने सर्जरी किया था, वगैरह, ये सब कुछ पूछा यूपीएससी ने भाई साहब, इसलिए लिख रहा हूं. Contribution in something called as basically literature. Literature में सबसे important कालिदासा, नवरत्नास, correct? Navaratnas, etc. So you should know about whom? Amar Sinha, वगैरह, correct? So this is all about your major aspects about something called as what? Is about Guptas. And later comes Harsha. Harsha का भी same रहना चाहिए. So I will just sum it up, sir, and later you can start with the discussion. So we started our journey. This is how actual preparation should be done. So सबसे पहला हमने क्या किया? To study पूरा ancient India. To study up to this recent times, it is very difficult because I would say till Harsha only we are having almost about 80-90 questions, correct? So we are going to discuss that now, each and every question. So इसके लिए to understand those questions, you should have some idea in your mind. So that is why we first discuss the timeline. Later we have seen UPSC ka questions, detailed analysis which I have done on the basis of each topic and theme wise. This is what is the idea. For that we started our journey with this Paleolithic, Mesolithic वगैरह. We went on to Chalcolithic and Indus Valley, right? At the same time, we moved on to something called as early Vedic, later Vedic. Later Vedic is contemporary to megalithic in the South India. Then we are having Mahajanapadas. Mahajanapadas के बाद rise of what? Mauryas. Mauryas and the Sangam age are contemporary. Then we are having post-Mauryas. Post-Mauryas में Northwest India में क्या हुआ? Mainland में क्या हुआ? Then about something called as Guptas and Harshas. And in each इसमें क्या क्या पूछा है? For example, Mesolithic में sites. Again I am repeating. Characteristic of significance. Tools used. Then उसके बाद इंडस वैली में आपको 7 to 8 are the things, sites mapping their location, excavation, the people associated, society in IVC किसको worship कर रहे थे, status of women वगैरह, religion, then उसके बाद art and culture, seals, terracotta images, dancing girl, correct, lost wax technique वगैरह पूरा, then so called as external trade, ports पता होने चाहिए आपको, key features about that, grid planning वगैरह, then contemporary civilization, Mesopotamia वगैरह. After IVC, the most important is early Vedic. That is Vedic literature, में rise of the Vedic literature, the society वगैरह, correct? That is what I have written. Vedic literature, Atharvaved, Samved, Yajurved वगैरह. Then comparison of this early Vedic with Harappa and later Vedic. How is this different? Because here there was no iron. Later में basically iron आ गया, correct? Then society कैसा था in early Vedic? What were they worshipping? Economy क्या था? Political system, religion क्या था? Later Vedic period में same देखा अपन ने. Iron came and more rigidity came, correct? And simultaneously rise something called as Mahajanapadas 16. उसके बाद the major four were the Mahajanapadas. Out of that most victorious came something called as आपका Magad, and at the same time raised Buddhism. तो Buddhism में कौन से were the contemporary and the kings and the rulers, and simultaneously about Magad you have to know which were the Buddhist councils, and then end of the Magad and the Mahajanapadas, and उसके बाद foreign users in the northwest India, उसका impact कौन किसने किसने किया था. Then came something called as rise of the Mauryas. Rise of the Mauryas simultaneously came a contribution of the rulers, administrative structure of the Mauryas, then उसका Maurya का economic significance, Ashoka as a king क्या importance है, Kautilya उसके theories you should be knowing because UP is asking about the theories. Then so called as Sangam age was simultaneously with the Mauryas only for 600 years. So who were the kings, kingdoms, उनका extent, literature क्या था, economy, ports, trade वगैरह. At the same time post Maurya, after the descent of the post Mauryas in northwest India, क्या हुआ? In mainland क्या हुआ? Northwest India में who came? Indo-Greeks, Shakas, Parthians, and then Kushanas. What they brought? How were they changing the systems? Art and architecture में क्या contribute किया? Those things, which are the kings, उनका terms, the kings like Kanishk वगैरह, उन्होंने क्या important things are there asked by UPSC in the prelims. Then in the mainland, basically what happened? The regional kingdoms, the territorial kingdoms rise, like for example Shungas, Kanvas, Satavahanas, unke contributions, and Satavahana changed most of the things in central India, which were taken further by something called as Guptas. So Guptas may be founder, unke sare kings, about that king's contribution, taxes, coinage, administrative structure, terms, then architecture, cave architecture, then temple, then so called as आपका contemporary kings कौन थे? Science and technique people like वरा मेयर वगैरह, and literature में कालिदास, अनुराधा, अमर सिन्हा वगैरह सब कुछ पता होना चाहिए. उनके books, उनके literary works, उनमें stories क्या था, किसका क्या था, correct? So all these are the basic things that we are going to study. तो ये समझ में आया पूरा? So on this basis, let us move towards something called as basically आपका this PYQs, correct? So now this we are having something called as PYQs. So these are all the PYQs that will be discussed. Aditya sir will be discussing in detail each and every question. Correct? I will be here only, but he will be discussing. थोड़ा break लेता हूँ.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we'll begin with the questions now. Right? Questions. No, one of the important. Pen कहाँ है? Okay.
प्लीज कीप मेकिंग द नोट्स. अभी ये हो गया टाइमलाइन. ये आदि जितना भी स्टोरी बोलेगा और वट एवर विल बी स्पीकिंग, कीप ऑन मेकिंग द नोट्स ऑफ करेक्ट, इनकरेक्ट ऑप्शन, सम स्टोरीज दैट विल बी टोल्ड बाय हिम. If you are taking that, those things will remain in the mind. That will help you to eliminate the options. Correct? So simultaneously you have to understand ये. So keep on writing whatever he is telling you. Okay?
All right. Yeah. Now let's begin. Right. So now what we have done is we have taken one major. This can be put it under certain chapters also, but this can be put it under a separate theme also, because the more kind of question they are asking, it is called as sources of Indian history. Kaha, whenever whichever is giving some information about historical information, that kind of question I have put it up separate, because many question has asked on the sources of the Indian history. That means that, for example, if I take Mauryas, what will give the information about Mauryas? How do you know about the Mauryas? One, their inscriptions, right? Within that basically you will have a Sahagora plate, copper plate inscription. Then you will have basically Ashokan pillar inscription and rock edicts, right? So whatever that is, how we came to know about this pillar inscription or rock edict after deciphering Brahmi and Kharoshthi script, which has been deciphered by whom? James Princeps, right? So like this, basically whichever is the information about them, or maybe for example Mudra Rakshasa, which has been written by Vishakadatta, which basically talks about the Chandragupta Maurya, how he overthrown Dhanananda and became the power on the advice of Kautilya. So that story has been told in the play called Mudra Rakshasa. So that is another, the source of the information, how we came to know about how Maurya kingdom has emerged. In those things is basically considered. And so whenever you are starting every chapter, right, that is especially from Mauryas, because before that, whatever the evidence we are having archaeological, right? Before that, for Indus Valley civilization, you don't have anything, something called literary sources. You don't have anything called foreign traveler come and given the information. Only the information that we get basically during the, let's say end of the Magadha period, because when, the Alexander has invaded India or part of India at that point of time, then he had some historians. So they had recorded in their diaries which date we actually fought. So that is how we started, saying that, okay, this is the date, from there this kingdom has. So that is why we exactly write 322 BC. For basically Maurya Empire. Otherwise, who would have recorded that year? Because 2 years back, basically Alexander had come. He went back, and the Greeks had the historians with them always. So they used to have that Nearchus as a, as one of the historian that he was having. Astrolabus was one of the historian they were having. They basically dated and recorded the event that has happened. Based on that, we have started reconstructing the history. That is why sources become important. After that, foreign travelers started coming, literary sources started coming, inscriptions they have started writing. Though there is a, The script is there in Indus Valley civilization. We have not deciphered it, so we don't know anything information. All the information we have up to Indus Valley civilization or up to Mahajanapada are mostly from the archaeological sources only, not from the basically literary or the travelers account. So every chapter Gupta you are studying, think about what are the sources that give information about Guptas. Shungas you are studying, okay, one Gupta, Shunga, Agnimitra has been Malavika Agnimitra is a story. Because of that I came to know about the Shunga dynasty. Like that, whatever the information that we get, Sangam literature gives about the information about that, right? Where we have, for example, Shilpadikaram book we are having, right? So our Manimekalai book we are having. There they talk about who was the king at that point of time in the story itself. So we can construct what was happening, what was their social life, what were the cultural practices that they were doing. All we get to know through these, sources. So whenever you are studying the chapter, first question you should ask, what is the sources that I get the information about this chapter? So if you are talking about Guptas, then Allahabad pillar inscription, Mehruli iron pillar inscription, that is from the inscription what is the information I am getting. Cave architecture may we will get which religion were prevalent at that point of time. So like that, first you think about the sources during that period which gives the information about the kingdom. That is your first part of study. Before studying about that kingdom, collect the sources which gives the information about that kingdom. Fahin would have spoken about what was happening at that point of time. We came to know about Gupta period and other things, right? Similarly, the Megasthenes who has come during the Chandragupta, who has spoken about Maurya Empire, ka slave system was not there, the caste system was not there, his observation, right? So whatever that has been then, that you should be knowing. So like that you divide them into sources. So sources may I have divided into three categories. One is archaeological sources, right, where you will have whatever that has been excavated, that is called as archaeological sources, right? So within that archaeological sources, this is good, right? I will have inscriptions. Always think about any kingdom you are studying, this is how you have to start studying. Gupta, what are the inscription related to it? Just think about it. Whenever any kingdom you are studying, just think about what are the inscription that gives the detail about it. Next will be, let's say, buildings or monuments, right? Important buildings or monumented belong to that area. It can be stupas, this can be cave, this can be temples, any building that gives the information what religion were they doing, what kind of the practices that they were doing. So that you will come to know through the building. This is also archaeological evidence, you excavate and came to know about it. Next is numismatics or coins, right? So that is what type of material they were using. That means that if they were having too much of coin is not about just about the information. Whenever I am talking about coin, you have to think which material. If they are having too many gold coins, that means that economy was flourishing. If you are getting too many coins, then trade was actually happening in a very faster way, right? And if they are using lead and other material, or if they are having ship, that means that maritime trade was there. That is why ship has been shown. So like that, basically it will not just give you the information, material will give you how enriching it was, and some pictures or images that has been used in the coin also gives the which god they were worshipping, which trade they were having. All these didn't come to know. For example, Samudragupta, you are having that he is playing veena. So that means that he is also not just a great warrior, but he is also patron of art and culture. He himself is basically himself is a musician. That information you will get to know because of those things. So numismatics is other things. Finally, I can have a smaller, what you can say, pottery. Okay, so which different kind of pottery, because now how they will give, for example, ochre colored pottery, they will give the time period, right? Northern black polished ware, NBPW, they will give the time period. Painted grey ware, they will give a time period. So pottery, different period may, pottery is not for later periods. Up to Mauryas only pottery is important, after that it is not important, right? Up to Mauryas you should be knowing, in the Indus Valley civilization, the perforated pottery was there, right? So similarly during the Vedic period, painted grey ware pottery was there, right? So like that, during Chalcolithic, you are having black and red ware one, along with that ochre colored pottery, OCP. These are the things, right? And during end of Mahajanapadas and Mauryas, we are having northern black polished ware. So this is basically, they can link the question with respect to a time period, with respect to a pottery. Looks a simple question, but if you have not studied them in a proper way, then you can start getting confused. So here you don't need to understand the features of that. Color was there, within that they have done the eclipse, that detailing is not required, that will not be asked in the examination. They just check your understanding which type of pottery belong to which time period, that's it. Not the features. In a book they would have given the features. Features you don't need to go, just have which pottery, which time period. Only that much would be more than sufficient. So this is your archaeological sources. Then you study about the literary sources. Literary sources means what are the literature that talks about that kingdoms, right? It can be place like Mudra Rakshasa, of Vishakadatta talking about Maurya kingdom, Malavika Agnimitra talking, though it need not to belong to a same time period, but they have mentioned with their knowledge, they have mentioned about that kingdom. So that is the literary sources, or it can be biographies. For example, Banabhatta has written Harsha Charita, because of which you came to know about Harshavardhana. Right, Billana have written Vikramanka Deva Charita, so you know about, and the Kallana's Raja Tarangini has talked about Kashmiri's genealogy from where to where kingdom has happened. So these kind of things basically will also give you information. One, it can be biographies, or it can be other regular literature, that is maybe plays or other things where they would have talked about it, or also the social life would have been discussed. So literary sources becomes important. And finally the foreigners. Right, these foreigners, why it is important? See, now there is a problem with literary sources. Let's say if there is a human song has come during Harshavardhana period, at the same time Banabhatta has written Harsha Charita. Now if I want to take the information which will be more precise, right, because he is writing for his own patron, so he will never tell anything negative about his own king. So he will be always saying that he was always doing this, law and order was perfect, everything he will be doing. But as a foreign traveler, he just writes his observation. He is not under the patronage of anything. So that historical part, that whatever that he is writing, that will make more sense to consider. How was the law and order? He will tell that I myself robbed twice. That means that law and order was weak. So, but Banabhatta will never write it in Harsha Charita like that. So it will give you more authentic information when you are talking about the foreign travelers. That is why that is becoming important. So this way you have to cover, that's it. And now on whose kingdom they have come, and what are their major observation, not in detail, the broader observation that they have seen. This is your first theme that we are going to discuss. Then we will go chapter wise, that is Paleolithic and those things we are going one by one. Alright, and important archaeologists in the modern era who has contributed by excavating these things, right? For example, Dayaram Saini has basically excavated which site? Harappa site. Right. So similarly, R.D. Banerjee excavated which site? Mohenjo-daro. Right. The John Marshall was someone at that point of time who was heading all these things. Right. So you should be knowing about those things. Right. So similarly, James Prinsep we have talked about. Right. Similarly, Robert Bruce Foote, who is called as father of pre-Indian history, who will be looking after the prehistoric era. Right. So he was a more of a geologist. Right. He was not a basically archaeologist as such, but he is a geologist. At that point of time, the Mauryan Empire was already been, searching was happening with respect to Mauryan, because James Prinsep has already deciphered. So people were busy thinking that we should understand Ashoka, we should understanding Mauryan period. So then he as a geologist come up with some excavation saying that it is much older. Then this Cunningham told, no, I am not interested in it. Right. So because we are having something which is having some history of Ashoka and other things. So then he started excavating by himself, and he became a father of the prehistory, recorded everything, and he is called as father of prehistory in India. Right. Similarly, Bhimbedka caves, Wakankar, right, has been excavated, the Bhimbedka caves, that name becomes important. All these names are been mentioned in NCERT, that is why I am saying that they are important. Right. All right. Now we will go one by one. Question number 1, with reference to Indian history, Alexander Ree, A.H. Longhurst, Robert Sewell, James Burgess, Walter Elliot, they were associated with. Now you see the nature of question, what they were associated. If you just know their basic information, they will not ask about their excavation, what they found out within there. Just what is that they are associated with and which excavation they are associated with. That much. What they found within that excavation is not our interest. That depth is not needed. Only just have the basic understanding, right? Now, what is this answer is about? Archaeological excavation. Now, if you look at the name, whom you can actually find out by yourself. Robert Sewell. So, Robert Sewell is someone who has written a book called Forgotten Empire, right? This book is about what? Vijayanagara Empire. So, when he talked about Vijayanagara Empire, after the ruins of Hampi, people were not, forgotten it basically, that, they were not connecting whatever the contribution they were doing. But he is the one who wrote a book about it. Then the new interest towards this excavation came, and Hampi, and then we came to know the, the glory of the Vijayanagara Empire. So, will always start, if you are studying Vijayanagara Empire, you will be knowing the Robert Sewell. In the exam, it is not that always you will be knowing all the names. At least you should not lose the hope here. Alexander Lee, wrongest, I don't know anything. At least try to search one name, because at the end of the day, all I need is one name to get to this answer, right? So, this is basically now, however, this question has been asked. Now, other personalities become important for the next year, just with the basic information, again not with the deeper. So, you will be knowing Burgess. Burgess is known for basically, the Western Ghats caves, that is Ajanta, Ellora and Elephanta. So, Western Ghats whatever the caves that we are seeing, so the James Burgess become important there. Now, remaining basically Robert Alexander Ree. He is basically for, Amaravati, Adichanallur, all these are all basically the South Indian part. So, all those kingdom, megalithic site, Adichanallur, or, Pallavaram, all these places is basically associated with Alexander Ree. And then Longhurst is basically majorly associated with Nagarjunakonda, another Buddhist site during Ishwavakus. Right, it has started during the Satavahanas, but it has been emerged as a major Buddhist center during the Ishwavakus. So, it becomes important from the Nagarjunakonda. And finally, Walter Elliot, right? He is associated majorly with Amaravati. Amaravati Stupa, right? He has found out that marbles, there it is also called as Elliot marbles for the Amaravati marbles. Its marble is known in the name of Elliot marbles, that famous he is. So, he will be knowing about this, right? He is more of all South Indian. He is not done much basically, but every South Indian megalithic site, Amaravati, everything, Alexander Ree is there. Longhurst is mainly associated with Nagarjunakonda, and Walter Elliot or Elliot marbles, you can remember as Elliot marbles, which is nothing but Amaravati marbles. He is associated with Amaravati. Burgess is basically the caves during the Western Ghats, that is Ajanta and Ellora. That much information you should be having. Along with that, basically, see now English press is there. Try to cover of the establishment of the English press, right? Whatever the key term that has been used in the wrong option also, just have the basic understanding, right? So, for example, August Hickey is the basically founder of the Bengal Gazetteer, and he becomes the founder, right? So, with respect to press, Robert Sewell is basically Forgotten Empire, that is about Vijayanagara kingdom. This is Robert Sewell is most important, right? Then also you go with the railways, Ackworth Committee, Dalhousie, how he is the founder of the those things. Just have the basic understanding about the emergence of press in India during the modern times, emergence of railways and the committees associated, like that basic information you have about it. Committees associated, who is the founder, which is the first railway station, or who was the viceroy at that point of time. That basic information through the wrong option you can make. Along with that, these are the excavations who are associated with what? Archaeological Survey of India, ASI, right, which has been founded by whom? Cunningham, right? The first Director General of ASI is Cunningham. So, know about it basically, and later this only led to the Indus Valley Harappan civilization excavation under John Marshall. So, just have the basic understanding with respect to them. And also archaeologist, when we are having it, having the basic understanding about how the preservation of archaeology monument has been done during the act, during whom? Lord Curzon, right? So, that the Monument Archaeological Protection Monument Act 1905, that act you should be having, under whom it has been done, not the features within that act is not required. Now, don't study about that act, during whose tenure is as passed, that much would be more than sufficient, right? Let us go to the next question, right? Base Nagar, What is it well known for? First you understand what is the kind of question they are asking, right? Whether they are asking what is there within the base Nagar or what it is known for, right? They are not going very deep. All they are asking is you should have the basic information. One, the caves associated kingdoms. That is one theme you should observe. Second, that cave is, whether it is Buddhist, whether it is Hindu cave, whether it is a Shaivist cave, what religion it is associated with. If there are something very important sculpture or other painting is found in there, then it becomes important. For example, Padmapani Bodhisattva is basically which you can see in the Ajanta caves. So that becomes important, right? Descent of Ganga or Arjuna's pinnace in the Mahabalipuram, that becomes important. Like that, anything that is a specific information is there, that becomes important, or during which period it is has been constructed, that becomes important. Third will be which religion it will be associated with. These three things you should be knowing about the cave architecture. That is especially the rock cut caves that we are talking about. Right here, if you look at it, Base Nagar, what is the answer this? Base Nagar is which place it is? It is also called as presently Vidisha, right? So the Base Nagar pillar inscription. Know about Base Nagar pillar inscription? Here where the Helidorus, right, who has as a Greek ambassador has come to India, converted himself to Bhagavatism or Vaishnavism. So it is basically not a Shaivite cave shrine, but it is basically Vaishnavite, right, not the cave one. So that is basically what it is wrong. So if I put first one as wrong, then Baja is Buddhist. As I told you, it was done during the Satavahana period. And then Sittanavasal, it is little in the 9th century, which is related to Jain, right? So this is Jain cave shrine, it is in Tamil Nadu, okay. Now this is also known for fresco paintings, Now when I say it is fresco painting, that means that why I am saying this. When Sittanavasal come, next time question can be about, he wants to ask about Sittanavasal and fresco painting. Then he will ask, give 3 places. For example, Ajanta, then Bak caves, then Sittanavasal. Which among the following is known for fresco style of painting? What is fresco style of painting? First they will put a plaster, and then basically within that plaster get dried. They will not give time. It has to do as quick as possible, so that the plaster will basically suck all that paint, and then that will be permanently imprinted on the cave. So if it is get dried, then there is no point. So then they will remove that basically plaster, so that whatever the painting that they have done, otherwise on the rocks to write the painting it becomes very difficult. So on the plaster it is become easy to write the paint, and then it will basically suck and it will become the painting and permanently ingrained in the wall of the stone. So in that way the fresco painting style can be seen in Sittanavasal. It can also seen in Ajanta caves, right? Also it can be seen in the Bak caves. The Ajanta and Bak caves are contemporary to each other, and it has been developed during the Gupta period, right? Sittanavasal was 9th century, it is in the medieval period, but now they are mixing it up the things. Second theme you should be knowing from this will be evolution of the rock cut shrines, right? So basic rock cut shrines or the rock cut architecture you can see through Mauryas, right? Mauryas mein you are having something called Barabari or Barabar caves, which is also called as Lomas Rishi caves or Nagarjuni Rishi caves. This is in Bihar, and this has been constructed by Ashoka and Dasratha. Dasratha is basically the grandson of Ashoka. For basically for whom? Which sect? Ajivika sect, not for Buddhist sect. For the Ajivika sect, it has acted as a vihara for them. So you should be knowing that the Ajivika sect is related with Barabari caves or Lomas Rishi caves, that you should be knowing. After that, during the Satavahanas, you have Baja, Karle, Kaneri, Nasik caves. This is basically under the Satavahanas. Then during the Gupta, you are having this, right? So that is Ajanta caves. And finally during Rashtrakutas, you have Ellora caves, the grand Kailasanatha temple that you can see, So the emergence of rock cut, how it has been done over the period of time, have the broader understanding, right? So that is your another theme that you can expect. So answer would be this is correct, and this has been changed from Vaishnavite to Shaivite. This goes wrong, so answer will be only 2. and what are the themes that has been derived, you should understand. All right, go to the next question. What is the Visnagar, Vidisha? It is actually modern name is Vidisha. At that point of time it is called Vesnagar. Right now it is called as Vidisha. It is in Madhya Pradesh, Vidisha MP. You will be knowing, right? So that is basically the present name is Vidisha. Right, where that Heliodorus basically converted himself to Vaishnavist or Bhagavatism. So in that way it becomes important, and it also shows that the religion, how Indo-Greek, they were having their own religion, then how cultural syncretism has been happened during that point of time, the assimilation of cultures that has happened. Now Meander, who was a part of Indo-Greek, converted to what? Buddhism after the discussion with Nagasena. This discussion has been later written as Milinda Phano. That is the discussion with Milinda or Meander. We are calling him Milinda, they are calling him as Meander. We gave a local name of Milinda, right? The simple and those things, right? So that is how this has been checked, right? Now that is about the question that has been asked. Now if you look at literary works, it is in 2024 ka question. Zoom, okay. Fine. Okay. Now, again, what is the question? Literary works. When literary works, may two type of question can come, or three types you can say. One, literary work and author related to it. Second, if it is very important literary work, giving some very important information, then subject of it also can be asked. This is related to what? Right, the love story between founder of Shunga king and another girl has been done with this. So that is the story, the storyline, one-liner story, not detail what it is there, but one-liner story can be asked if it is really important. Right. For example, Vishakadatta's Mudra Rakshasa is about what? Then they can say that the accession of throne by the Chandragupta Maurya, exception of the throne by Sri Gupta, like that they can basically give you different these things. So like that the story what it is associated with, that can be asked, author can be asked, right? And you don't need to know whether it is a Sanskrit, Prakrit, or minute detailing is not required. If it is a religious text, then you should be knowing whether it is Jain text, Buddhist text, or other texts. But in the secular literature, you don't need to worry about much of them, but morely about this thing. And if there is specific feature is there, then you should be knowing about it, which is different from others but famous, then you should be knowing about it. First, Devi Chandragupta, what he has written. I mean, this is a literary work. Who has written this? So what it could have been? There is Devi, there is Chandragupta, right? So the two personality name is there basically, right? So Chandragupta is basically Chandragupta 2 or Chandragupta, and then basically you will have Dhruva Devi. So that is basically a story of something related to Dhruva Devi and Chandragupta. The story is very simple, right? So there was Western Shakas, where basically there is a Ramagupta is the king at that point of time, who is actually ruling the Gupta period. So he get defeated by Shaka king. So then what this Shaka king demands is he wants to send her wife to him as a surrender, right? So then that her name is Dhruva Devi, the queen name is Dhruva Devi. Then this Chandragupta, to what he will do? He will wear basically the ladies dress and all attire, and he goes as a Dhruva Devi, and then he kills that king, comes back, then kills this Ramagupta also, saying that you are not fit to rule basically, and he marries Dhruva Devi and becomes basically king. That is about basically Devi Chandragupta. It has been written by the Vishakadatta. Vishakadatta has written two books, one Devi Chandragupta and other Mudra Rakshasa. So it is written by Vishakadatta, not Billana. Now when Billana has been given, now you should know about Billana. With this, though it is not about Billana, now you should be knowing what Billana has written. Billana has majorly written Vikramanka Deva Charita, which is basically related to a Chalukya king, Vikramaditya. So say 6 for him, basically information about him or biography about him. Along with that, he has also written something called Chaura Panchasika. This is important because this Chaura Panchasika, based on this, the Chaura Panchasika painting has been evolved. Based on the subject of this literature, a new style of painting emerged. And that painting name is Chaura Panchasika, which has been inspired by this. So you should be knowing the Chaura Panchasika as well as, the Vikramanka Devita Devacharita from the Billana. Right. So now he is a Kashmiri. Right. So another Kashmiri poet that you should be knowing with respect to historical perspective is what? Kallana. Now you have Billana, like that there is a Kallana who has written Raja Tarangini. Right. So Raja Tarangini is basically the history of the Kashmir kings. Just you should be knowing, because these are the historical things which help us to reconstruct the history. So that is why you should be knowing the theme of it also. Up to 12th century, who is the different king that has been came one after the other, he has been written, so that it helped us to construct the history of Kashmir very neatly because of that book, which is Raja Tarangini. Raja means basically king, Tarangini means what? Waves, Taranga, waves, basically one after the other, how the kingdom has come, basically that is how the book has written, right? So that is basically about Raja Tarangini. Then Milindapana, the Hammira Mahakavya, who has written Nayachandra Suri, this is correct, right? This is again about whom? Hammira Deva. He is basically a Chauhan king, right? So who has basically fight a war against Muhammad Ghazni. Now if you look at it, some are ancient India, some are medieval India. Now they are mixing. I cannot put it under ancient India or medieval India alone, because the books can be taken, few books from medieval India, few books from ancient India, and they are mixing. So he is a Chauhan king who fought against Ghazni attack. So about him basically it has been written. So just know about him basically. And next is Milindapana. Milindapana we have already discussed. It is basically a dialogue between Nagasena, a Buddhist monk, and Meanderer, Milinda, what we call in our local language. So Milindapana is basically written by not Nagasena. It is not even written by Nagasena. That dialogue has been written somewhere later. That discussion has happened, he converted to Buddhism. That was the story. Someone later compiled that discussion and released a book. So that name is anonymous, but it is related with Nagasena rather than Nagachandra. Right. Now who is this Nagarjuna then? Nagarjuna is another who was during the time of, it's not a Shatavahana time basically. He was during whose time he was? Kanishka time. Satavahana also comes during that time, in that way you can take it. So during the Kanishka time, right, he is actually a Buddhist monk known for major themes. One, he gave the Shunyatavada or emptiness, voidness. The theory of Shunya has been given by Nagarjuna. He founded a kind of Mahayana Buddhism which is called Madhyamika Marg Buddhism. So that is why he is also important from the Mahayana Buddhism part. Right, so and then whatever the book he has written, just go through that book. Something about Madhyamika Marg, some book is there. I don't exactly recollect that book name, but you should be knowing the book name. So whatever the name it is coming, have the information, basic information about them and the time period with them and which time period they belong to. That is how you basically cover them in a 3-4 liners and done. You are not going in depth about those things. Right. Again, next Niti Vakya Mitra. This is again related by Somadeva Suri. It is correct. He was under Rashtrakuta kingdom. It is about Jaina's ethics, about the statecraft and ethic, how a system has to be run, how king has to behave. That is Niti. Niti is basically what? Ethics. Right. It is about ethical book, how the system has to run. That has been done by Somadeva Suri, and which is correct. Now that you have the broader understanding. Here again they will not, at the max they can be asked. It is sometimes compared to the Kautilya, because Kautilya has also written how a system has to run, how the administration has to be done. Now it is a different type of Kautilya, but in the Jaina's philosophy, right, how the ethical and governance has to be done. Sometimes this book is compared to that Kautilya Sartha Shastra also. That is why you just be knowing about it. That's it, right? Now next time they might not ask the author, but they may ask you about the theme of this book. Right, Niti Vakya Mitra associated with ethics and governance, like that they can ask, or they can give that it is a literary work or a regular play, like that they can ask. So you should be just knowing about it, author, what it is about, and during whose kingdom he was there. That much should be more than enough. So answer would be this is wrong, this is wrong, this is correct, this is correct. So only 2 options are correct. All right. Rashtrakuta, Niti Vakya Mitra, Rashtrakuta. Now with reference to history of ancient India, Bhavabhuti, Hastimalla, Kshemeshwara were famous. Anybody's name if you know? Anybody's name you know? Bhavabhuti. Bhavabhuti is a Jain monk. He is Jain. Very correct. But is Hastimalla is also Jain? What else you know about Bhavabhuti? He is basically a playwright. Right? He has written 3 important books. Other 2 are not really important. Hastimalla and all, they are small poets. Question will not be asked. Again, you don't need to do just because the word is come. I do Kshemeshwara also, Hastimalla also. Hastimalla comes under a Hoysala kingdom, but he is not very famous. Bhavabhuti is a very important because that question has asked in another question also. It will come at very late. I will show you at that point of time. But you know that Bhavabhuti has already been asked in UPSC. And this is the recent question, but before only they had asked about Bhavabhuti. Bhavabhuti has written basically, is a Jain scholar who has written majorly about, Mahavira Charita and then, Uttara Ramacharita, which is very important book, Uttara Ramacharita, and Malati Madhava he has written. But Malati Madhava, these 3 books you know about Bhavabhuti, just have the basic information under whose he was there or the patronage who was there, just have the. So Bhavabhuti only that you are supposed to make a notes, other things you don't need to worry about, right? So Hastimalla and Kshemeshwara are not that really important, you don't need to worry much about, but just see their books if you want, that's it, but not more than that basically, right? And Bhavabhuti, Uttara Ramacharita, Malati Madhava and Mahavira Charita, that is basically Mahavira, that is Jain, right? So Uttara Ramacharita is what? Ramayana. Ramcharita is basically Ramayana. So Uttara Ramacharita is Jain Ramayana, right? So Ramayana, if they have written by a Jain scholar, Hindu scholar has written, then he will make, Ravana a bad person, killing someone, then, Rama go and kills him. That is how he writes the actual story. But when Jaina writes, what is their basic philosophy? Ahimsa. Right, and they say that everything because of fate it will happen, niyati. So it is not that person is bad. That time you got angry, you hit someone, he died. So you cannot be called as a murderer. That fate, that point why you lost your control, you don't know. Normally you are not like that. So just because something has happened, I cannot. So it is a niyati. Niyati means fate. So sometimes that will happen. So like that basically they explain about Ravana also, right? So Ravana will be looking at Sita. Somehow he looked at beauty of Sita and get, this thing. But otherwise, whenever other girls came to him, voluntarily he told that I am your brother, don't look me like this. In the story, right? So, because he has told that he is basically never considered or looked women in other way, only somehow that day he felt like that and he kidnapped. Later he realized his mistake. He wanted to give it back. Now as a Kshatriya, he cannot give it back directly. He thought that I will fight a war, defeat Rama and then surrender Sita back. He did not harm her during the capture. So that was the basic story he has written, right? So later, however, Rama also don't kill basically Ravana here because hero cannot do a violence. So Lakshmana kills Ravana here, right? So that is how they have changed. So because Rama is basically whom? Hero, he should follow the ahimsa. So he will not kill, Lakshmana will kill. Like that he has made some changes and done it in a Jaina Ramayana. So that is why it becomes, future may whoever were writing Ramayana, other scholar inspired by Jainism, they took this theme. So he is the first one to write this. So Bhavabhuti becomes important from that perspective, right? Alright, this is a last year question again. Which of the following work is attributed to Basa? I am going little more detailed form because one time we finish, your entire ancient India preparation is done. You know that whatever things has been asked, what you are supposed to prepare. I just want to rush in, then I can just keep on telling the answer and other answer I will just tell you to look into it, right? So we will go in detail. It may take some time, but one day we will give it for prelims and finish entire that thing. And you have your notes ready with PYQ with other themes that can be asked also. That is the basic idea that we are having. So if it is becoming too detailed, then I will cut out, right? That you should tell basically, right? Okay, because I won't be knowing it basically because I will be only looking at the clock, right? So how much time is happening, right? Okay, Basa, right? What book Basa has written? Natya Shastra has been written by Bharata Muni. Bharata's Natya Shastra. So he is the one who is basically a book, the treatise for performing arts. It can be used for plays also. It can be used for dance also. Natya is not just about dance here. It can be used about play also. He gave the rules how it has to be done, how basically. So it is basic book within which only all the other discussion has happened. So it is the core book of poetics. So that is Bharata's Natya Shastra, right? So those who have Kannada optional will be knowing it, right? Varasas Rasa Sutra, right? Okay. So Kavya Alankara, who has written this? At least Kannada literature students so can tell it, right? It has been written by Bamaha. Okay. So here the word Alankara, right? It is how there should be metaphors or beauties should be added in your poetics so that it looks good, right? So that is basically written by Bamaha, and this is Madhyama Vayoga has been written by Vasa. Okay. Along with this, he has also written another book, Swapna Vasava Datta, right? This is basically about again a Mahajanapada kingdom, right? Vasava Datta and another love story it has been given about Udayin, right? Which is Vatsa king Udayin and another lady which is basically Vasava Datta. Unka love story that they have written. So that is related to Vatsa king Udayin. Okay, just it is associated, that is why it is also becomes important. Madhyama Yoga is basically story about Bhima. Okay, Madhyama means among the Pandavas he is the Madhyama, who's basically it is a story about Bhima, his son Gatodgaja, and basically another Brahmin. So there is a discussion happens between them. That play is related to Madhyama Yoga. And then basically Mahabhashya. Who has written Mahabhashya? Who has written? Who written Mahabhashya? It is related to, let's say, Sanskrit grammar. Who has written this? Panini. Panini has written Ashtadhyayi, right? So who has written this? Dandi? No, Dandi has not written this. Dandi has written Padya Lalita Sutra. So that is basically about beauty of how word play should be done. Padya Lalita. So that is basically Dandi. Patanjali, yes. Patanjali has written Mahabhashya. So there are three trinities of Sanskrit grammar. One is, the one first name you have told, Panini with this Ashtadhyayi, right? Then Katyayana, right? He is another important one who wrote about, Ashtadhyayi, because Ashtadhyayi is first written, complex Sanskrit literature, people were not understanding. Then what he did, he wrote Katyayana, written Rutika book he has written and simplified these grammar rules for a common people to understand. About both of these two, commentary has been written by, who is this? What is his name? Patanjali. Patanjali's Mahabhashya is basically commentary about these two books. Okay, Panini's Ashtadhyayi as well as Katyayani's Kroti. That for that basically the commentary about that has been written by Mahabhashya. Okay, it has been written under Mahabhashya. So what is important is, if you look at here, the grammar theme has been asked. So Sanskrit grammar, who are the associated, you should be knowing. And here the other two options are related to Indian poetic and aesthetics, right? So that means that the different schools of Indian poetics will come. One is Alankara Shastra, which is related with Bhamaha, you should be knowing it. Another is Riti Shastra, which is associated with Vamana, you should be knowing it, right? Another is basically, Vakrokti, right, which is been associated with Kuntaka, you should be knowing it. plus Rasa, already you have told that it is Bharata, plus Abhinava Gupta you should be knowing, right? Dandi you should be knowing, Dandin. I'll just tell the name, you just search about them and understand, because explain what is that Padalalita Shastra and all, that becomes too much of poetics, but Dandin you should be knowing. Then Dwani you should be knowing, where Ananda Vardhana will write Dwanya Loka, right? So Dwani is, what is Dwani? Dwani is basically, it has been told something but it means something, right? It is a different inner tone is something. If I tell that it is raining and it is breeze like this, then I am just saying that it is the time to have a hot cup of tea with pakoda, like that. So it is not that I am telling about the weather report. If I am telling the weather is good today, so that means that I am telling something to my friend, right? So that is basically what it is about, Dwani Siddhanta. So it has been written by Dwanya Loka under Anandavardhan. So the poetic different schools, author name, don't go detail what is this Riti, what is this Guna, that you don't need to know, just school name and personalities associated with them and books associated with them. Only three things that you are supposed to do, not study the poetics, right? You are not studying the literature here. Similarly, grammar, author name, and then basically the literary. Similarly, the regional grammar, Tamil grammar, Tolakkapiyam is Tamil grammar book. So that you should be knowing. So the grammatical is one theme that has been asked here. Two names has been given related to poetics or Indian aesthetics. So the poetics themselves can ask as a question next time. So you should be careful. This is in 2025. So 26 May, you never know that poetic itself, he will get inspired by poetics. He will be start asking about Ananda Dharana. He will be asking about Vamana. He will be asking about Kuntaka. He will be asking about Dandin. Like that they can ask the question. Alright. So the themes we have discussed here is, one is grammar. Another is basically what? That is the Indian poetics and aesthetics. Different schools of Indian poetics and aesthetics. Okay. Alright. Now Mrucha Katika is ancient Indian book written by Shudraka, deals with. Okay, what is the story about? Again, you can see the theme. What is this story is about, right? So, the love affair of rich merchant with the daughter of courtesan. That is Charudatta, and that is the love story of a Charudatta and another courtesan. So that is basically has been written in Mrucha Katika. It was written by Shudraka. So the first option is correct. Other option you don't need to again do this. As I told you, victory of Gupta II over the Shaka Kshatrapa. Which book is it is about? Mudra Rakshasa is about emergence of Chandragupta Maurya after killing the Dhanananda. I told you another book where he went in the attire of women and then Devi Chandragupta. See, now this option was related to Devi Chandragupta. Next year they asked Devi Chandragupta. This is how the question. Now he sees this question. Now he can directly put that Devi Chandragupta. Now as a lecturer I will be knowing what he is talking about. I will write Devi Chandragupta and author name. So this story, that is victory of Chandragupta over Kshatrapas, was related to what? Devi Chandragupta. Later period, this question has come as a separate author and question. They did not ask about it, but the directly author name has been given, book name is. This is how the question will evolve. If you clearly observe, you start understanding it, right? Then the military expedition and the exploits of Samudragupta, where it has been written. Samudragupta ka bare mein, where it has been written. Allahabad pillar inscription, Allahabad Prashasti. Prashasti or a eulogy means basically someone praising about the king and these things. So Allahabad pillar inscription is related to the military expedition and exploits of the Samudragupta. So this statement is not related to Mrucha Katika. They won't create their statement. It is something else which they will bring here directly, right? So that is basically the military expedition. Who wrote basically Allahabad pillar inscription? It has been written by Harisena, right? So Harisena has written it. It is in Sanskrit. It has been in the same Allahabad pillar where Ashoka's pillar was there. In that pillar only this inscription is also there. He could have taken it and placed it somewhere, but he wanted to show that wherever that historical significance is there, there only he went and fixed, so that further to show his how great he was at that point of time, right? So that is how it will run. So this is about this is about nothing. There is no story about Princess of Kumarupa and this thing. This is not there. But these three are basically from the different stories only they have given the option, right? And that has been asked in the question in the later year when about Devi Chandra Gupta, right? Now foreign travelers, okay. Chinese traveler Yuan Sang, who visited India, recorded general condition and culture of the India at that time. In this context, which of the following statement is correct? Now, one thing, for this kind of question, don't assume that I should have studied this. Just imagine Harshavardhana time period. You read what it could have been. If you feel that that time period and this thought process is matching, you should pitting it as correct. Nobody will study, Suyuki of Huan Sang, the examiner will not study his book and pick the statement. So he will not give unless the wrong statements. Only if you see that if it is not making sense, you should be removing it. That's it. Don't think about I should be knowing about that in the first place. Now first statement you read. Roads and river routes were completely immune from robbery. Is it correct? No. So that means that first statement is incorrect. Now if I take out first statement, answer will be 2 and 3, right? So in many a times, observation, I have not studied, don't go with that mindset. If it is making sense, have that broader understanding and read them, in a peaceful way, right? Similarly, as regard to the punishment for offences, ordeals by the fire, water and poison were the instrument for determining the innocence or guilt of a person. So that means that, if you are telling, sir, I have not done the stealing, then what they will do, they will tie your hand, put it under a sack, put it under water. If you survive, then God's power was there because you are innocent, right? Otherwise, you are actually guilty. So detect the guilty, they were telling you to eat the poison. If you are really truthful, God will save you, right? So in that way, the ordeals of the punishment being tried and checked, and that is what the second statement is about. Third statement, tradesmen had to pay some duties at ferries. A very general statement. Tradesmen means they have to pay some tax. You don't need to worry whether he has told it or not. He would have told lot many things. In his, staying of so many years, he would have told so many things. That will not be always, examiner will give wrong. You have to read, if it is making sense, please pick it as correct. Don't worry that, I have not studied kind of thing, for this kind of question, right? Okay, so the second and 3 are correct. Even if you eliminate first one with the common sense, you will get the second and 3. Now, if it is about foreign travelers, who are other foreign travelers that has been came to India, that is your one thing. Foreign travelers, whose time period and what is their observation. Okay, 3 things you have to study. One, foreign travelers, their time period under whose king he has come to India, or the time period during whose he has come, and the third part is their observation at the broader level, right? Something, and if there is 2 people who are contemporary, that means that Kautilya is there, he is talking about Maurya in detail. Megasthenes is also there, he is also writing his observation. Now whenever these kind of things are there, then you should know the difference between their observation, right? For example, Huan Sang is there, Bana Bhatta is written about Harsha Charita. How that is different from this and this? What is his observation? What is his observation? So if they want to go a little deeper, then they can see the difference between their observation among the kingdom. Other than that, you don't need to study in detail about their observation. General observation would be more than sufficient, and time period becomes very, very important from where they have come from. And if they have in their life, let's say Huan Sang, he went and studied where? Nalanda University. So that becomes important, right? Similarly, I Singh, later he also came and studied in the Nalanda University. So if they are associated with something, that you should be knowing about their life, what they were associated with. Now if Huan Sang is there, Harshavardhana was defeated by whom? He was actually coming toward the south, Pulakeshi II. That means that how question can come? Huan Sang was contemporary of Pulakeshi II, right? So it will not be directly said that he went to Pulakeshi II and doing, but you know that he was during the period of Harshavardhana, he was there. At that point of time, Pulakeshi was fought with Harshavardhana. They can link that and ask the things. You should not think that I have studied everything about Huan Sang. Then you have to link that basic understanding and answer these kind of questions. All right. So now who are the major? One, you should be knowing about 2 basic foreign travelers, who is Nearchus, okay, Nearchus and Astrolabus. You can have Nearchus. He is basically not that he has been came to India, but he came with Alexander. Alexander, whenever he is going, because he wants to write everything, what he did, how he killed the people, how he conquered. So he always used to keep the historian with him so that they can write everything about him, right? So that can be recorded. Then they can say how the Alexander the Great, right? So whatever that he has done. So he used to bring the historians. With him few historians has come, but they are not the foreign traveler came to India, but they have discussed about that battle of Hydaspes, how he fought with Porus, and that Porus was been reinstated again because of his bravery by Alexander, how he defeated Ambi. Those things has been told, right? And next major foreign traveler for us is basically from the Greek, it is Megasthenes. Megasthenes and their work. What book Megasthenes has written? Indica has been written. So what is the observation which is different from Arthashastra? Because he told that there is no slavery in India. Because the slavery for him is very different what he has seen in Greek. People will be purchased, then they will be treated like animal. In India, it is not that slavery is something like that. It is just like a forced labor. I have taken you, I have given you certain tasks, you have to do this. But it does not mean that I will chain you and do the things. Right? Though he did not understand that slavery he was thought about. He came and saw here, he is not feeling that it is slavery. He thought that there was no slavery in India. But in detail, how the slave can become a slave, how a person can become a slave, how he can be liberated from a slave, everything has been written in Arthashastra. So that is one difference. Second, he has spoken about, there was no caste system, Varna system he has not spoken about. What he thought, all the people were having different jobs. So there are communities with respect to different profession is there, but there is no caste system. He was not understood that itself was the caste system. This person only has to do this job. That he did not understand. He only wrote about 7 different professions was there. So which is not correct. So that kind of wrong information or the wrong things that he has been observed. So how it is different from Arthashastra, you should be knowing about it. Then, and he came during the tenure of whom? Chandragupta, right? So that you should be knowing. And his book is Indica, you should be knowing. That's it. Now when it comes to later part, Gupta period, Faheen has come, and he came during the period of Chandragupta II. Okay, and he wrote a book called Fokoki. Okay, Fokoki. Okay, so that you just remember his name. And he observed how Gupta Empire was there. Chandragupta II he has come. He has also appreciated about Maurya's ka, what is that? Pataliputra city. So that you should be knowing. That's it about it. Then the next Chinese foreign traveler came was Yuan Sang, because all their intention was nothing to do with going to the king and doing. They wanted to study Buddhism. Buddhism has spread to China. Now where it has been emerged, original text where it is available in India. If they want to write about Buddhism, they come here, study the original text, actually what Vinaya Pitaka has said, what is Abhidhamma Pitaka has said. So they wanted to study the original text. They come in the search of religion, how originality it was, and then they want to bring it back to their own land. So for they come more from the religious perspective rather from someone from the ambassador of other kings. So they came from China to understand these things. So then finally Ising came. Ising came a little later, right, during the Pallava period, like that he has came basically. So Ising, before him basically Yuan Sing, before him Faheen. These are the 3 Chinese travelers that has traveled. In Indo-Greek it is basically Megasthenes that you should be knowing. But in the medieval India during Tughlaq, Ibn Battuta, right, like that you should be knowing about Ibn Battuta and those things basically from where? In the medieval period. That when we are discussing the medieval period, we will go about it. For ancient India, these 4 people are very, very important. Alright? Okay. Next, Faheen. This is this year question, 2025. During the reign of Chandragupta. Right. Now, if you know that it is Chandragupta II, other option is anyways incorrect, but have the basic understanding of Samudragupta. That is Allahabad pillar inscription, what the fight he has fought, who was his contemporary. He was also known for playing the veena, so himself was a musician. So those things about Samudragupta you should be studying. Along with that, Kumaragupta I, he is known for what? Constructing the Nalanda University. So that you should be knowing. And Skandagupta, what he is known for? He is known for stopping the Huns invasion. Huns has basically attacked the India and he stopped. So for that basically, and also he is known for basically, again renovating the Sudarshan Lake, right, which has been previously renovated by Rudrasena I, again using the forced labor which is called Vishti during the Gupta period, he again used those labors and then he cleaned the Sudarshana lake. Right, so that is another two things about Skanda Gupta that you should be knowing. There are major achievements in 4 or 5 major achievements. If they are very important, then know their titles also. If they know some will be Rajadi Raja, right? So like that, know their title. For example, Chandragupta II, also called as Vikramaditya. Like that, know their titles. Because in this year, Pallava ka question mein they have given the title and asked this title is related to whom. Right, so just have their basic information about the major king, their title, major achievement 2-3 line mein. Not that who he has married to, what he has done, that thing is not required. What only understand the philosophy behind it. For example, Chandragupta II made her daughter marry with a Shaka king so that they can have a good relation. Now, if you marry a king to another, matrimonial alliance will happen, you will never be treated as enemy so that you can concentrate on others who are surrounded by you and help them. Then he died, the king has died. Then Prabhavati Gupta herself actually became the leader because the children were minor and she ruled, who is the daughter of Chandragupta II. So that much you should be knowing basic about it, that he is known for matrimonial alliance. That's it. With whom, who was the king, that detailing is not required. Since Prabhavati Gupta herself actually ruled over that part of Shaka kingdom of western part, you should be knowing about it. That's it. And major Nalanda University, then contemporary Vallabhi Learning Center, right? So that is the Vallabhi University is also there, which is contemporary to Nalanda University. So that you should be knowing about the Vallabhi University. The major universities in the ancient India you should be knowing about. One Nalanda, Vikramasila University, Taxila University. Taxila was long back, right? This Panini, Charaka, all this has studied in Taxila University, right? So it has studied medicine also, it has studied astronomy also. So different people have studied the Taxila University, you should be having the broader understanding about it, right? Let's it. Now this is very easy now. Following person came to India one after the other, put the chronological order. Who should be the first? Megasthenes, during Maurya kingdom he came. After that, Gupta, Fahin. Now after that, Huansang, Chandra, Harshavardhana. Last May, Ising, right? So during Ising, who were there? Pallava were there, Chalukya were there. So that, like that, you just have the broader understanding. So that is 3 should come first, then 1, 4, 2. 3, 1, 4, 2. B will be your option, right? That is about the foreign travelers. That's it about the sources, right? So now we will move to prehistoric, right? So after this I will give a break. You have lunch. One day we are keeping entirely for prelims, right? So we will finish the remaining part today itself. I don't want to have two classes for this, because one day full stretch, your notes is ready, your questions are ready, then I will share this PPT, right? There is a prelim guidance group, bolke telegram mein there is a group. You join that group, basically I will share there whatever the important thing, and there are some current affairs also there with respect to sites, that I will just give the link name. You go and read the current affairs. I will not give the notes and all, I just guide you. It is more about guidance that you going to study, but I will tell you which are in news. So that from last 1.5 year, which prehistoric site is in news, which Indus Valley civilization is in news. Then you can just use them and study and understand the history part of it, right? Okay. Now we will do prehistoric and then basically we will take a break. All right? All right. Now, Burza home, right? So if you see what is this sites and what they are known for. So in Paleolithic or the prehistoric, what is prehistoric? Why we call it as a prehistoric? Because there is no literary source, no script available. Only you can study them through archaeological findings. That is why we call it as prehistory, right? Proto-history is what Indus Valley civilization, because script is available, but we have not ciphered. So that means that it is not completely prehistory, but it is not completely history also, because we have not decoded it as such. So it is called as proto-history, and then basically we will have something called history after that, basically, right? So 3 things. Now these are the sites. Here they have mixed different sites, Chalcolithic, Neolithic, and then different sites has been mixed and what they were known for. This is 2023 question, right? Burza home, where it is, which kind of site it is? Burzahom, where it is Burzahom, where it is Kashmir, right? So the Kashmir, if you think now, where there is hunting and gathering, those things basically, right? So then it is basically a Neolithic, right? The later period where people can settle, do the agriculture. Because in a Paleolithic, it is more in a hunter and gather. They were more in a forest, right? In Mesolithic also. Over a period of Neolithic, settled, everything has started coming. And Burzahom and Gurfakal, there are two places which are important Neolithic site in Kashmir. What they were known for? Pit dwelling, and second, the animal bones. During the burial site, along with man, animal also is there. Like that, dog burials as well as, pit dwelling it is known for. What is pit dwelling now? Now, before that, you understand that. Now you know that it is Kashmir. So in the Kashmir means cold region. Can we have a rock cut shrines there? First, you should have a rock to cut, right? So that means that that cannot be your answer. So if you remove 1, then it will be 3, 2 and 3, right? So that means that 3 is the common Ganeshwar artifact. It is there in both the option. Now only you have to think about Chandraketukar and terracotta art. What is terracotta art? Using it from clay and doing that. So this is something ubiquitous. Everywhere you can find it. It is not something it will not find here. It will be find here. So I can consider this as correct. Right, and the larger picture if I want to take the chance, because it is more not of a very specific issue, it is about a clay art that can be done anywhere. So in that sense, basically if I remove 1, 2 and 3 will be your answer. So answer will be 2 and 3. Now know about Burzahom, it is about pit dwelling. Next year they can ask about Burzahom separately, or a state of Burzahom they can ask, state of Chandraketugar they can ask, or Ganeshwar state they can ask. Like that they can ask about the other part of it, the geographical part of it. So know about the site. So what is pit dwelling now? See, what is pit? Go word by word. What is pit? Underground. You will take the pit, right? Dwelling means what? House. So that means that whenever igloos, Eskimos is a tribe in Canada and Scandinavian country where it is too much cold, and ice act as a bad conductor of heat. It will not allow heat to come. So what they will do, they will dig a ice form. Within ice, they will construct, through ice only they construct house and they stay. So that whatever the cold air or the wind it comes, this ice will not allow it to enter itself. So they can feel warm by looking or staying within the ice. Right. So like that you make a house by dwelling or taking a pit in the ice, so that inside you will feel heat compared to what it can be built a outside house. So that is what pit dwelling is. They used to construct a pit and within that they used to site. So that you should be knowing. And other Neolithic site, important site you should be knowing. Chirand, it is known for tool making. This you should be knowing. Ash mounds can be found in the southern region, that is Hallur, right? So those region sites that you should be knowing about. So Neolithic sites mostly important, and most importantly what it is known for, that much is enough. Don't study 100 places, 10, 50 places. Only if something unique is there about that place, you study about it. Other than that, in generally terracotta is finding, you don't need to worry about. Generally something tools is founding, that you don't need to. If there is something unique there, right, which has Kodilwa, that is basically somewhere rice has been found, which has Mehergarh, first time agriculture has evidence has been found. Something unique is there, then you study about it. Other than that, you don't need to worry about it. Right. So in that way, you have to study only something first time or important is happening and it is unique for that place. General, all the 10 information you don't need to mug up. Only unique information. Pit dwelling is unique to these two places, you should remember it. Alright. So similarly, Chandraketugar, it is a port in West Bengal known for basically pre-Mauryan era to till Palas. It was acted as a port. Right. And also it is known for terracotta art. Next is Ganeshwar, copper artifact. Ganeshwar is in Rajasthan. It is a major copper extract site. It is near the K3 region. K3 is known for what? Copper. So to send the copper to Bronze Age also, Harappan also, they were taking the copper from here. So these two are correct. Okay, so that you should be. This is a Chalcolithic site. This is basically Chandraketugar. It is not one site that it has there for a very long time. Right. So Burzahom is a Neolithic site. Now if this is 2024 question. Now you see this Chandraketugar again asked. Last time what they had asked? Terracotta art. This time what they had asked? Gone one depth. Odisha, then trading port town. Right, now this is getting inspired and being asked. Now in the Chandraketugar, where it is, if you have studied last time, where it was? West Bengal. So automatically this option goes wrong. Right. So 1 if it is goes wrong, that means that 2 and 3, 3 and 4. What is common in both the option? 3. So that means that Mangadu, Kerala megalithic site is done, right? So that means that now within 2 and 4 you are supposed to pick one in the examination hall, right? So what is that? Inamgaon, Maharashtra, Chakolithic site. Yes, correct. So that means that you can take this out, right? So that means that 2 and 3 should be your answer. Now what is 4? Salihundam, Andhra Pradesh, correct, but it is not rock cut shrines. It is Chaitya and Vihar regular, Buddhist monument is there, but not a rock cut shrine. So without knowing it also, if you know this, automatically if you know this and this, you are getting your answer because 3 is becoming common, alright. So again, as I told you, 3 pairs has been asked. One place, what it is known for and time. Now they can ask the period also here, Neolithic, Chalcolithic, like that they can ask here. Here similarly the same question has been asked. What is the Chalcolithic? What it is known for also they can ask. Next time they can give Inamgaon, here they can rather than Chalcolithic, what is the major excavation that I've seen. So only these things you are supposed to remember, alright. Now which among the following statement with reference to Neolithic period is not correct? Okay, what is not correct? Now for this you have to tell, read and tell. Don't worry about your knowledge, just in what makes sense, what don't make sense. So only one statement is not correct, right? You have to read and tell me the answer. The characteristic feature included ground and polished stone tools, agriculture, animal domestication, pottery. Correct. It is also called as New Stone Age, right? Then the characteristic features appeared almost at the same time in various parts of the subcontinent. Will it happen like that? Everything happens in phase by phase. Somewhere it was happened in Mehergarh, northwest region, 8,000 years ago only there was a agriculture. Neolithic in the southern region was 2,000 years ago. So that means that it has changed from one place to other place, how it will emerge. It can never happen in a history, it is emerged from one place to another place in a simultaneous way. So this you can easily take it out. So this is not correct. First is earliest evidence of agriculture is found in Mehergarh around 8000 BC. Now this Mehergarh is in news. Okay. So Mehergarh is in news. Please study about Mehergarh. Now something called accelerator hypospectry, some research with a different type of carbon dating methodology. It has predicted that Mehergarh was not 8000 BC back, it is just 5000 BC back. That is the new research that they have told with the new technology, not regular carbon dating but another type of carbon dating that they have done which is more advanced. Now they are predicting the date, it is in news in April this year. So just have that Mehergarh understanding that it is in news. So little bit you study about it, where it is in the map you see and which part of, whether it is a Neolithic, Paleolithic, Mesolithic, that you should. It is a Neolithic site, you should be knowing it because 8000 BC suddenly Mesolithic come to your mind. So in that way you should be having the broader understanding, right? Yeah, I have put it, okay. Indus Valley farming started later than thought. If you are looking new dating at Mehergarh, rewrite South Asia's agriculture origin. So it was in the news Nature, this my article was has. So I just put this. Like that I will give you all these headings only. From there you have to study about it in your internet. You just search the internet and study what it is. Like that for other sites also I will just give them. Okay. Now another question, something called Levallois technique. What is Levallois technique? It is not there in your any NCERT. One, it refers to making perforated Harappa pottery, that is option number 1. Second, it refers to making prehistoric flake tools. Now see, in the exam, first of all, let's not answer it. First let's think that can both happen at the same time. It refers to pottery also, it refers to tool also. Can it happen both the way? So that means that what you should know, both 1 and 2 cannot be your answer. Right? So even in one, if you are getting the answer, then other way you will be knowing. So what is this Levallois? It is actually a tool making technology which related to middle Paleolithic period. Right? Paleolithic mein there are 3 parts. Because you have seen that 5 lakh to 10,000, we are keeping it for almost 5 lakh years, right? In this time period can be further divided, within which first is basically your lower Paleolithic, then basically middle Paleolithic, upper Paleolithic. In the upper Paleolithic, before what the tools they were having boulders, not anything, big boulders, you go and kill animal, or you want to take something. So you cannot have it a weaponized kind of thing. Then they brought the levelized technique where they made it like a tortoise shape first. The core has happened, then you cut in a different angle, different tools are coming. So that is called levelized technique, right? So core is prepared first, and then you have a different weapons or the tools ready. So that kind of, then that has been led them to come up with more weapons, and more hunting and gathering has started happening. So why the Levallois has been there? Levallois is a town name, it is there in France. Okay, so where that tool has been found there first time. After there, wherever the technology has found, they just started using it as a Levallois technique. Levallois technique. It is not that the Levallois is a place in the France. So that you should be knowing, and this what they will have that term. What is the meaning? They won't go how it is done, how Levallois stacking will be done. That you don't need to worry. You don't need to go that deep. Understand the terminology related to what. That's it. All right. Next, last question I think. Right. We were taking a break. Different periods. Again, Stone Age India, not that ancient or a Neolithic, overall Stone Age India. In India, first statement, different periods are identified based on the type and technology of stone tools. Correct? Correct. There are no regional variation in the type and technology of the tools in the different period. Is it correct? No. So 2 is correct, incorrect. So 2 is incorrect. Now 1 is there, 3 is there. 1 you know that it is correct. So that means that answer should be 1 only. Let's read 3. Stone Age culture of different period evolved uniformly in neat unilinear fashion all over the subcontinent. So just broader understanding, right? So again, you know that that is wrong. Now if you look at the question, what are the question has come? Only sites and what they were known for. Even now, that is also from the last 2 years, they have started asking little about the places. Much before they had asked the characteristic only. Now they are asking the sites and features related to it. So you should be knowing these things, right? Now we will take a break and start with Indus Valley civilization, right? So and other things, right? So wherever that is coming, I will go a little faster. So we'll meet at 2:30, right? Have a good lunch and come. Don't have too much of lunch and come, right? Right? So we'll come and discuss. Plus, hopefully you meet and write everything so that next week say you don't have anything to read about this. All right? All right. ಯಾವುದು So shall we begin? It's 2:30, right? All right. So it's little hot, right? This is not working. Right. So we'll begin. All right. So we'll start with Indus Valley Civilization. Right. Now this is the 2025 question. Okay. The famous female figurine known as Dancing Girl found at Mohenjo-daro is made of bronze. Right, which is pretty straightforward question. Right. Now, if you look at the themes, what will you understand here? One, the at where it's been rest. So that means that Harappa mein what can be seen, Kalibangan mein what can be seen, Lotan mein what can be seen. That kind of question is the one kind of theme that you can expect. That is site, and important finding are the excavated things that they can be asking. Second, these important sculptures what we say, they are made of what material, right? So that means that, for example, you have a bearded priest, right? So it is made of what? Steatite or a soapstone you can say, but it is a steatite. If you want to exactly give the exact name of it, then it is steatite, right? Then also at Harappa you can see that the male torso, right? So which is made up of what? That is made up of red sandstone. So male torso is made up of red sandstone, right? Right. Bearded priest is basically made up of steatite. Then you have a terracotta images also made of clay, that is mother goddess, right? So mother goddess is made up of terracotta. That is one. The question is about the various sculpture that can be found and the material used and where it is being used or where it is being found, right? And now also along with that there is certain material which basically India used to, or Indus Valley civilization they used to import, some they used to export, right? So what are the various sources, right? For example, lapis lazuli, right? Some material, where you used to find it? In the Afghanistan Shartugoi region, right? So this is basically found in Gujarat itself, right? You can have carnelian, which is a semi precious stone kind of thing, that you can find it in Gujarat. But if you look at various imports, tin we used to import from Afghanistan, right? The copper we used to basically use it for our bronze making from the Rajasthan, India itself. Gold from the far south, that is maybe KGF kind of region where we are doing it, right? So that is basically what is the major sources material where it will be found, and various material that is used to be found at that point of place also can be asked. For example, carnelian. This is all for what they were using this carnelian? Not for, yes, for bead making, ornaments, jewels, right? So because they are a precious stone, you want to keep it at anklet and so and so, right? Then there will be agate, then there will be jasper. These are certain material that were, again you don't need to study about them, just to know that whichever the material used to be there during the Harappan civilization, and if there are any important statues or the sculpture is found, what it is made up of. Very famous one, not for the general one, right? Copper horse is also is found, right? So not horse, what is that? Copper bull, that is also has been seen. So like that you are supposed to understand. So that is basic question. And then this is basically clay is used for what? Terracotta, that is mother goddess has basically used for this, right? Now gold, again for ornament we were using, not for this. So it is a straightforward question, but the theme remains same. Important places, what are the various things that you can find. In Mohenjo-daro, especially apart from bronze girl, what can be found? What are the various things that you have been, it has been found in basically Mohenjo-daro, not just sculptures. Great bath, granary, then What is there in Mohenjo-daro? Priest king, right? So that is one thing that you are supposed to understand, right? Again, which of the following animals was not represented in seals and terracotta art of the Harappan culture? Cow, right? Cow was not been, majorly seen anywhere, right? That is more a part of what? Vedic period, right? In the Vedic period where we have a terminology is called Gau, Gavishti. Gavishti means search of cows. The pastoral, they were who are having more cows, who is more rich. So that is basically the early Vedic period ka character. Cow cannot be seen during this. What other animals are not been seen? Now cow to you have got. Now you have to think that what is not been found with respect to other animals. Horse cannot be found, right? Or you cannot have camel over there, right? You do not find it in the seals basically. Lion is not there, tiger is there, right? Like that the major animals that has not been found, and within the metals iron is not been there, right? So that way you should be knowing what is not there in the village, so they can mix it and just check your basic understanding, right? So that is basically elephant is there. Then rhinoceros are there, tiger is there, then what else you will have? Unicorn, humped bull. Humped bull can be found, it is also called as zebu. Okay, sometimes this word will be given, so we won't be knowing it is about humped bull because we have learnt about humped bull, right? So the zebu sometimes can be given, which is nothing but a humped bull. So which animals that can be seen, right? Similarly, with the Pashupati seal, certain animals were there. So you should be knowing, when Pashupati seal mein which animal were represented. So that is the broader understanding, and whatever the animals that has been represented, if you look closely, they are more of a, a wild kind of animals rather than a domestic animal. Dog has not been shown, cat has, like that animals has not been shown. Whatever the animals in the scenes that they have used, they are more of a more ferocious and more kind of this, right? So, and this also makes you understand that animals were also being worshipped along with this, right? So mother goddess will give you an idea that female deities were there. So female, as well as the priest god will show you that male deities was been. Then nature is also being worshipped, right? So this is basically the worship or the religion with different things that they used to do. And with respect to religious practice, there were in Kalibangan, what do you have? Fire altars, right? So there may be some kind of rituals that they were doing. Fire altars can be seen. Along with that, also Bengal factory Kalibangan mein it is there. Along with that, basically in Kalibangan you also have a plow, right? So that is also there, but that is not what I am talking about. The ritual may, if I am talking about ritual, one is fire altars, another is great bath that you can find at the Mohenjo-daro. This at the broader understanding you should be having. But now why they are being used, will never ask. Why? Because we don't have any literary sources to prove it. All we know that there is a great bath. But why it is used, that you cannot find it through the archaeological sources. Archaeological mein as maximum I can say that this can be found here. So we will assume the things. Maybe this is a priest king. Now if the priest king is shown, that means that people will assume what? He is maybe a king also, he can be a preacher also. So that kind of Raja Rushi concept that we say, right? So the king has to be a preacher also, philosopher also, right? And also if you can see the thing, it is a city-state concept. Every city may you can find different things. So that means that it is not having a same structure everywhere. So if it is changing means every city has their own kind of administration. Though overall the same administration is there, but somewhere there will be citadel, some will be 3 parts of the city, some will be there is no citadel at all. So there will be a different city-state kind of administration is happening rather than a kingdom kind of, one kind of, the administration was happening. That we can assume. We can come to a, but there is no guarantee about them. So they will not ask such question. So whatever the question that can be proven, only that will be asked. Now Pashupati can be a proto-Shiva also, or he may not be a proto-Shiva also, right? So proto-Shiva is someone just has told, mother goddess. It can be told as a fertility god also, but it may not be a fertility god also. But we don't know about what it is exactly, so it will not be asked. But what were the animals were there with the Pashupati seal, that is something proven which can be seen through eyes. That has been excavated, that will be asked. So you don't need to worry about its analysis part, what it is. Because we have not have anything, script has not been deciphered, don't need to worry about the analysis part, whether the CAT system was there. Just because Citadel is there, Lower Town is there, you cannot say that it is a working class people, this is a ruling class people. It may be, because there is a higher town, lower town. So it may be basically a kind of distinction among the class may happen. So, but we are not having guarantee. So that kind of analytical question will not be asked, because that depends upon the historian who will analyze it in a different way. So you don't need to only worry about what can be seen through the eyes, what can come to a conclusion through the archaeological evidences. So material, archaeological evidence is there. What it is used? Archaeological evidence. So if you find a dockyard at Lothal, then there is a archaeological evidence. So only the archaeological evidences that can be seen, only that can be told as this is what it is. Alright? Okay. Next. Important finding and match the following. Lothal is what? Dockyard. Now if Lothal, where it is? Which state it is? One, it can come as what is the important it is for. Nowadays what they are doing? They are adding geography part also. How they are adding geography part? One, state wise they are asking. Second, if there are major rivers on the banks of which if it is there, that will be asked. Right. So for example, Lothal is on the Sabarmati river. Right. So that will be basically can be asked as geographical feature. So that way you are supposed to study the places, rivers associated with major excavation or the major things that has been found over there. So Lothal is basically what? Dockyard. Right. Just match it. Kalibangan, flowed field. Right. Dholavira. Now if these two are there basically, right, I can have A1, B2, only on a C3, D4, right. So that means that in Dholavira, not only you are having a hydraulic water system, along with that there are 10 large inscription which are having a 10 large numbers ka inscription is there, which has been called as Dholavira signboard. Right, Dholavira signboard means basically larger 10 this thing can be seen in Dholavira. Two kind important, one is for hydraulic, other is this. And recently both of them what they have done? World Heritage Site may also they have added it, UNESCO World Heritage Site. So Dholavira becomes important in that way also. Right, and also if you have seen government's policies with respect to semiconductor fab labs, where they are bringing it to again Dholavira and those region basically, right. So that was also, it was in the news for fab industry. Fab means semiconductor may they will do the fabrication, right, not that production but the fabrication, that will be done through this also. Under that also it has been announced as Dholavira has been taken. And also if you look at Lothal, there was a museum, right, maritime museum has been done by the recent government. So that means that that can also be asked with respect to that. So if it is in news, they can ask a feature of it, which river it is in. They might not ask you directly this, but about its features that can be asked. Alright, clear. Then Banavali terracotta replica of a plow, which is a very less information. You cannot remember this as for me, right, because they are small, right, but you can take it since it has been already asked. This is also important, so you can consider it as important, right. Right. Now regarding the Indus Valley civilization, consider the following statement. It was the second one theme that we have discussed is features of Indus Valley civilization, how religion was, how urbanization was. This is the first urbanization, our first urbanized civilization that has happened in India is this. When was the second urbanization has happened? During the Mahajanapadas. So that means that Vedic may it was more of a rural and pastoral, because that they were having cow, they were actually periodic in the Iron Age may they were clearing more land and bringing more agriculture land into the picture, but they were not urbanized. But the trade that you can see, that can be seen through basically Mahajanapadas, because northwest may they came, and that invasion is also there basically. So it has given the route for basically external trade also. The second level of cities has been developed under various monarchies, right, like Avanti, Ujjain, all these have been developed, and that is Pataliputra, all these have been. So second urbanization happened during Mahajanapadas. First urbanization is basically happened during the Harappan civilization. Now what is it? It is predominantly secular civilization, yes, and religious element though present did not dominate the scene. Right, there is nothing called temple, and so you can find many things, you can only analyze, but there is not dominated for a long time. Right, you cannot keep on seeing that Yajnaka fire altars. In Kalibangan you can see, but it is not there everywhere. It is there everywhere. These yajnas are happening, sacrifice is happening. That has started happening through the early Vedic, and it has become more extensively. It happened during the later Vedic period. So it was more of a general statement. When you are reading, if it is making sense, you should correct it. Don't worry too much about it, right? Second, during this period, cotton was used for manufacturing textile in India, right? So cotton was actually can be seen during the Indus Valley civilization. The textile used to be exported to the Mesopotamia also, right? You can have that, looms also, spinned wools ka basically replicas of spinned wools is there, right? So those things also can be seen, and they say that cotton has been, that is why Sindon, that name has been started from cotton itself, Sindhu, Sindon. Then that is why, Sindhu civilization, all this has come not for the river, but the Sindhu is basically, Sindon is basically used for the term used for the cotton, right? So in that way you can have the broader understanding of it. Now when you are talking about it, what I am telling, you should be knowing about major export and import. When he is telling about cotton is being manufactured, and you should be knowing about major. Then wheat, barley, those crops used to be grown, that you should be knowing. Rice you find very, very less, right? You will not find too many rice place as such in the this thing. There are rice places, but yes. Then horse is not been found. Though in Surkatoda, which is in Gujarat, we say that there is a remain of horse, but that is still debated. So we are not sure whether it is horse or not horse, because it has not been found anywhere else, right? So yes. So that means that what should be the answer? This is correct, this is incorrect. Answer will be 2 only, right? Next. Which of the following characterize? Again another theme is characteristics of the Indus Valley civilization. Now they possessed great palaces and temples. Were they having temples? When the temple construction started? During the Gupta period. Gupta period, initial temple construction has started. Up to Guptas, not only Indus Valley civilization, up to Guptas, there was no temples as such. The temple or the Nagara architecture's beginning or Panchayatana style that we say, this has started during the Gupta period, and 2 important temples that you should be knowing, right? One, Dasharatha temple, or it is there in basically Diogar, right? That is one important temple, and Baitargaon mein brick temple is there, right? So Baitargaon and Diogar are the 2 important places for the early temples that can be seen during the period of Guptas. So that is where initially the temple beginning has happened. Up to Guptas there were no temple construction. So this basically goes wrong. Now however, when they are asking this, in the contemporary civilization like Mesopotamia as well as Egypt, we can see the great palaces and temples. There were no city states there. Central administration was there. Completely the taller temples were there, right? So in Mesopotamia, ziggurats, okay, the place is called ziggurats, that kind of temples which they call it as ziggurats. And in Egyptian civilization we have 2 major things. One is basically colossal temples. See, whenever you are doing this, what you do is in internet search this ziggurat, how it looks like, so that you can always remember that. So whenever the new term comes, how colossal temples looks like in Egypt. And another is pyramid, that you will be knowing, the mummy, that what we say, right? So those 2 are basically that you can see in the Egyptian civilization. That is, in the contemporary civilization there were great palaces as well as temples, but in terms of this is more centralized in Egyptian as well as Mesopotamia. Ours is city state kind of, so there was no one centralized kind of administration that can be seen, and there are no great temples and palaces. So when it goes wrong, what will be our option? 1 goes wrong, 1 goes wrong. Now it can be 2 only, or none of them is correct. That means that 3 is automatically incorrect. If second is correct, if this is the option, then 3 is automatically incorrect. So see what is 3. They employed horse-drawn chariots in warfare. Is it correct? No. We are even questioning that, even Surkadota mein, whether it is there, whether it is horse or not, we are not. So horse chariots is something way beyond it. It has started during the later Vedic period. So that again, you can say that this is something wrong. Now see the second one. Anyways it was wrong, because if I eliminate 1, only 3 is not available. So now we have to see the 2. What is the second statement? They worshipped both male, female deities. So this becomes correct. Answer will be 2 only. The basic characteristic will be seen. Larger may you should be knowing. If they are worshipping image worship, what are they doing? No. Right. So image worship they were not doing. They were not doing. Are they doing the nature worship? Yes. Right. Nature worship, people tree has been worshipped. Right. So you can see the nature worship. You can see the male and female deities, but you will not see the temples or the religious practices, or it is more of a secular in the nature. Right. So that is what you have to supposed to understand. Now if you look at this question, 2018 with reference to difference between Rigvedic Aryans and Indus Valley. As we have told, when we are talking about early Vedic, which is also called Rigvedic, because other Vedas has been came during later Vedic period. In the early Vedic there was only Rigveda, right? So the early Vedic period is also called as Rigvedic period, right? So now the difference between Harappan and Rigveda will be one important theme. Early Vedic, later Vedic is another important thing. So that is the another thing. Rigvedic Aryans used the coat of mail and helmet in the warfare, whereas the people of Indus Valley civilization did not leave any evidence of using them. Right? Now again, sir, I have not read coat of mail and helmet in warfare. That detail may broader may if it is making sense or not that you are supposed to. If they were a king, they will be fighting and they will be wearing the helmet, and because the wars are happening. In the Indus Valley division, have you heard about any wars as such? No, right? So that means that in the early Valley, at least you are having a, the Dasraja battle or the battle of 10 kings, right? So that you can see during the early Vedic period. So wars were happening between the Janapadas and those things. A small fight was happening, right? So this cannot be this correct. So that means that one is there. Now let's go to the other options. Rigvedic Aryans knew gold, silver, copper, whereas Indus Valley civilization people knew only copper and iron. What was wrong here? Iron, right? So they were not knowing iron. Iron was came during later Vedic period. Even the Rigvedic people did not know about iron. So in that sense that goes incorrect. So if you remove 2, then it will be 1 only, 1 and 3 only. That means that now 1 is there in both the option. Without knowing about coat of mail or helmet, still I know that 1 is common. That means that 1 has to be correct because it is there in both the option, remaining option. Now only your job is to check 3, whether 3 is correct or not, right? Now Rigvedic Aryans had domesticated the horse, whereas there is no evidence of Indus people having been aware of this animal, right? Now this is also correct. Some people have put it as an extreme statement. They are not aware means what, right? Because we did not have any archaeological evidence as of now. So we believe that they were not aware as of now. There is no evidence that they were aware. We are not saying that they were not aware, but there is no evidence as of now that they are not aware. So that is correct, right? So that means that answer should be what? 1 and 3 only. So that is about again comparison between, themes as I have already discussed in the beginning itself, that the comparison between Rigvedic and Harappan civilization was the important theme, with the crop, with the metals that they were using, with the kind of economy. One is urbanized, one is rural, one is having knowing cow, another is not knowing cow. All this differentiation you should be having along with geographical extension, where they have spread, where Rigvedic Aryans can be found. This difference that you should be knowing about. They will be more about Indus Valley civilization, here it is more about Gangetic plain may they have come. So that difference also you should be knowing about these two civilizations. So divide them into different parts and try to understand. Alright. Next, which one of the following is not a Harappan site? Now when I discuss with the sources of Mauryan kingdom, I told you what is the first inscription? Sohagora copper plate inscription. So this was during the Chandragupta Maurya, where in this inscription he has spoken about during the famine, how you should prepare a granary and keep it ready. So that has been discussed, and it is during the Chandragupta Maurya period basically, that is during the Mauryan period. So Sohagora is basically a Mauryan site, not the Indus Valley site. So what I am telling, see, it is not that always I know all the sites. Even if you have studied Mauryas properly, you would have done this in that way, right? So that is why first always start with the inscription. It is one of the major inscription that we are talking about. So automatically this is the correct answer. Now Chanudaro you will be knowing. Where is Chanudaro? Where is Chanudaro? It is in Pakistan, right? So most of the sites that we study in the beginning, right? So all of them are in Pakistan. Fort Diji, Pakistan. Chanudaro, Pakistan. Mohenjo-daro, Pakistan. Harappa, Pakistan. After that, what happened? 1915, where there is partition happened. Now only they have excavated Mohenjo-daro they have started excavating only surrounding area and know that Harappa is there, this is there, this is there. Indian sites were nowhere excavated, which are right now Lothal is there, Kalibangan is there, they have excavated post-independence. Because now we also want to establish Indus Valley civilization not only in Pakistan, it is also was there in India, because that was not doing that during the British period, they have just understood that and they have left it. Then basically S.R. Rao, right? So Gupta, those things basically included, and ASI become more active and started excavating this part of the sites. Then we started getting, if you look at the excavation years, you see that the Indian sites have excavated post-independence. That is, once the partition has happened, Indus Valley civilization went there, most of the sites that has been excavated during the British period. Later, whatever the site that we are climbing now, Desalpur, Lothal, Kalibangan, Baniwal, all these sites has been excavated post-independence. So that is one thing that you should be knowing. So, this is also, it is there in this. So what is this Chanudaro is known for? It is a bead making industry. Then it is a city without citadel. It was not having any citadel. Citadel means there is a structure like this, upper town, lower town. This is called citadel, this is called lower town. Upper town mein basically these merchants, or the kings, they, ruling class used to be stay. That is what the analysis, but there is no guarantee about it. So question will not be directly asked that they were staying here, but you should be knowing this is citadel, and this city is without a citadel, right? And Fort Diji, why it is important? This is basically Harappan civilization themselves has been divided into three parts. It is not that urbanization happens from the beginning itself. Early larger villages will happen, they start flourishing. Once they start flourishing, more economic activity will happen, then urbanization will happen. So Harappan civilization also having pre-Harappa, mature Harappan phase, late Harappan phase. And this Fort Diji is a pre-Harappan site, earlier Harappan site. Right, in Kalibangan also you can see the early Harappan site. So they have started early compared to the mature Harappan site. So that will, in that case, you should be knowing this because it is a part of early Harappan site. Now Desalpur, again it is in Gujarat, right? So this is also a port city near to Lothal. So, but it is not that important, it is not given in any book, but this can be done only through knowing the Sohagora, otherwise it becomes very difficult to do. I will not say that you should be knowing the Desalpur also, some book may it has been given, but it did not mean that we will study all 100 sites. Most important, we will be knowing. Desalpur may nothing special is there as such, which has a unique in the nature, right? So in that way, but however knowing the Sohagora I can take it. Again the sources of Indian history can come to help for these kind of things, right? Now when I say about Sohagora, I am talking about inscription. So inscription always study from the kingdom wise, so that you can remember easily rather than mugging it up. Try to understand Maurya ka history mein which inscription was there. One is Sohagora copper plate inscription, then all is Ashoka's pillar inscription. Right, pillar inscription mein you can be knowing, and within that pillar inscription there is something called major pillar inscription, minor pillar inscription. What is this major and minor? Now we have mugged up 14 major is there, 12, what is this major and what is this minor? Is it the length of the pillar that we are talking about? Why we call major edicts minor edicts? So how do you decide what is important, what is not important? I mean, as a historian, you may find something important, I might not find something important. So major means what? It is about the general guidance, about the governance, about what you are supposed to do. It is a talking about in general what the population should do. Minor is about specific issue. For example, Rumendev pillar inscription. It is in Nepal, basically in Lumbini, right? When Ashoka visited Lumbini, that is the birthplace of Buddha, he felt that to promote that Buddhism, he gave taxes very less for them. So that he decided and announced in that pillar inscription. It is a specific matter related to that place itself. It is not talking about the entire people and how it has to be done. But in others, major pillar 1, what they will do? or major rock edict 1, what they will do, they will tell that, banning of sacrifice, banning of, sacrificing the animals for, these yajnas and other things will be banned. This is common to apply to all the citizens there in their Mauryan Empire. You should follow this Dhamma. That is common to everybody. There will be medical care facility for animals also, humans also. This is common for everybody. When he wants to talk to his people or subject, that is basically major. But if it is talking about particular issue, right, only about king they are informing, the Ashoka did this, Ashoka did this, personal about Ashoka information. For example, Musky Edict. Musky Edict may, or Nallur, what we are having the name of the Ashoka. Otherwise, it was always written as Devanampiya Piyadasi, right? So, 2 words has been used. One is Devanampiya, that is he is beloved to God. Another is Piyadasi. 2 terms has been used in all of his edict. King Ashoka ka name never has been written. But in this minor edict, when it is giving its personal information, they have meant Ashoka. That you can see in Musky. So, that is how major and minor will be created. So, have the broader understanding. Right, so where personal information about him has also got, and some there will be sculpture inscription also. In the Kanganahalli, Sannati, there will be a Ashoka statue is also found. Right, so that is Kanganahalli place, that you should be knowing. Anyway, so now Indus Valley people had trade relation with Egypt, Greece, Ceylon, Mesopotamia. Now many people think that contemporary civilization, Egypt is also contemporary, China is also contemporary, but we did not have any trade relation with them. They were contemporary. They were there in other part. Only with the Mesopotamia we are having a relation. So now when we are having this broader understanding again, Indus Valley civilization is on the bank of Indus river. Mesopotamia civilization is on the bank of which river? Because all this civilization has to start with the river only, you need water and other things. So where it has started? Which Egypt? Nile river, right? China, Yellow river, right? What is about Mesopotamia? Tigris and Euphrates. Tigris and Euphrates. So they sometimes can give you that match the following. So you should be having the broader understanding, because these are the ancient civilization. Always when you are thinking broader level may, you should be knowing the contemporary thing, comparison, right? So Greece may we are not having, Greece came later. Ceylon to Sri Lanka we are not having any trade relation. It is about the Mesopotamia where we can see the seals of Indus Valley civilization can be largely found here. So it is Mesopotamia civilization. Next, which one of the following ancient towns is well known for its elaborate system of water harvesting and management by building a series of dams and channelizing the water? So here we are having the answer as Dholavira. Now what is your job? You have to understand what is Kalibangan. Kalibangan is known for Bengal. Kalibangan is known for plowed field. Kalibangan is known for fire altars. Major things which is unique, you should be knowing. Similarly, what is Rakgiri? Where it is there? It is in Haryana. It is the largest Indus Valley civilization in Indian mainland now. Otherwise, Mohenjo-daro is the largest one. But right now in the present India, if you are considered, then Rakgiri is the largest Indian Harappan civilization site that you can find it in Haryana. Right. Then Ropar. Ropar again it is in Punjab. There is no much information about it as anything unique. Only for your job to see which river, on the bank of which river Ropar can be found. Only see that information, that would be more than enough, because Ropar mein there is nothing called unique that you can find. Right. Only if you want, if they want to ask the question, they can ask the question in the kind of river as well as the site. In that reason, understand which river may it is there, right? That's it about Vedic civilization, I mean Indus Valley. So it looks like how many questions? Characteristics, important sites, what is the excavation, what is the religion, comparison it with early Vedic period, and then basically with respect to art and culture, may sculpture, bronzing, dance girl. Tomorrow they can ask about Pashupati seal, which animals are surrounded by Pashupati seal. Those kind can be asked. So this is the broader understanding of Indus Valley civilization. Right. Now decline of Indus Valley civilization, why it has happened? Some will say floods, some will say Aryan attack. There is no one theory that is satisfactory. All are historical, historians ka understanding about it, so you don't need to worry about it. For mains you can write it basically, but prelims may they will not ask what is the reason for this thing. Some cities or some towns only has been flooded. some other has been not been flooded. So there is no guarantee why it has been changing the course of the river has happened. That is why aridity or the drought has come. All these are basically only analysis that you don't need to worry about decline of it, because different historians has given a different theory to it. Now only about that much you should be knowing about which major rivers, which cities. One, which state, which Harappan site. One, what are the major excavation. Another thing, what are the major characteristic. Another things, religion, as well as comparing it with the Indus Valley. And contemporary में great palaces can be seen in the Egypt and Mesopotamia. What can is the comparison between these, which bank river that those civilization are there, that you should be having. With respect to administration, we may have a city state, they were having a centralized administration. That broader understanding with the contemporary civilization, you should be having a broader picture. Along with that, important excavation that has been done by the Indian archaeologists, that is Harappa has been done by Dayaram Saini. Then Mohenjo-daro has been done by R.D. Banerjee. Before that, who is the major one who was the head of ASI at that point of time? John Marshall. So you should be knowing these names are the personalities associated with excavating this, and in basic understanding have a chronology order also, which has been excavated first, which has been come later. Not for all this one, have the major cities ka you just have. That is, first comes the Harappa, then comes Mohenjo-daro, then comes Chano-daro. Like that, just have a broader understanding, not the year, but the order. If you remember, that would be more than. Don't remember 1921 May Dayaram Saini had done it. That is not required. Only just have the order, that will be sufficient. And as I told you, the trick is Indian site has been excavated post independence. This you have to remember. Sometimes if they have given different sites, you will in a position to understand it and eliminate the option because of this understanding why it has happened later part. Right? Now Vedic period. What is the time period of Vedic period? It can be divided into two. One, early Vedic or Rigvedic, later Vedic, other Vedas has come. Right? Now one is comparison between these two. Second is geographical extent between these two. Now majorly when you are comparing, compare with religion, compare with political system, compare with society. Society may you can have caste, then position of women. Okay, women. Right. So here Sabha Samiti, women could also participate, but when it went to later Vedic, the position of the women has been deteriorated. Right. They were not allowed to participate. Caste system become more rigid. Before it was a Varna system. That means that there is a intermobility between the Varna was possible. One person can go and move to one Varna to other Varna, because Varna was based on what? Occupation, not by birth. So if you change your job, your Varna is changing. It's as simple as that. But later it become more of a hereditary, and how the things has changed. That is one part you are supposed to know. Then with the political system, they were more of a Sabha Samiti. They were deciding and doing what to do. And then they were telling, they used to appoint someone called Rajan. He will be looking at it. But over a period of time, this is rather than election, it became hereditary. Then this small Sabha Samiti lost its relevance, and Janapadas started coming into experience, and that is basically important Janapadas, Panchala, Kuru, those things you should be knowing the important Janapada and the place they are related. For example, Kuru is in the Haryana region. Like that, have the broader understanding which tribes basically occupying the which space. Not detail about them, but this. And one battle of 10 kings should be known at the end of the day. Right, like that you have the broader understanding. Then Vedic, before there was which gods in the religion they were doing. So which gods in the early Vedic period? More of a nature gods. Right, Indra, Agni, right, and Varuna. Right, Varuna is a cosmic order god who was controlling the entire cosmic. Entire nature was controlled by Varuna. No, now that has been changed, and the new gods has emerged in the later Vedic, where you have a Prajapati, which is a Brahma, Rudra. Then basically a kind of Vishnu. So Prajapati, Vishnu, Rudra has come during the time period of later Vedic. Initially it was more of a nature god. Soma was there. It is a plant that used to be consumed, and Rigved Vedika 9th Mandala has completely entered to Soma god only. So that means that nature god was also there. Along with that, terrestrial god is also there. Celestial god like Surya, right, Vayu. So celestial god was also there. Terrestrial god is also there. Nature god is also there in the time of early Vedic. Later Vedic it is more about the imaginary god kind of thing. That is, Prajapati, Rudra and Vishnu kind of thing that has been changed. So that and sacrifice, Ashwamedha, Rasayuja, all this has been further increased. So sacrifice has become a norm. All because of this, what has happened? People are not having animals to domesticate because most of them are used for sacrifice. Because of this only what came? Buddhism. They started telling that these are all Vedic, we do not believe in this Vedic ritual, and they have come the two school of thought. That is heterodox school of thought, orthodox school of thought. What is the meaning of orthodox and heterodox? What is the meaning of orthodox? Because this term when used, you should have the clarity, that's it. What is orthodox? More restricted. That is the present word that we are using. Orthodox means something superstitious, that is the present word, right? So orthodox means which believes in the Vedas, that is orthodox. Which does not believe in Vedas are called heterodox, right? Buddhism does not believe in Veda. Jainism does not believe in Veda. Ajivikas or the Lokayatas, right? So what they were doing? They were also not believing in the Charvaka Niti, Charvakas or Lokayatas also we can say. What these Charvakas say? What is the basic rule of Charvakas? Enjoy your life, right? There is nothing called tomorrow, there is nothing called heaven, but there is no called rebirth tomorrow. So whatever you do, you want to do, you do. Don't listen to all these things, you will have a punishment later, all those things will not be there. That is Charvaka Niti. Charvaka Niti means someone who is basically having the materialistic culture. They were spiritual, but it does not mean that they were enjoying the life. They were also ascetic. They were also wandering like monks, but they did not believe in this future life and other things. Basically, they were believing only in the present. That is called the Charvaka Niti, right? So anyway, so that is heterodox. That has happened because of the extreme rigidity that came under the later Vedic period. This you should have that link. Then you will know that during the Mahajanapadas, why Buddhism has came, why Jainism has came, because the decline of the rigidity, decline of the social order has been happened, and they have shifted towards the Buddhism and Jainism because their tenets has attracted more for them, right? So now early Vedic and this, and then Vedic literature becomes very important. See what is Shruti, what is Smruti, right? Shruti means what? Smruti. It can be changed means. See, basically once you understand this, then you don't need to mug up. Shruti is what? Shruti is, it is just like saying to be heard. To be heard means what? The rishis are saying, we have heard it from the God. So God has told this. Nobody has, Smruti is what? After hearing it, I will also add some of my things and change the things. That becomes Smruti. Shruti can be changed. Manusmruti can be changed. But Shruti, Vedas cannot be changed because it is God's told. That is the belief. So Shruti is basically Upanishad cannot be changed, right? You cannot give your own Upanishad as such because that has been believed that though it has been compiled by the rishis, it has been directly told by the God, they have just written it. There is no personal thought in Shruti. But in Smruti, whatever they remembered, they have also added their own part and then they have given it. So that can be changed depending upon the time. So that is basically difference between Shruti and Smruti. So Shruti literature, Smruti literature becomes important. Vedas, Upanishad, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, all these are Shruti literature. And later part, whatever that you are having, Puranas and law books, that is Manusmruti, all these are basically Smruti books. So you should knowing the literature part of it. Upanishad, important Upanishads are very, very important. There are, what you are supposed, 4 Maha Upanishads you should be remembering. And 4 major sayings are there. These 4 you just add them and know in your notes. That can be asked direct question, right? So now let's see the question. Which one of the following 4 Vedas contains an account of magical charms and spells? Rig Veda, earliest Veda. What is Samaveda? Now I give the shlokas, mantras to you. Now how to sing that mantra so that God can feel happy? That melody has to become, right? So that is given under the Samaveda. So it gives a musical system to these hymns, that is Samaveda. And what are the rituals you have to face or follow during these hymns, that comes under your Yajurveda. Atharva Veda is related to more of a later Veda. Last Veda to be added is Atharva Veda. It is having more of a magical, I can harm someone, I can protect someone, all this that black magic that we talk about, that came under Atharva Veda. That is why it is also called as a people's Veda, right? Because it is not about only about the upper part basically of what it was doing. It was the common man's belief has been came here in the Atharva Veda. So the answer for this would be Atharva Veda. Know about other Vedas, right? Rig Veda you should be knowing earliest Veda, and within that Rig Veda you should be knowing important contents in the Rig Veda. For example, Gayatri Mantra has been contained in the Rig Veda. Like that, important containment that has been there in the Veda should be known to you, right? Right. Then there is a concept called Dharma and Rita, depict the central idea of ancient Vedic civilization. In this context, consider the following statement. Dharma was a conception of obligation, then a discharge of one's duty to oneself and others. Now, how do you think? Don't go about Dharma, I have not studied. What is your Dharma? What is Vritti Dharma? What is Tri Dharma? What is Purusha Dharma? Like that, when we use the word Dharma, in what context we use? Duty as a profession, right? What is your profession Dharma? Vritti Dharma. What is the duty that you are supposed to conduct? It makes sense. So when you don't know also, the term you try to connect with the regular word that we are using, right? So it is the concept of obligation and the discharge of one's duty to oneself and to others, right? So that is Dharma. What is Rita? It is a fundamental moral law governing the functioning of the universe and all it contained. So that is the cosmic law we are talking about. Fundamental cosmic law is Rita. Now that Rita can only manage how the season will happen, how morning will happen, evening will happen, all this cosmic ka nature ka everything that is happening because of Rita concept. Now this Rita will not be maintained automatically. You should also individually what you should do? Follow your Dharma. So if Rita is basically overall larger one, but if it wants to be in the order, then we should follow our own Dharmas also. So Dharma is basically individualistic. Rita is more of a cosmic or a moral fundamental law. Both the statements are correct. Now, who is the guardian of Rita? Which god will look into Rita? Varuna is the guardian of Rita. That you should be knowing. Indra, what is his role? Right? So Agni, what is his role as a god? Because every god has a different role here. Right? So, Indra is a protector of the fort. Right? So that means that he will look into protection of yourself. Along with that, Varuna is basically this and god of thunder also. Along with that, basically what we are having, one more Agni. Agni is a mediator. You want to reach God. How do you reach God? Someone has to be mediator. You put something sacrifice in this fire. This fire, Hawa will go to the God, and you are reaching the God using this intermediary God, that is Agni. So Agni is basically the second most revered god in the Rigvedic period. Indra was the topmost god that has been revered in the Rigvedic period. Then comes your Surya, then comes your Soma. Soma is a plant god that you can consume and act your this thing, right? So all right. The religion of early Vedic Aryans was what? Bhakti, image worship and yajnas, worship of nature and yajnas, worship of nature and bhakti. So you know that there is a yajna, rituals is happening through Agni god, then basically there is a nature worship is also happening. Bhakti came during a very late period. Shankaracharya, Vaishishta, when personal relationship with man and God, that came through bhakti or a devotion. That concept itself came very late in the 5th century, 4th century, right? So it was not the initial that we are talking about. So similarly, image worship was not even there at that point of time, right? This iconography has been decided during whose period? Now, for example, Shiva will have like this, he will have this weapon in his hand. He will have, chakra in his hand. All this iconography that we see today emerged during which period? Gupta period. When early temple, we want to put the statues. Now you give them a form so that it remains, Shiva remains same in all the temples, right? So that form, what weapons he should have, that iconography come during the time of Guptas. So that you should be having the broader understanding. Now when the question is asked, Mauryas, you can eliminate it. So you should have the broader understanding of the things, right? So answer is worship of nature and agents. Now which one of the following pair does not form part of sixth system of Indian philosophy? Mimamsa, Vedanta, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Sankhya, Yoga. Here you have to study three part. One, these fixed philosophies. Who are the founder? For example, Sankhya, Kapila is the founder, right? Yoga, Patanjali is the founder. Like that, you should be knowing the founders of them and a basic philosophy involved, right? So, what is the philosophy of Sankhya? Well, try to understand them in common man language. Don't try to go to the philosophical, right? So what it is a dualistic in nature. God is there, you are here. So you both are dualistic, you both are different, doing different things. You can reach the God. Now what is the different things? Yoga will tell, I will tell you, do the meditation, do the asanas, do the mantra. So they go hand in hand. Sankhya and yoga goes hand in hand, right? Similarly, Vaisheshika is telling that every atom is linked. The atomic theory has been discussed under Vaisheshika. Everything is made of different atoms, which was given under Canada. Founder is Canada or Canada, K-A-N-A-D-A. So however that pronounce I am not sure, but it is, you can say Kannada also. Right? So whatever the you want, right? But that is basically Nyaya, right? So like that you have to just have this thing. Nyaya is given by the Gautama. It is always talks about logic. Don't just jump into conclusion. Always use your logic. Without logic, don't accept anything that comes to your mind. That is a Nyaya school of philosophy. Now, similarly, Mimamsa and Vedanta. Mimamsa is, Upanishad, and end part of Upanishad, philosophical part of it is morely related to. This is ritualistic part. This is philosophical part. Vedanta is nothing but kind of Upanishad that we are talking about. Right? This has been given by Jaimini. This has been given by Badrayana or Vyasa, you can say, right? So that you just see the founder. Now what is that it is not there? Lokayata. Lokayata is what? Charvaka. They did not believe in the philosophy of Vedas itself. So Lokayata is one thing that you are supposed to study, and what are their philosophy. And then Kapalika. Kapalika is a Shaivist sect. Okay, this is nothing to do with the 6 Veda system. So just know about this Veda system. That will do. So answer would be Lokayata and Kapalika, right? And last one, the national motto, the Satyameva Jayate, inscribed below in the emblem of India is taken from. What it has been taken from? Mundaka Upanishad. Okay. So when you know that it is Mundaka Upanishad, also study about Katha Upanishad. Katha Upanishad, where you have a dialogue between Yama and Nachiketa. Dialogue between Yama and Nachiketa. Right. All this Upanishad has been derived from a separate Vedas. One will be taken from Rig Veda, one will be taken from Yajurveda. Like that, Upanishad also have their starting from where? These 4 Vedas only. See which Veda it belongs to. Your 2 job is what? One, which Veda this belongs to and what is it about. Right. So then similarly, Chandogya Upanishad, right? Similarly, Aitreya Upanishad. I told you there are 4 major sayings. 4 major saying may you will have Chandogya, Aitreya, Mundyoka, all this Upanishad will come. Whether basically it is a relation between Brahma and this thing. That is, if I say Brihadreya Upanishad, one more Upanishad, where we say that Aham Brahmasmi is one thing. That is, Brahma is you only. Tattvam Asi, that is another great saying. That is, Tat means God, Tvam means you, and Tattvam Asi means you and God are not different. Right? Prajnanam Brahmam. So that means that only the consciousness is Brahma. Once you understand, there is no difference between you and Brahma. That consciousness comes to you, you are nothing but Brahma itself. Right? So you are not a drop of ocean, but you are the ocean itself. Right? So that is the whole point that it is saying. All these are 4 major saying relation between Atma and Paramatma. They are not dualistic. They are one together. Only thing is you have to understand it. These are the 4 major saying that will come. All of them will come from one separate Veda, one Upanishad will give them. So see that Upanishad, which Upanishad give this statement and which this Upanishad belongs to which Veda. This list if you do, that is more than enough, right? And that is how you will be important Upanishad will be learnt, right? Then Mundaka Upanishad Satyameva Jayate, that has been inscribed, it is been taken by Atharva Veda, I think, right? So that will be basically something that you should be having a broader understanding about. And then next question, what it can come? The question can be on the emblem of India only, it can come. When it has been adopted, what are the other things that has been taken in the national emblem? That is Saranath Pillarka we have taken, right? So inverted abacus we have taken, right? The Dharma wheel we have added. So like that, what are the extra that has been taken to national emblem when it was adopted? Because different, the national anthem has been adopted in the Constituent Assembly different time. National song has been adopted different time. Like that, when it has been adopted, that date you should be knowing whether it is pre-constitution or post the constitution. It has been adopted on 26th January only, that you should be knowing about national emblem and other related to it. So when you are doing this, that part will be covered. All right. Right. Now next, there are no parables in Upanishads. Upanishads were composed earlier than Puranas. Now when Puranas were composed? Because it is, now come to basics. What is Purana, whether it is a Shruti or Smruti? Shruti, right? Sorry, Smruti, Purana is Smruti, right? So that means that it has been, Upanishad is Shruti. First it is God, then we compiled and made it Smruti. So which should be earlier, which should be later? Shruti should be earlier, Smruti should be later. So which is Shruti? Upanishad is Shruti. So Upanishad should be composed earlier than Purana, correct. So it is just having this basic understanding will help you to eliminate. It is not, I will list down all when it has created. Puranas, Vayu Purana, Garuda Purana, all this happened during the compiled during the Gupta period, right? Vishnu Purana, all this. But Upanishad has happened during the later Vedic period only. So in that way, basically, Upanishads were composed before the Puranas because this is a Smruti, this is Shruti, right? So this is correct. Now what is the first statement? There are no parables. What is meaning of parables? Short stories. They are telling that there is no story in Upanishad. Now there are hundreds of Upanishad. Now can you say that there is not even a single story, because it is talking about what? Philosophy, idea of the Veda has been discussed in Upanishad. So how I will explain you philosophy? Through the stories. So that means that if there are no fables or no parables, is it correct? No. Even using your logic, you can eliminate this. Parables means short stories. In Upanishad, there are many stories. There are two bird story. It is a very important story. Two bird story, one each watching each other. One is actually eating the fruit, right? Another is just watching it. That means that eating the fruit is you, individual. Watching another bird, not eating but watching you is a Paramatma or a God who is watching your action. So this is one story with the philosophical idea they have given, two bird story. So like that you should be having the broader understanding. In that way you can say that no parables is an incorrect statement, it is an extreme statement you can remove, then you can come up with the answer. So Upanishad is very important. You have seen that 2-3 questions has been asked on the Upanishad. So more important Upanishad, major saying, major Upanishad, learn about that, right? Consider the following statement about Rig Veda. Now it is a collection of 1028 hymns divided into 10 mandalas or books, correct? Correct. Now within which first and 10th mandalas were added later. It has not started with the first chapter, added last, right? So 2 to 7 or 2 to 8 chapters were earlier, then later chapter were added in the later. 9th mandala or the 10th, 9th chapter is dedicated to Soma god. That is basically plant that you can drink juice and get something, right? So that way, right? So that is basically Soma. And 10th is basically where we talk about the Varna system. There has to be caste and all. So that came when? Earlier there was no caste. This Varna rules everything. Varna, when this came very late in the later Vedic. So it has added late. It was not there in the before. So if you are having that broader understanding, you will be knowing it. So that is correct. 1028 hymns is there. It has been divided into 10 major books. Now the Rig Veda is included by UNESCO in the list of literature signifying world human heritage. Right, this is also correct. Now your job is to see which other has been added under the list signifying the, whatever that is in the oral culture that has been, codified and added under this. So just see the list. There are, Siddhi medicine, which has been told by one person to one person. So that has been recorded and added here so that it can be protected better. Similarly, Bhagavad Gita has been added recently. Panchatantra story has been told, that has been added, which has been composed by Vishnu Sharma. So there are many lists. Please go through that list and see which of the different other things, because he get influence here and ask others, because in 25 and 24 itself 3-4 things has been added here. So just go through them. All right. Now, who among the following is the most frequently invoked god in the Rig Veda? That is Indra followed by Agni. Agni followed by Varuna. Right. Second is Agni. First is Indra. Third is Varuna. Soma is, Surya is very less. Right. So that is again gods in this thing. So if you see, just see the themes. Now, what are these not a characteristic of Rigvedic Aryans? Which of the following is not a characteristic of Rigvedic Aryans? They were not acquainted with horse, chariot and use of bronze. Is it correct? No, they were acquainted with bronze, they were acquainted with chariots and horse, because battle of 10 kings we have discussed. They were acquainted with the use of iron. No, that is incorrect. So that means that even the question or how they are asking basic understanding, you don't need to know too much about it. Again, basic understanding. If you see the question, most of them are doable. Right? The only thing is unnecessary data you consume, that makes overall things difficult. Atharva Veda full I will start studying in detail. So that is where people study too much and then feel that too much fact is there. They leave the ancient India and medieval India for the luck. Right? If it is known, I will do. Otherwise, anyways, for 3 questions, I don't care. Right? So that is what you are supposed to understand. Right? Now, Mahajanapadas and Magadha. Right? Now, Mahajanapadas, how many Mahajanapadas are there? Right? Now, 600 BC we have discussed. Now, up to 1000 BC to, okay, 600 BC was later Vedic period. Okay. Now, this disintegration has happened and Janapada has been started. From the early Vedic, there were only Sabha Samitis. It has converted into a more of a larger territorials, which we call as Janapadas. These Janapadas further agglomerated and more one powerful king started becoming, and he started controlling many Janapadas and made it a Mahajanapada. So that means that it is a conglomeration of many Janapada, continuation of this system itself. So what was the change that happened during this time was emergence of Buddhism and Jainism. For what reason? Because of the rigidity that has been happened to the later Vedic period. They wanted an alternative. Buddha came with the alternative. Jaina came with the alternative. So Mahavira came with the alternative. So Jainism, Buddhism has started coming. Right. So that is emergence. Then there are 16 Mahajanapadas. You should be knowing about all 16 Mahajanapadas, not from who are the king and other things, only through their geographical nature. Which Mahajanapada? Mallas comes where? Vajji comes where? Right? Kamboja comes where? Gandhara comes where? Asamika comes where? Avanti comes where? Kosala comes where? Magadha comes where? Like that you should be knowing the only geographical. How do you think about it? Think and divide them into different parts. For example, South India mein which Mahajanapadas is there? Only one, that is Asamika. Northwest mein which is there? Northwest. Gandhara. Gandhara is what? Northwest. If you go further to Afghanistan, Kamboja. Now Kamboja is very well known for what? Its horses. Right? So that is only thing about Kamboja you should be knowing. Otherwise Gandhara, Kamboja. Your job is done. Then come to Madhya Pradesh. You have Avanti with Ujjain as capital. Right? Or then you go to UP. Haryana mein what it is there? Kuru is there. Like that. UP, Bihar. Like that you divide so that you cannot be, you can have that geographical understanding where which comes where. So broader understanding if you have, more than enough. But 4 major Mahajanapadas becomes important. One, as I told you, Magadha. Second is Kosala. Third is Avanti. Fourth is Vatsa. Within these 4, you should be knowing the major kings. Right? Vatsa, Udayana is the major king. Why he is important? As I told you, under Basa Swapnavasa Datta, that story is also related to Udayana. And if you remember, Harshavardhana has written a book called Ratnavali. Ratnavali ka hero is also Udayana. So this king has been mentioned. Then Parsinjit is there, right? for Avanti. Then basically you have one more Pradyota bolke one king is there. Then Magadha becomes very, very important. So among these, only one king is important. But in Magadha, there are many kingdoms has been happened. Now Magadha is in Bihar, Magad region. Pataliputra was their capital. Before they were having a Rajagriha as the capital, which was completely surrounded by the hills, 5 hills. Right? Later what they did? They went more towards the Pataliputra where you have a Sun also, Ganga also, Gandak also, confluence of 3 rivers has happened. So more fertile land has happened. During Magadha period, they were having iron. They found elephant in the Biharan. So they can clear out all these forests and expanded them. So what are the reasons for their emergence you should be knowing, and which are the major kingdom. One major kingdom is Haranyaka kingdom, where you have 2 major kings which are important, right? Which are Bimbisara and Bindusara and Ajatashatru, right? So these 2 kings you should be knowing, Bimbisara and Ajatashatru, and Udayana also you should be knowing. So that should be, then basically you will have, during Ajatashatru what has happened? First Buddhist council after the death of Buddha, during the Ajatashatru, first Buddhist council happened in Rajagriha, which was their capital, right? Though that means that before, after the death of Buddha means Buddha was contemporary of Bimbisara. Bimbisara and Buddha were contemporary. After his death, Ajatashatru came. He did the first Buddhist council to basically, collect all his saying and, doing and giving it to the people. Then after that, basically, Shishupala has come basically, right? So one is which kingdom? Haranyaka, Shishupala. Shishupala mein major king is Kalashoka. Kalashoka, why he is important? During his second Buddhist council happened in the Vaishali. So that is why Kalashoka becomes important. So only these 2 you should be knowing. Then comes the Nanda kingdom, where the major king, powerful king was Mahapadmananda. He basically controlled everything. Some titles also there, Ekarat. He is basically, so his name should be very well known. So you study about it. And then finally at the end, during 325, when Alexander attacks India, he will not cross the Bias river. He will come there because he came to know about the, the Nanda kingdom. Who was ruling? Dhanananda was ruling. But however, he defeated all those northwestern region people, which gave Maurya's idea, okay, this place is very weak now, all the kings were been killed by Alexander. So they came, occupied it, and they attacked basically the Dhanananda and started the Maurya empire. This is how the story goes there, right? So that should be only knowing Alexander, which king was there, that you should be knowing, who during the invasion of Araking, 2 battles. One, he defeated Ambi, who is a very weak ruler, does not matter. Next, Ambi of Taxila basically, right? So next he defeated whom? Porus in the battle of Hydaspes. And who came along with him? You should be knowing. Which river he did not cross? Bias river he did not cross, that much you should be knowing. And that is about the Magadhas you should be knowing. During them, punch marked coin was there, agriculture was great, and this much you should be knowing. That's it. Oh, and sites and, as I told you, states, their capitals, that's it. So it will just take half an hour to just mind map it and do the things. Alright. Now we will see the question. Not many questions. Who among the following was not a contemporary of other 3? Bimbisara, Gautam Buddha, Milinda, Prasenjit. Now let's say you don't know about Prasenjit. Right? Who is Milinda? Now we already studied about Milinda. He is a post-Maurya Indo-Greek king. Milinda Pana has been written. So who was he? He was an Indo-Greek king, came after Mauryas. Now where Buddha is there? Much earlier. So they cannot be contemporary to each other. That means that which one will you eliminate first? Bimbisara and Gautam Buddha. Now if you look at Bimbisara, Magadha, Gautam Buddha during the Magadha. Even though if you don't know this, just by knowing that Milinda is a famous Indo-Greek king during the 1st century AD, you will be in a position to answer this. Right? It is not that I have mugged up, all the kings related to Buddha. Buddha, Bimbisara, that is more than enough. So these 2 cannot be your answer because they are contemporary. Now within these 2 you have to eliminate. Which one will you eliminate? Milinda, because he was an Indo-Greek king. Milinda Pana has been done. He is a post-Mauryan kingdom that we are can be seen. So that means that this can be eliminated. So contemporary of Buddhas and other famous king has to be seen. Next, this is 2025 question. Now use your common sense and tell me. It is not that again you have mugged up and go. Where is Asmaka? Where is it? South India. So they have told that it is having a Godavari. Okay. Now let's keep it that way. Second, Cambodia. Where is Cambodia? Afghanistan. Which river? Vipas means Bias. Which river they are talking about? Is it goes in Afghanistan? No. It will go to Indus river and then reaches within the Pakistan only. It will reach the this thing. So that means that can it be under, Cambodia will be on the banks of Bias. Is it possible geographically? No. So this is gone. Right. Next, Avanti. Where is Avanti? Madhya Pradesh. What was its capital? Ujjain. Right. Now, where is Mahanadi? Odisha and Jharkhand. Right. It flows through Odisha and Chhattisgarh or Odisha and Jharkhand, I think. Odisha and Chhattisgarh, I think. Right. So it is not there in the central medieval India. So that means that this is also gone. So now what they are doing, they are linking this geography and history question. Just you are having a mapping understanding, you will be in a position to do it. Right. Similarly, Kosala. Kosala, which is the capital? Kausalya Suprabhata. Ayodhya. Right. So Ramka basically. Right. So Ayodhya is its capital. So Ayodhya is on the bank of which river? Sarayu river. So this is correct. Right. So two pairs have been matched correctly and two pairs have been incorrect. Right. So that is the geographical region. Now recently they have started asking such question. Before the contemporary, now geography and history is being, they are not going too much historically into Mahajanapadas, kings, minor details, but broader understanding has been checked. Next, which one of the following was initially most powerful city in the 6th century BC? It is a very factual question, right? So it is basically Kashi, right? So it is very factual question. Kashi was initially very strong. Then came Kosala. Kosala defeated Kashi. Kosala became strong. Then came Magadha and defeated everything. They become the strongest. Right. So the Kashi was initially this. But for this, basically, again, as I told you, study about all them. Geography. No need to go through the king and other things. Only the famous kings, if you know, if they are connected with Buddha or other thing, you will be knowing. Their minute battles, matrimonial alliances, all these things are not required. Who married whom, Bimbisara married whom, he is the daughter. All this book may they want to write the history. But from the examination, we don't want their political history, their contribution. What is the changes that they have brought, that is what is our interest. So, we should be knowing the broader understanding of these things. That's about Mahajanapadas. They have not asked many questions. Only the last here is the major question that has asked is comparing the Mahajanapadas and the river system. Next is foreign invasion. Once, as I told you, Mahajanapadas basically our Magadha became weak, right? So foreign invasion has happened. So that is pre-Mauryan foreign invasion, right? So that has happened. Where happened pre-Mauryan? Mein northwestern part. One is basically Persian kingdom has been done. Then Persian kingdom did not come up to India. They have controlled only Cambodia and Gandhara. Then Alexander has, the Macedonian invasion or the Greek invasion has come little to the border of the India and defeated Ambi and Puru, right? So there is only one question or two questions. One, which one of the following dynasty was ruling over North India at the time of Alexander's invasion? That is Nanda. Now only after defeating Nanda, Maurya came, right? Shunga is much later, right? Because it is post Maurya, right? If you just know this archaeological, the division, then you will be in a position. You will be knowing that it cannot be Kanva and Shunga because it has happened post Maurya. Alexander came before Maurya when Magadha kingdom was there. Then only understanding the weakness only Maurya became the king. That logic if you remember, then it will not be a very difficult question. Next, which one of the following ancient town of Takshila is located? Where is Takshashila? Which was the capital of Takshashila, where we are discussing about? Gandhara, right? So where is it? Border of Afghanistan and India, right? So which river it is basically? Most leftward rivers, Indus and Jhelum. Between this Indus and Jhelum, we are having, after Jhelum you have Chenab. After Chenab you will have Bias. After Bias you will have Ravi. After Ravi you will have Settlage. Right. So if you remember Doabs that you study in the geography, Chaj Doab, Bist Dohab. What is that Bist? Bist means Bias, Settlage. Chaj, that means that Chenab, Jhelum. Like that, even if you remember that Doab ka name, then you will be knowing that order which it will be coming. So Settlage will come, then Bias will come, then Ravi will come, then basically your Chenab will come, Jhelum will come, finally everything will go to Indus. So the westernmost part we are talking about, that is Indus and Jhelum. So again, what is the question? Geography based question. It is, though it is asking in history, it is asking as a geography phase. So don't study history as a notes may. Open your book, open your map, try to read this, understand where it is. Then you will have a broader understanding about the things. Right. Now Mauryan kingdom, as I told you, Dhanananda was being divided by Chandragupta Maurya and Mauryan kingdom has come. Right. Now in Mauryan kingdom, first we will understand which are the important themes. Though Ashish sir has explained it once, I just tell you what are the various themes that question has come. Most important is basically administration. Right, here the terminology will be asked. Now see, up to now we have not discussed administration of any kingdom. Why? All they were regional kingdom. No, they were having only certain place. Now when it comes to pan-India kingdom, their administration is equally applicable to everybody. That is why terminology related to administration also becomes important. So don't study administration of Satavahanas also, Shungas also, that is not required because they are a regional kingdom. Their administration is not having a regional impact on the other people. So wherever the impact is much larger, administration also becomes important. So Delhi Sultanate, you should study administration. Mughals, you should study administration. Mauryas, you should study administration. Guptas, you should study administration because they are a pan-India. They were having a expansion of their kingdom was mostly related to most part of India. Similarly, Mauryan kingdom is also having the larger expansion. That is why the administration, what are the terminology is used, whether the centralized administration, provinces are divided into district were divided into villages, all these become important. Similarly, municipal administration also becomes important because they are pan-India. So administration becomes important as one of the theme in the Maurya but not in other kingdom. Only if there is something specific which was not there in any other kingdom. For example, Chola mein village administration was there, Ur was there, Sabha was there. Then they were having their own autonomous power. But that way Chola becomes important because it is a village administration is one specific feature which cannot be found in any other kingdom. That is why it becomes important. Other than that, you don't need to know about what is the name called for treasurer, what is the name called for who is looking after revenue collection in terms of other kingdoms. Only with respect to Mauryas, Guptas, Delhi Sultanate, Mughals, they become important. You have to study with their administration also, terminology related to administration also. So who is the revenue collector, who was maintaining the accounts, who are collecting the taxes, who is the police head, who is the military commander head, all these terminology becomes important because it is a pan-India kingdom. Okay, one is administration. Second, the chronology of the kings and important event happened during the kings. Right? Then specific on art and culture. Here majorly art and culture started coming into picture. Before that there is only fight between and conquering the land and that was happening. But art and culture, here there will be two types of art and culture. One is court art, one is popular art. Court art means this administration themselves for promoting this art, and popular art means local people ka art, right? So that means that court art means palaces. Which palaces? Is a very famous palace, Pataliputra Palace, and one that is built in the wood, Kumbrahar Palace. This becomes important. Then pillar inscriptions, major, minor. Location, important content. Not you don't need to know major edict 13 says about Kalinga war, but you should know that one edict talks about Kalinga war. One talks about how dharma should be. So just know the content, not exactly mugging up and linking 2 is saying this, 3 is saying this, 4 is saying this, that way it is not required, but know the content of the major kingdom. right? So major inscription. Then basically pillar inscription, minor and rock edicts minor edicts you should be knowing about only those where we are having what? Ashoka's name, that is Maski, right? So Nettur, right? So there are 3-4 places in Karnataka where minor edicts they have given the Ashoka's personal name. Otherwise it is Devampiyam or Piyadasi. Only 2 names has been mentioned. Now third basically about their pillar. Pillar again, which is the Saranath capital pillar, lion capital, that you should be knowing. And there are specific pillar which are specifically given for certain animal capital. That is bull capital is there in the Rampurwa, right, Bihar. So known for basically bull capital. Similarly, you are having another single lion capital. Saranath mein 4 lion is there. Then Lauria Nandagar, where you can have a single lion capital, only 1 lion is there, right? Similarly, there is a elephant capital, right, and a horse capital. Horse capital is, it is not where seen now. Elephant capital that you can see in basically Sankissa in UP, right? These 4 becomes important. Sankissa of UP. This become important. That's it about it. Then rock cut architecture mein you should be knowing about which caves? Lomas Rishi caves or Nagarjuni caves in Barabar region, which is in the Odisha, which has been constructed for staying of which sect? Ajivika sect. That you should be knowing. Then popular art mein Yaksha and Yakshini you should be knowing. 2 sculpture of Yaksha and Yakshini is there. Yakshini you can have in Didarganj, right? It is in UP. And also though Yaksha, that is a male god who is basically protecting, or a doorkeeper that who is protecting, that you can find it in where? Pakam, right? Prakam. These 2 are given, Prakam, this has been given in NCRTs with images. That is why these 2 becomes Yaksha and Yakshini. If you see the fine art image mein they have given Yaksha holding this kind of thing, right? So that is some this thing they have been holding, and that is there in NCRT. That is why Prakam as well as Didarganj ka Yakshini becomes important. That's it about the art, right? Now after that basically you should be knowing about Ashoka specifically. For this book is not enough, you have to search and understand what is the tenets of his dharma, how did he promote the dharma, right? So this book is not enough, you should go beyond the book for Ashoka, and especially these years mein Kautilya has become very, very important, right? Administration mein I can say taxes also. You see what are the taxes that they were having, and Megasthenes Indica you see, and then Megasthenes has spoken about Pataliputra, where municipal administration has been told 30 people will be there, 5 people each, 6 committees there, they will do this, that you see through the administration in Megasthenes. So that much you should be knowing. And here as I told you, Kautilya becomes very, very important. There are 3-4 theories which even comes in today's newspaper, not today's newspaper, recent days newspaper, when we are talking about Mandala theory or a foreign policy theory, right? Another is basically Saptanga theory. Saptanga theory means if state is your body, to protect your body there has to be 7 organs. Anga means what? Limbs. So 7 limbs are very important to protect your territory, where the head is Rajan or Swami, that is king. Then there will be mouth, which will be basically the ministers. Then there will be Durga or fort, right? Then there will be police who should be looking after the law and order. You need money to run the business, so Kosha is another one. Your friends who will give the information, he is planning against you, be careful, that is your allies, is another Anga that you should be knowing. Like that 7 part of the study that will helpful to run the administration, that thing you should be knowing. Just name of them, what are there. Then Mandala theory has been in the recent foreign policy, always this discussion, in Hindu newspaper also it has come. What is that Mandala theory? It is foreign policy to treat how you should protect yourself. That means that there is something called your immediate neighbor is your enemy. Always think that your immediate neighbor is your enemy. He can attack you anytime. You should be careful. You can never become a friend with your immediate neighbor because you are sharing the border. But neighbor's neighbor is your friend. If Pakistan is your enemy, Afghanistan is your friend, right? So that is neighbor's neighbor. So that is Ari, Mitra. Like that he has given the foreign policy with the concentric circles. how state has to manage the relationship with the different people in his Shedguna theory. In his Shedguna means 6 character he has told. There is something called Sandhi. Sandhi means, what is Sandhi? Compromise. If you are, strong, compromise. Don't go for a war. Vigraha means war. If he is weak, you are strong, go and fight with him. Right? Similarly, if somebody is actually very strong, then take the shelter for him, samasraya. Like that, he has given how this foreign policy has to be managed. And then when you should march, when you should set. And similarly, different theories are different ideas, nitis has been told. That is Danda Niti, Beda Niti, Sama Niti, which we use, Danda, Deva, Beda, that we use in a regular world. All this has been told in detail with Kautilya. So just have the broader understanding of the Kautilya's theories. That is, 4 nitis that you should be knowing. That is Sama, Beda, Danda, and another, that 4 nitis that you are having. That means either you attack him, or you have that conciliation with him, then you divide him. If nothing is working, divide them, within them only get the fight, so that you don't need to fight them, he is strong. So all those things has been told, right? So that the theories of Kautilya become important. You see the question, you understand it. So Kautilya will not be available in your books. Please study them through the internet. You have ChatGPT and other things. Tell there what are the various theory in a very, very simplistic manner. Have the broader understanding. And what is his observation towards the slaves, caste and other things that he has told, right? So that is how you will be studying about Kautilya. So Kautilya depthness has to be done because questions are more. Clear? Now, and important provincial kingdom, though Pataliputra is completely centralized, he is also having control over Taxila. They were also having the control over Tosali or, Dauli region of Orisha. That is, separate station where he could manage. Central it was Pataliputra, but there were many provincial part also the Mauryas were managing. That you should be knowing about their administration at the very broader level. Right? All right. Now see the questions. Huh? Ashoka's Dhamma, and how he promoted Dhamma. What is the tenets of his Dhamma and how he promoted it? He has having Dharma Matyas who will go and propagate Dhamma, those things. Right? Now, and another is espionage system. That is, the spy system that was very important in the Maurya administration. Right? Okay. Now, which of the following had first deciphered the edict of Ashoka? That is James Princess. Right? Others are not really important. William Jones become important because he has started Asiatic Society of Bengal. Max Muller and George Buller are just Indologists. They have given some part of history, but there is no much contribution from the as of them as a separate question can come. So don't worry about them. But William Jones, you basically try to cover the things with respect to modern India. Then when we discuss modern India, we will discuss it. Not a problem. Which of the following relief sculpture inscription? Here sculpture means basically statue inscription, which is having Ranyo Ashoka, King Ashoka mentioned along with the stone portrait of Ashoka. Where is it? Kanganahalli. Right, that as I told you, the stone inscription that you can see where his photo is also there and written as Ranyo King or King Ashoka has been written in Kanganahalli in Karnataka. Right, then Sanchi Stupa you should be knowing. Right, so important, Sanchi Stupa is very important. The Stupa architecture becomes important during the Mauryas, that you should be knowing. Then Shahbaz Gari, where is it? It is in Pakistan, I think, or Afghanistan, somewhere in the northwestern part. And Sogora, again you have seen. This is the previous question. Last year again they asked the Sogora. What was Sogora is known for? Copper plate inscription, right? If you have done the PYQ, then when the same Sogora, which of the following is not a Indus civilization site, then when you see the Sogora, you will be knowing the answer. That is why the wrong option also has to be studied, what it is about. Sogora is a copper plate inscription of Mauryas, which later again asked us which of the following is not a Indus Valley site, right? So that is it. Now, who among the following ruler advised this subject through inscription? Now, who is given the inscription? After that, anyways, there is no inscriptions. Later may you directly go and promote. Before the inscription may pillar may you are going and writing, stone may inscription you are doing. So see the time period which will match them. Right? Ashoka, Samudragupta, Harshavardhana, Krishnadevaraya. If you want to eliminate something, Krishna Devaraya. Ut time mein inscription everything has been taken off. Right. Now Samudragupta is a which pillar inscription? Allahabad pillar inscription or Prayog pillar inscription, where it has talked about his conquest and errors rather than about religious policies about him. It is more about his conquest. Similarly, Harshavardhana mein you don't have an inscription as such that it has been written. Right. Now, however, you have to study about Samudragupta, Harshavardhana, Krishna Devaraya separately. With respect to Harshavardhana, you should study books he has written. What is his religious policy looks like, that we will discuss. Now, what is the answer for this? Ashoka. Ashoka in his edict 12 he has mentioned that if somebody is basically blaming the other religion, he will not only blame, he will only affect his own religion also. So it should be more of a broader thing. In art, the major edict 13 is related to Kalinga war. Right, so Kalinga important, for example, Alexander invasion, write the dates so that you can connect the things. Kalinga war 261 BC, write the date so that you know that this is where the history can be drawn a place, right? So here in that 13 edict also he has told that about Kalinga war he has written, but he did not tell that I am very this thing, but he has told about the people of Kalinga and he told that I will protect you. All are my citizen only, all are my son only. So just because I conquered you, it does not mean that you are different. You are now become part of me. So all are my men has been defined where? In basically the Rock Edict 13. Here the Rock Edict 12 he has told about religious tolerance. So answer is Ashoka. Now, according to Kautilya's Arthashastra, now you don't know Kautilya's Arthashastra. Now what I want you to do, think about Maurya's time, whether it is making sense or not you should do. Don't worry about whether I have studied Arthashastra, what he has written. Right? If it is making sense compared to the time period, it generally, right? Because nobody will study complete Arthashastra and prepare question for you. They would have also taken from some book where you would have told about 2-3 lines. So they change it entirely, saying that there is no mention of this, there is no robbery has happened. Like that, they will make it extreme and you can eliminate. Other than that, if it is making sense, you can say that it is correct. Right? So in that way, you have to think. Not that I have not studied the Kautilya's Arthashastra and think the things. Right? Now read it and tell me. A person could be slave as a result of judicial punishment. So he has done something very wrong, then can he be made as a slave? So that as a punishment. No arrest. No, he can be made as a slave. So it is one way. He can become self-sold also, right? Or it can be punishment also. Or if he has not paid some money, he can become a slave and do that also. So there is no rule. In general, you can become slave is something unforced labor kind of things. Or a forced labor without payment, you will be made to pay. So as a punishment, you can be sent to a judicial punishment, right? So what I am telling, this will not be changed in the exam because he would have told about slave in a very detailed. The examiner would have taken some part from one book. He himself is not studied what the Kautilya's Arthashastra has said and then prepared the question. So if it is generally making broader may it is there, don't worry about it. You can pick it as correct. It is making sense like. If a son born to a female slave, male dominated society, think like that. At that point of time, it was a patrilineal, patriarchal society, male dominated. If a son was born to a female slave, was fathered by his master, right? He was her slave and to that slave basically because of him only a son was born. Then the son was, where is that? She was legally free since he gave birth to a male child. Okay, first we will take, if a female slave bore her master a son, right, she was legally free. That means that if you give son, you can be set free. Because it is a patriarchal society, male child was respected. So if you give a son, I can give you, okay, you go because you gave me a son. That kind of society it was. You have to think from that perspective. If it is at the larger level, if it feels correct, it can be a possibility, right? Third, if a son born to a female slave was fathered by her master, the son was entitled to legal state of the master's son. Once he adopted him as a son, he will get the same property rights and other things. So he will also become a legal status of the son. So that is also correct. So all of them are Correct. So what I am saying here, you don't need to go in detail, just if it is making sense at that time period ka societal stages, you can consider them as correct. Don't worry about Kautilya's Arthashastra, what if he has not told like this. Who will study Kautilya's Arthashastra and prepare question for you in the first place? He would have also taken from some book where he has mentioned that only I will take and prepare. Right, so we will not go in detail and study about the slave and then ask you a question. If it is making sense, then you can consider it as correct. Right, okay. Next, Ashokan inscription in Afghanistan were written in which of the following script? Ashokan inscriptions has been found in the mainland of India, where people know Prakrit language, has been written in Brahmi script. Script is a letter which you use. I may use English now, but the language I can say Kannada only. Right, so that means that language is what we speak, script is what you write. Right, so using the Brahmi script, he used the Prakrit language. So in basically within mainland India. But if he, since his kingdom was much larger, he want to send some message to northwestern people who don't know Prakrit language, because they have been more influenced by the foreigners. For them basically Aramic based Kharoshti has been done. But if you go further away to Afghanistan, then they don't know about Kharoshti also. For them what they have done, it was directly in the Greek and Aramic only. So three types of script has been used. In the mainland India, it was Brahmi script. In the northwestern part, it was Kharoshti script. Further away to the Afghanistan, it is Greek and Aramic script, not even the Kharoshti script, because many Greek people were there. Aramic script, Kharoshti is basically influenced by Aramic language, which is Persian. Since in the northwest Cambodia region, there were many Greek people who did not even understand the Persian. For them, what they did, Greek and Aramic only has been given. Either it is in two languages, one in a Greek language, same sentence used to be in the Aramic language. So Greek and Aramic script was used in Afghanistan region. Northwestern region, Gandhara what we call, where we are having the Kharoshti script, and the mainland of India, it is the Brahmi script. Like that you understand the reason behind them. Right, then Sharada script is the, it is 7th, 8th century mein that script has come, it is nothing to do with here, but study about the Sharada script. What is that used, or which script it is. Then Kharoshti you already know, again this is also influenced by Persian language or Aramic language, but the script is basically Kharoshti. Right, similarly Greek and Aramic is something has been used in the Afghanistan region. Which one of the following inscription installed in the easternmost of Ashoka's territory? Which inscription is easternmost? Again geography knowledge you want. Barabar Hill cave inscription, where is it? Barabar Hill, which state it is? Barabar Hills. I told you Lomas Rishi cave, Nagarjuni caves in Barabar Hills. Which state it is? Andhra? That is not Nagarjuna, Nagarjuni. So I is there. That is not Nagarjuna Konda that we are talking about. Lomas Rishi, and it is there in the Odisha. Lomas Rishi cave, Barabar caves is basically in the Odisha. Here it was, so maybe I did not pronounce it properly. Right, the caves is not Nagarjuna, Nagarjuni. Okay, so Nagarjuni cave and Lomas Rishi cave. For staying of Ajivika sect, it has been given. It is in the Barabara caves, which is basically where? Odisha. Next, right, Dauligiri. Sorry, Barabara is in Bihar. Just missed it. Right, so Bihar. So it is in a Bihar. Right, Barabara caves is in Bihar. Dauligiri is in Odisha, where also there is another word Tosali. Right, the ancient word Tosali is also used. Here what he has done, he defeated Kalinga, and then to people, to tell them the people that I am there, he had an inscription and started sending the mission in the Dauligiri, which is Odisha. This is Bihar, sorry, it is just a slip of tongue. Okay, Dauligiri. Then Sasaram, present Sasaram, Sasaram, where it is? Which state it is? Bihar, correct. Right, Lauria Araraj pillar, this is also in Bihar. Right, where I told you that there is a single lion capital. Right, so this is also in Bihar. So which is the easternmost? Odisha is the easternmost. So just having that geographical nature, which state it is, you will be in a position to do it, right? So Dhaulagiri is basically the easternmost Kalinga region where you can see the border Odisha. So just also learn about this, this city's single lion capital, very important. Please learn about it. Within this, also learn about Rampurwa, also learn about Sankisi. These are the single animal capital ka, edicts. So that will become important. So you get influence here. Then he asks this along with Rampurwa, along with this, then 3 pairs will be given, 3 capitals will be given. He exchange that bull capital to horse capital or lion capital, like that he exchanges as the match the following kind of question. So you should be careful, right? And here Baravara Hills, as I told you, it is in the Nagarjuna Romus Rishi in Bihar. Here he can ask about Ajivika sect, and the question on the Baravara cave inscription itself can come, which is related to or given to whom, Ajivika sect or Hinayana, Mahayana, like that he can just change the sect and ask you the question. One, where it is, to whom it is given. Both kind of question can be asked, right? Next, Ashokan inscription suggests that Pradeshika, Rajuka, Yukta were important officers. This is again this year 2025 question. Provinces mein who are doing? Royal princes were looking the provinces. After that came your district. District mein Pradeshika was looking into. And also Rajuka was doing. Rajuka was initially collecting the revenue. He did not have judicial power. Over a period of time, he also got the judicial power. Then Yukta is the subordinate. So it is basically district level administration. Just observe what is the theme. Administration question can come. But have you ever seen administration question in any previous of the chapter? No. You are not going to see in the, apart from Gupta, you will not see in others also. Because this is a central administration. So in the book what we will do, when I talk about Satavahanas, I want to give you information. If I am writing a book, I have to give you administration also. I have to give you economy also. Otherwise book is not complete. I am not writing the book for UPSC to pick the question. I am writing the book as an author to give you the information about history. So there they will cover everything. But when you are studying, you should not worry about those things. You should be knowing where administration has to be studied, where I should not study. The basic clarity should be there. Otherwise, Shungaka administration also I will study, Kanwaka also I will study, then there is no point. That will not go, right? Their cultural contribution becomes more important, understand about them. Their local battles is not very important unless it has changed something, okay? So that is basically your district level administration, and in the rural level, Gramika will be looking after the Gramas or the rural, and it is completely centralized administration. Mauryas were completely centralized. It was not decentralized, right? Now, which one of the following animal does not come under the category of 4 noble animals? Maha Ajneya Pasu, carved on the round drum of lion capital. Lion capital may, if you have seen, there is wheels, then there are animals, right? And there are which 4 animals that you can see, or which is not there? Deer is not there. By why? But deer is given. And why people think that it can get confused? Because Saranatha pillar is located in the deer park, right? So it is located in the deer park. That is why usually people think that it is deer if they have the basic information like that. So that is why deer is given, but deer is not been mentioned. What is mentioned? The lion is mentioned, then bull is mentioned, then horse, another is elephant, right? Now, why these animals have been mentioned, try to understand it, so that you don't need to mug up. What is this elephant? Elephant comes under the Maya stream. Who is Maya? Buddha's mother. So, she, assumed that, in her dream, a white elephant entered her womb, right? Which is showing that some powerful person is coming within your body and he is creating the, miracle, and people will be talking Buddha, Basava throughout your life. So that kind of person is coming. So elephant has entered her body. So that is why basically the elephant that shows as the Buddha has coming under the, or going to the, Maya stream. Second, he belongs to Shakya clan, which is basically representative of what? Lion. So lion is a representation of, or the emblem of the Shakya dynasty. So it shows that through which original dynasty he belongs to. And this roaring lion introduces the meaning that the dharma is propagating everywhere fearlessly. Nobody is stopping the dharma propagation. So the roaring lion has been given. Then he basically left his house all of a sudden. In a night he decided with which animal he started? Horse. That is called great departure. So the horse he has come up with. So that is why horse is given. And his, what is that? What we say? Sun sign or moon sign, that what we say? It is Taurus, which is having a symbol of bull. Right? So that in that way, that is his birth sign, zodiac sign. Right? So that word that we are using, that is representing his bull. So every animal that has been used with related to the life of Buddha, not that any 4 animals has taken and used it, they are having the significance in their own terms. Right? So, that way you should be knowing it. Deer is not a part of this. Right? Next, Kautilya's Arthashastra again came. Arthashastra slave has come. Now another Kautilya Arthashastra. What is the question here? The conqueror or king is to establish the conquered territory a social order based on. If you conquer a territory, imagine that you have conquered a territory. Now social order has to be maintained. That means that no law and order problem should happen. Everything order has to be maintained. Then which are the dharmas should king has to put it on his people? Because now they are the new people. He has taken some rules has to be applied. They cannot have their old rules. The new rules has to be applied. Which rules has to be applied so that social order remains same throughout his territory? That is the question. Varna system only. Is it correct? No. Dharma, Varna, Ashrama system. Dharma only. Then Varna and Ashrama system. Dharma, Varna and Ashrama. Right. So what is, Dharma system means his rules. Then know that already Varna system you are already knowing. What is Ashrama system? There are 4 ashramas in everybody's life. Right. So what is that? Brahmacharya, then Grahastha, then Vanaprastha, that way Sannyasatva. Now why this has been told? You have to spend this many years in Grahaprastha. You cannot directly become from Brahmacharya directly, just 2 years I will marry, then I get bored and then I will go to basically. So because of this what will happen? You will not get the labor for your work. You will not get soldier for your work. So if I put the ashrama rule, minimum this many years you have to be grahastha. So that is your productive age, you have to work for the state. So I will get it. So I will make the rules in such a way that all 4 ashramas has to be managed. Right, so in that way it has been put upon the people so that you get the people for your economic activity also, the overall administration activity also. So like that has been imposed on the people about the ashrama system. Alright, so that is about your dharma. Varna, again intermobility should not be there because that will lead to more conflict, social order conflict, as the caste system was very rigid. So you have to maintain that Varna system. So that is how the social order can be managed, by managing dharma, Varna as well as ashrama system. Now which of the following is not a daily timetable or the not part of daily timetable for a king as prescribed in Arthashastra? How many questions has happened now? 3 questions on Arthashastra. You understand how Arthashastra is being repeatedly asked, right? Now 1. Now again this also you won't study. You have to imagine and tell. You are a king. King has some timetable. So out of 24 hours, 8 hours he can sleep. 16 hours it has been divided into separate part of every day and he has been given some responsibilities, right, which he should not do or he will not do individually, which he has to do as a leader. 1. Receive reports on defense. As a king you should not take or you should take. So now you think logically, don't worry about if it is there or not there. Now you always for these kind of question apply your sense. Try to go through the chances and thinking about that point. Receive the revenue in cash. Us time almost everything is was no check and other things, so it is nothing but receiving the revenue and seeing Ayavaya, right? So that again who has to sing finally? King has to see how much money is coming, how much money is going out. So revenue has to be seen by the king. Then consult his council of minister. Every day call meeting with your council of minister, what's happening. Second one, visit the town incognito. You make, yourself incognito and, go around in a city. That should be done by a king, or there is a espionage system. Espionage system. Now you link that espionage system was so strong, there were two kind of espionage system, right? One is Sanchari, one is Thanik. That means that there are few people who will do the, spy activity for you. Like students, they go to college, from there they will go somewhere. Everywhere they are going, they will be seeing what is happening. They are Sancharis. They are moving from one place to another place, giving information. Some are Sthanik. Sthanik means they will sit in the same place, like a shopkeeper. People will come there. They will be talking about something. He listens to everything. He don't move. He there, but he gives the information. While having a tea, he was talking like this. So there is some problem. So that is basically, so that he is already having a system so strong that king himself don't need to go on a daily basis. And here also question is at one. Daily timetable we are talking, not in once he goes in a, Gudachara. It is that daily activity. Can he go daily incognito and roam around? So that will not make the sense. For that basically he is having a separate system, Gudu Purushas, or espionage system or a spy system. So that is not the part of his daily activity. Here you have to use the common sense. In the exam it is not that all you will be knowing and doing the things. Think calmly. What makes sense, what will not make sense, this will not make the sense, because it cannot be a part of daily activity. Once in a while he can go and see what is happening by himself. But here it is talking about daily timetable. Daily he should go and then see what is happening. That is not the king that he will going to do. Right? So that is not the part that king will do. That you should. Again, but the thing is, the question is about Arthashastra or Kautilya. Right? So next. Which one of the following is not a part of Kautilya's theory of state? Saptanga theory of state. What is the question is about? Kautilya. His Saptanga theory. Right. Amatya means ministers. They are a part of the overall protection of the state. Janapada means territory and people. They are also very important for maintenance of state, security of the state. Durga is fort. Right. Chitra Durga. What is the meaning of Durga here? Fort. Fort is also very important for the maintenance of protection of Dhamma. It is nothing to do with protection of the kingdom as such. It is a moral responsibility rather than the physical protection thing. So Dhamma will not be a part of Saptanga theory. However, you should know what are the 7 limbs of the theory. It becomes very, very important. Last one. Consider the following pairs and concerned department in the Mauryan administration. Sannidhata, again I told you, administration question. You have not seen this question in any of the previous one, but you are seeing them in where? Mauryas. Because Maurya is a pan-India kingdom. You have to understand this and then prepare. Sannidhata, treasurer, correct, right? Then Samartha, chief collector of revenue, correct. Dandapala, who is Dandapala? Law and order, right? Law and order maintain, police, right? Senapati is army chief, okay? Senapati is army chief. Dandapala is basically law and order maintenance. So that means that this is also incorrect. Then Karmika is morely related to mines rather than audits. This is also correct. But what I am telling, remember all the administrative, Sita Dhyaksha, one who governs the land. Like that, basically you learn all the important terminology in the administration in Mauryas. Not for any other kingdom, but for Mauryas. Okay. This is about your this. That's it. Now we will take a break. Okay. Now I am almost after talking for 2 hours. Right. I'll just have a cup of coffee and we'll finish it today itself. Because again, otherwise it will become next week. I don't want to. So for you, just 2 hours you have to stretch. Right. But once you finish your entire, ancient India, what are the questions that has come? What are the things? How do you eliminate it? How do you think about it? All we discuss. So this week you can entirely dedicate it for ancient India. Next week, what I will do? Next week, shall we have a class? Right. So what I will do? I will send you the PPT before itself, so that you can get that question. If you want to write anything, within that only you write. So from, your writing speed also becomes more, and I can also dictate faster if anything is required. I put the PPT of the question 1 day before. You can take the printout and you can just write it, and that will become your guide for your next, prelims. Right. So in that way you can make, whenever you have doubt, you can just go through that question, whatever you have written, and then you can study. Right. So 440, 50, sorry, 4:45. Okay, so maybe we'll try to finish as much as possible, maybe around 5:30 to 6 o'clock, right? And then no, because after this there are not much questions, only 4-5 question on each chapter, so they will get over. Maybe by 5 o'clock it will get, not 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock it will get over. If something is remaining, then that I will do it in the next class when we are beginning. Okay, that part you can remain for yourself. All right. Okay, done. Yeah, next week will be medieval India, but you don't study anything and come, you just answer here and then go and study what is required so that you can cover them properly. All right. So, yeah, we discussed about Mauryas. Right now, Mauryas were there from, let's say, 322 or 321 BC to exact year is not required. As I told you, up to 185 BC. That is for 140 years. Okay. Now, as we know that they were controlling the entire part of India, so and also the northwestern part also. So that means that over a period of time, the decline of Mauryan kingdom has happened for various reasons. Maybe few say that because of Ashoka's policy of Dhamma, the pacifistic policy, the aggression has gone less. But it has always should be understood that even though he went for Dhamma and all, he never abolished the standing army. Standing army was always there. The law and order was strict was always there. Right, because in some of the papers how they have given in a state examination paper, not in UPSC, they have not asked it. They have told that after the remorse of Kalinga war, he disbanded his army. So it looks correct because he is always talking about Dhamma now, because the principle of the administration which has changed from Beri Gosha to Dhamma Gosha. Right, so that is winning the war to winning through the Dharma. That was the policy has changed. It does not mean that he abolished the standing army, but however he has made too many people to spread the dharmas, right? They were sending outside and more about this free initiative, charitable things. When that is started happening, the state's revenue got decreased, right? So in that way, basically there is one reason that they say that his policy has over a period of time the weak successors came. They also did not manage, and this is the thing that many reasons that they are telling. Now because of this, what has happened, since this has been occupied by lot of the territory is with such, when the decline happens, there is not one power that can conquer and conquer the complete thing, because it was a so big territory, right? So now what will happen, wherever the possibility, northwest may there some kingdoms will come, central India may there some kingdom will come, like that it has been fragmented now. Up to now it was more centralized, one administration was happening. Now it has started becoming more like a pockets of administration here and here and here. So in that way, post Mauryas may two types of wave has happened. One that is in the northwest, right? So one that is in the northwest, this region, right? So here basically who started coming, because over a period of time they started neglecting the faraway areas also. So this gave an idea for many of the starting with Central Asian kingdom, that is Indo-Greeks has come. Okay. Now after the Indo-Greeks, who came? Sakas came. After Sakas, Kakas was basically Scythians from the Central Asia. They were Greeks here. Then basically Parthians came, right, for a very short time, and then finally Kushanas came. Right. So there are four major kingdoms that has occupied or came here in the from the northwest region. Now here the kings are not really important, except Milinda. Milinda important because of Milindapana, not because of his administration as such. But what is important from them is what are the new things that they brought into the picture, right? So before I told you, before pre-Mauryas, right, there was also invasion. Persians had invaded. Now because of that, what happened? When during the Mauryas, if you see the pillars, they were inspired by the Persians pillar, Achaemenid pillars that we are seeing. There are certain difference between Mauryan pillars or Ashokan pillars as well as Persian pillars, right? There they are having monolithic pillar, we are having only one stoneway we are constructing. They were having a pillar which is basically fragmented. That is one difference. Second, we are having a standalone pillars. That means that pillar is there. That is the only information they want to give. Go and construct a pillar. But what they were doing, they were constructing the pillar as a matter of subsidiary. Pillar was not main. Let's say the temple was main. With that temple, one pillar used to be there. They were not having a standalone basically identity as such. They were using with respect to some other material. Then the material, we are using the red sandstone or chunar, but they are using the different material. Like that, and abacus, that is different. Like that, there is a difference. But that influence of the pillar idea came from this Persian invasion that has happened pre-Mauryas. Like that, whatever the basic idea they brought together with them, that has been implemented in terms of art and culture here, right? Even if stupa is also not something very origin from here. It has been taken from the again from the outside only they are inspired, right? In one of the exam they have given Buddhist, it is a Buddhist origin. It is not even the Buddhist origin. This has been taken from the central India as such. It was there in the NCRT also. But what I am telling, that is the influence or the effect that has been done by them becomes more important from your examination point of view. One, order of them becomes very important, who come first, who came second. Then important kings, one or two. Again, these kings not based on their powerful nature, because they did not occupy, conquest too many things, but the work that they have done, that becomes important. That means that in Indo-Greeks, starting with Indo-Greeks, from 185 BC to, we start with having a Indo-Greeks, right? So in Indo-Greeks, Meander becomes important. The two important kings, Demachus and Imran. Demachus is not really that important, but Meander becomes important because of the Milindapana, right? Because he has had a discussion with a Buddhist monk called Nagasena, converted himself to Buddhism. So that in that way he becomes important. Then, but what is important from Indo-Greek is what are the new things they brought into Indian administration. One is coinage. Till now what we are doing, we are having a tappa, that is basically punch marked coin. You used to punch it saying that this is, so we are not designing the coin as such. We used to take a sheet of paper, just mark it, send that it is been sealed by the king, so this is accepted. Like that it was there. But what they brought the gold king, right? The gold coins has been introduced for the very first time by the Indo-Greeks, and they had a habit of using the two coins, within which one will be the portrait of king. Who is the king? Who is authority? Who is giving it? The photo of king used to come. Other side, Greek Dietica photo used to come. So that is religious also. Along with that, basically the king ruler also. So this kind of the giving the portrait of the king has been introduced. Later our coins also become like that. So punch marked coins too, we move to portrait based coin. Or some information, veena playing, some ship. Like that, whatever the information we wanted to give, we started giving through the coin. So in that way, the coinage has been affected because of the Indo-Greek. Then in terms of art, Gandhara art, that is the Buddhism ka sculpture has been shown in Gandhara art. This is having a significance of Greek. He has shown more like a Greek king with higher personality, right? How the Greek soldiers has been seen, if you have seen the movies. Like that the Buddha has been started representing, not like someone who is meditating and doing, but more with the drapery and those kind of, the Greek stylish of, this thing has been come. So that they have introduced. Then basically, they also introduced a kind of something called strategos. Okay, this is another. Stratego means basically the governor will be basically looking after. The main king will be somewhere, but we will appoint a governor to look into it. Our kingdom only, name will be ours, but we directly as not managing the things like that. So that is also has been introduced because of the Indo-Greeks. Then Kharoshti script, that also basically has been previous influence only, that is not from the popular, but that is also can be seen. That is how the cultural administration or the cultural things that has been added becomes important. Now next comes the Sakas. Sakas mein major king is what? Rudrasena. Why he is important? He has occupied this place where he reconstructed or renovated, right, the Sudarshana lake. Sudarshana lake was a lake which has been constructed by Chandragupta Maurya, but that has completely got demolished. Then he came and renovated it. So for renovation it, he explained it in something called Junagadh inscription. So in the Junagadh inscription, detail of his renovation is there. That is why Sudarshan lake inscription Rudrasena becomes important. However, Saka basically had something called stratapi, or that is satrapi we can say. The satrapi means basically again same like provinces, western satrapi. One region, one prince will go there, or one military commander of that king will go there and he will handle it. Like that the satrapi system was introduced by Sakas. So Sakas got two contribution, one this and another is introduction of satrapi system. That becomes important for you from the examination point of view. That is, satrapi is nothing but taking the region and controlling it by the military commander. Before what was happening? Prince used to control it. The king is there, king used to send his sons to manage it, but he might not be a very able administrator. So what they used to do, they used to send the military commanders, and give that region to them so they can manage. So that is what satrapi system. Satrapi system was been introduced by the Sakas. These are how the new system has come to India's picture. That becomes important. Only two things. Now Parthians, absolutely not really important because they were very short time. Sometimes they were also written as Pahallavas, like this. It is not Pallavas. So it is also Parthians. So they were very short period. They were actually contemporary of Sakas. They were fighting with Saka. Now they are not really important. Only one thing that you should remember is there is something called Gondophrenies. When king was Gondophrenies, then the Saint Thomas, a Jesuit, a Christ, who has come to India. He is a father kind of personality in church we will have. Like that he has sent Thomas has come to India. So that is how first time Christianity was introduced to India. But it has not been again spread across, but first time Christianity has been seen during the Gondophrenish time. That is the only thing about Parthians. But you should know them, they have come after the Sakas. In the chronology you should be knowing, at the end Kushans came. Now Kushans becomes very important, right, because there were many, right. Vima Kadafis is there, right. So Kujala Kadafis is there. That was their initial name. Vima Kadafis is the founder of Kushanas. Then Kujala Kadafis is there. All these what they were doing, they have become basically, local assimilation of local culture has started. In their kind, rather than giving Greek deity and all, what they have started giving? The Shiva. Shiva ka statue that they have started giving, or Shiva ka image they have to give. So that is the local culture can be seen, right. So they have started giving the gold coins also. More gold coins has come during the Kushana period. Now Kushana is very important again from the new things, where more importantly is Kanishka. He becomes very important. Why? One, he has introduced or issued large number of gold coins. And these coins can be found majorly in the Silk Route, right. That means that he was controlling the Silk Route, that is China to Mediterranean, and how this route is going. Within that, you can see lot of Kanishka's gold coins. That means that it indicates that he was controlling Silk Route and the trade was flourishing during his time. That is point number one. And he actually contributed a lot to the art and culture with respect to Gandhara art also. It is not that it was founded by him, it was there, but during his time he gave more weightage to it basically. Along with that, he also patronized Mathura art. So that is why you can see in Mathura, the head of Kanishka, one statue of the Kanishka itself can be found in the Mathura. So he basically helped the revival of the Mathura art also, right. So Mathura art, Gandhara art, though art. Then from the 78 AC AD, this time he considered it as a Saka era, which is what the national calendar of India has been adopted. So we have adopted a Saka era calendar where first day will not start from January 1st but March 21st. The March 21st will become your first day, and that calendar is what has been adopted by the government as the national calendar. From that point also he becomes important, right. So, and along with that, most importantly, during his time, 4th Buddhist Council has happened. Now we have seen that during the pre-Mauryas, that is Mahajanapadas, 2 Buddhist Council has happened. One during Ajatashatru, second during Kalashoka. 3rd Buddhist Council has happened during Ashoka, right. Under Ashoka, 3rd Buddhist Council has happened. Now the 4th Buddhist Council has happened post Mauryas, that is under the patronage of Kanishka, where Vasumitra presided it, and so and so. It has happened in Kashmir or Kundalavana. During Ashoka, it was happened in Pataliputra, right. First one Rajagraha, then Vaishali under Kalashoka, Pataliputra under Ashoka, then Kundalivana or Kashmir under the Kanishka. So here where the Mahayana and Hinayana divided exactly, a new emergence of Mahayana Buddhism happened. Before that the fight was happening, but there was no clear division has happened. In that council they fought, decided that you are Hinayana, we are Mahayana. So the clear division of Mahayana came after the 4th Buddhist Council. The emergence of Mahayana Buddhism happened during the time of Kanishka. So that is why in that reason also he becomes very important. Along with him, he had many of the scholars along with him, right. He had a Ashwagosha. Ashwagosha is one who has written book called Buddha Charita, right. So about Buddha, what is his history, biography of Buddha has been written by Ashwagosha, who are under the patronage of Kanishka. The Charaka, If you know Charaka, who is Charaka? Who is known for basically surgery and other things, right? So, you know, he is also under, he is known for Ayurveda, I think, right? So that Ayurveda, that is also known under Kanishka only. So he was also contemporary. Vasumitra was contemporary. Like that, the major, he patronage of these kind of different, you know, field from medicine also, astronomy also, right? All of them also did during the Kanishka. That is why Kanishka, through his contribution, becomes very, very important, not with the war and other things, right? And large number of gold coins has been issued, right? And he himself converted to Buddhism. Before that, his father and they were basically giving the Shaiva coins, so they were more of a converting towards the Shaivism. He shown the interest towards the Buddhism, so he has converted himself to Buddhism kind of stuff. So that is how the Kanishka has happened. This was happening in the northwestern region. Now if you come back to central India, here basically, you know, last king, right, of Maurya has been defeated or killed by the military commander of that king itself, who is nothing but Pushyamitra Shunga. So he killed him and he, you know, started the Shunga dynasty. Now again Shunga dynasty, who is Pushyamitra Shunga, becomes important. However, they were seen as a revival of Brahminism, right? Can be seen there. Their contribution is important. Again, why? One, the revival of Brahminism has started. Second, what they did, you know, his son was Agnimitra. So Malavika Agnimitra, basically story is related, the Kali Radha, whatever that he has written, Malavika Agnimitra, it is related to Shunga dynasty. So in that perspective also it becomes important. Then basically it is not that, you know, there are many people say that he started killing Buddhist and so, but there is also other proof which says that, you know, he constructed, this stupa was there in, you know, basically Sanchi. For that, basically the outer gateways that he constructed. Brahrut Stupa, Bahrut, right? Bahrut Stupa has happened during the Shunga dynasty. Those two stupas becomes very, very important. So it shows that he was not completely antagonistic against the Buddhism. He promoted them also, he has supported the stupa construction also. That you can see through the Shunga. That's it. And for Mathura art, their contribution is much higher, because Mathura is a showing Buddha in a Brahminical face, more meditative, small, thinner kind of thing. How, you know, sages will be there, like that it has been shown. Mathura art ka contribution Shungas. So Shungas, why important? One, Mathura art, revival of Brahminism, then basically stupas of these two, that is Sanchi stupa as well as Brahrut stupa. This much you are supposed to remember about Shungas. Then Shungas were basically defeated by Kanvas. Then Kanvas ka there is no much contribution, you don't need to remember anything. Just you should know that after Shungas comes Kanvas. After Kanvas comes Satavahanas. They were actually occupying the Deccan region, right, where again revival of Buddhism has happened. Cave architecture again emerged during the Satavahanas. So 4 caves becomes very important. One is Karle, Kaneri, Baja caves and Nasik caves. Nasik cave is also called as Pandavleni caves. Okay. Now in this Nasik cave, why it is important? Right, here there is an inscription that is called Nasik inscription, where it has been written by mother of, you know, Gautami Putra, right? So she has written, and you know, from there we will come to know that okay, from their mothers only their sons ka name is being derived. It is, they are not carrying the father's name, but they are carrying the mother's name. So that we will come to know through the Nasik inscription. So in that way we will understand. Along with that, again revival of Buddhism has happened. Amaravati school of sculptures has been happened during the Satavahana period. Now most important is what? 3 types of sculpture has happened. One Gandhara, one Mathura, and then one Amaravati. Now what you have to do? One geographical region, major features, who king patronized it, what are the material used. For example, Gandhara green schist has been used, right? So sandstone has been used for where? Mathura, and marbles has been used in Amaravati. Like that you should be knowing the material used also and what kind of characteristic also. Then after basically Satavahana, they were very long time, and they are well known for their, you know, the maritime trading with the Romans. That is why in a, you know, Shri, you know, coins may you have that, you know, ship, right? So which is showing that they were having a lot of relationship with the Indo-Roman trade, where if you know the port called Arikamedu, It is there in the basically Puducherry, where you can see lot of the trade between them. So that is very, very important from the Satavahanas. So Indo-Roman trade becomes important, their maritime trade becomes important, right? Then uske baad finally will come the Ishwavakus. Ishwavakus basically comes after them. They develop Amaravati and Nagarjunakonda, revival of Buddhism and further patronage to the Amaravati art will happen during the Ishwavakus. This is basically something, these four kingdoms, that is, Indo-Greek, Shakas, Parthians, Kushans. This is this side. Inside, Shungas at the very top, then Kanvas at the top. In the Deccan region, it is basically Satavahanas followed by Ishwavakus. This you should be knowing, and their contribution with respect to them, you should be having the broader perspective. Right? Now, question can be coming on only the application based, not with respect to kings and other things. With respect to kings, in Satavahanas, you should be knowing Gautami Putra Shatakarni. Okay, only one king who has defeated many kings. Then he had Trai Samudra, some kind of I have drink the river of three samudras. I have conquer everything under this Arabian also, Indian Ocean also. Then Bay of Bengal also, like that. So he has covered everything and conquered everything, like the title he was having. So Gautami Putra Shatakarni politically becomes important. Other than that, you should be just knowing. And most importantly, during the Satavahanas, they came up with the practice of the land grants, right, which is called as Devadana, Brahmadana. That is basically you are giving it to temple land. You are not collecting the tax from them. You are giving it to basically Buddhist people, Brahmins. Agraharas has been constructed. Like this land grant system has started, which is the reason for rise of the feudal system in the future. Now, if you look at Gupta and all, feudal system, why it is there? Before that, they have started giving lot of land. Whenever someone come, you give the land grants. So land grant has become so much, state losing the revenue has happened because you have granted them, right? They will give some, power to you, that's it. Now for temple you have given, they won't give you anything back. With respect to only some revenue can come, but it is not like a tax that you are taking. So because of this, basically government, the government, I will say, the kingdom started losing the land and the revenue has started dipping. Over a period of time, this led to disintegration and feudal system emergence has happened. So that is how this will see. So only the features, what are the various contribution, that much. Now how much I have told, that will be more than enough. Only thing about Gautami Putra Shatakarni, some titles whatever that they are having, that you should be knowing. Other than that, nothing is required as such. Now let's see the question. Question is very, very less. One is this, with reference to invaders in ancient India, which one of the following is a correct chronological order? Right? Greeks, Sakas, Kushans, Greeks, Kushans, Sakas, Sakas, Greeks, Kushans, Sakas, Kushans, Greeks. Answer should be Greeks, Sakas, Kushans. Right? Next, 2016, which of the following books of ancient India has the love story of son of the founder of Shunga dynasty? Who is the first founder of Shunga dynasty? Pushyamitra. Who is his son? Agnimitra. Right? So now, what is your job? Also learn about other books given. Right? You are not stopping it here. Swapnava Sadatta. Who has written this? We already discussed. Vasa has written this book. Right? Now, Meghaduta. Who has written this? Kalidasa has written this. Now, Kalidasa, when it comes, you have to study little bit deeper because he is the greatest poet. So, see which are his plays, which are his, epic poems, which are his Kandakavyas. Like that, you divide his works also under plays, epic poem, just names. If I am talking about Malavika Agnimitra, it is a play. Right? Vikram Orvashi, it is a play. Abhijnana Shakuntalam, it is a play. These three are play. Right? Meghadutam, Kandakavya. That is a prose of, kind of music. It is a more of a poem kind of thing rather than a story kind of thing. Play is basically a story kind of thing. You will have a narration there. Right? Then epic you are having. Right? Ritu Samhara. All those are epic. So you just divide them and see Kumara Sambhava. That you have to see what is, because he is the greatest poet. For him, you cannot say that I just know his workbook. You should also know which category of work it is. One, what is the content in one line? Meghaduta is related to what? One liner me. What if I want to say what is Meghaduta? Then there will be Yaksha who will be sending the love stories or through the cloud. This is cloud will be keep moving. that can take the message and give it to the person that he wants to convey the message. So that is the basic story of this Abhijnana Shakuntalam. For what it has been inspired, what is the story about it. Like one liner may, if you know also, it is more than enough, but just know the themes, because he is the greatest poet. For him you cannot say that I just name, author name I will remember, this I will remember. You should also know the theme of that books when we are talking about Kalidasa. Right. Then Ratnavali, who has written this? Harshavardhana. Right. Harshavardhana has also written another 2 books. Right. One is Nagananda. Right. Another is Priyadarshika. These 3 books you should be knowing. So, for that again Ratnavali, this is also about, as I told you, a Vatsa king called Udayana. A story of Udayana and another girl Ratna. So, Ratnavali, from their love story it is. The Swapnavasada Datta is also a story of Vatsa king Udayana, and Vasavadatta is a lady. So, Udayana is same hero in both the stories. And then one is Vasavadatta, one is Ratnavali. So that is the difference. Otherwise, both were targeting about the Vatsa king. Vatsa is nothing but a kingdom of Mahajanapadas. So that is why I told you Udayana you should be knowing through which kingdom he goes, because their story has been discussed by the various place by the various authors in future. So Udayana belongs to which kingdom you should be knowing. Prasenjit belongs to which kingdom you should be knowing. Pradyota belongs to which kingdom you should. 4 only you should be knowing. Magadha you should be knowing 3, 4. Other than that, Pradyota, Udayana, Prasenjit or Prasenjit. Only 3 members along with Magadha kings. This much you should be knowing in the Mahajanapadas. Now if you see the question, this is the answer. Right. Next. Which was the most important characteristic of Kanishka rule? That is the one something which is not there in anybody's, but only happened during the Kanishka. Most important means that. Unique. Expansion of Buddhism outside India. Is it happened only during the Kanishka? No. Re-emergence of Jainism. Is it happened during Kanishka in the first place? No. 4th Buddhist Council at Srinagar. Yes. Right. Now Gandhara School of Art. Yes, he has promoted it, but it has not happened only during the time of Kanishka. It has happened in a different ways, but he has given the patronage also. So most important when he is asking, that should be unique, which should not be there in other kings. So that is basically the 4th king. So because sometimes Gandhara art, I know this, I will put it without reading the next option. So you should be always careful, right? So read all the option, you understand that this is something which has happened only during the time of him, right? That is the only 3 question that has been asked in the last 20-25 years, right? We are having 25 years ka question paper, and you can see only 2-3 question. That too in this, basically this question you can put it under basically Kalidasa also. You don't need to put it under Shunga dynasty, you can put it under Kalidasa also, Gupta period also. Right, so, but I am putting it here, all I can put it under sources of Indian history also, right. So that means that, this is something more open. Other than that, basically if you look, only one proper question, that is this, and second question is, characteristics. So only 2 question, a very specific question that has been asked, but you can see that there is no question on the kings and other things. Again, as I told you, regional kingdom they don't focus too much about king, only if something specific is there. Now you know that there is a Sri Yajna Karni also, Gautami Putra Karni, there can be 10 kings. Now if I want to study about everything, then in every kingdom like that 4 or 5 important kings will be there. So it becomes very tough to study. Only thing if is something unique, which was, if I am talking about Pulikeshi too, he stopped march of Harshavardhana's Dakshinapata, becomes important. You have to study. Narsimha Varma, or if I am talking about Rajendra Chola, because they have conquered outside India also. Like that it becomes important. Other than that, I will study every king, small, he has introduced new thing, I will remember him. It will not happen like that. So only if it is most important, because they want to ask only 4 or 5 questions, you always remember. So they don't want to ask the minute information within that 4 or 5 question also. They want to go deep, ask the tougher question, but not the minute question. So they were asking Kautilya's ka deep they can go, but they don't want to ask a minute question to you, right? In that way you have to cover not more with the kings, but broader understanding of the kingdom, right? Now that is about, Shungas mein 1 question has come, and Northwestern mein 1 question has come. Other than that, we have not got any question from them, but Satavahanas is important because of their contribution to Buddhism and Amaravati art. Anytime that can be asked. So Satavahanas don't neglect. Ishwavakus just have that Nagarjuna Konda as well as Amaravati art. You should be having a broader understanding. That's it about Sangam age. Right now we'll go to Sangam age parallel to Maurya age, because This is parallel to Maurya's age also. Along with it is parallel to post Maurya's age also, because this will span for how many years? 300 BC to 300 AD, 600 years. First few years, it will be starting few years, it will be basically contemporary to Maurya's. Maurya will be there for how much? 320 to 185, 150 years only Maurya administration is there. After that, post Maurya's will be there. So that means that this 600 years, they will be contemporary to many of the kingdom. So they are contemporary to Satavahanas also. They are contemporary to Kanishka also, because they are having a very long duration of Sangam period, right? Now that is why it is not just one kingdom, but their beginning was started with them. Their ending is around 300 AD. That means that after 300 AD, Guptas has come. So they will not become more of a contemporary to Guptas, right? So that you should be knowing. Now here again, Sangam age is very, very important because of their extreme, UPSC loved to ask the question on the South India, right? Because they were there for a very long time. Sangam literature has lot many books they have contributed, right? The foreign trade, if you do look at the Sangam age, Indo-Roman trade has been flourishing during their time. So that way also it becomes very important. They were not fighting between them. They were doing the more of a constructive work. Sangam poets, assembly of the Sangam poets were coming. So that also becomes important. Women poets were there. That is also important. If you see at the budget, one of the quote will be given of what? Tiruvallavur, right? One quote will be given. That is, he is also Sangam age poet. Tiruvalakkambe, the book that he has written, and he is the, always if you have seen how they start your budget speech, at least one of the line wherever it will be with the Tiruvallavurka basically quote will be there. That is what the contribution that they have done. So along with that, there are many ancient ports also which has happened there with them, right? So now here what you should understand, right? Right. So major kingdoms are there like this, right? So that means that in the far south part they are there. Sangam age far south part was not a part of Mauryan Empire, though they were contemporary. Far south is not a part of Mauryan Empire, you should be knowing. Now here you will have which part? You will have Cholas, then you will have Pandyas, then you will have Kerala side, you will have Cheras. Okay. So Madurai is a capital of Pandyas, right? Puhar or Uriyar, which is basically Chola's capital, and Vajji is a capital of Chera, right? So three things. Now within that, what you should know, ports are very important. What is the Chola port? Puhar. Puhar is also, the present name of Puhar is Kaveri Pattanam, right? So that means that in which river it is there? Kaveri, right? So Puhar is basically the port, very, very important during the Chola period. Here the king, if you want to know, only one king, Karikala Chola. Why you should be knowing about him? He has constructed, two things are there. One, Battle of Veni. For that you don't need to, again, the small battle that they will not ask. But he has constructed a dam for basically Kaveri river, right? So that, for that reason he has constructed a dam. That is why you should be knowing the Karikala Chola. Apart from that, no king is required, right? Then Puhar is an important site that you should be knowing. Then when it comes to Pandya, their capital was Madurai, and their important port was Korkai, right? Korkai is a very important port that you should be knowing. Why Korkai is very important? This is known for the pearl fishing. The only port that is known for the pearl fishing, which is having high demand in the Indo-Roman trade, was pearl fishing, can be seen in the Pandyan period, right? Then basically you will have Chera. Again you will have one important king is Senguttavan, right? So why he is very important, Senguttavan? Pandya king is not really important. Senguttavan is important, right? Cheri Senguttavan his name is. Why he is important? There is something called Panini or cult, right? Or Kannagi or Panini cult is there. That is a different type of religion. People will do that. So that has been started by this king. Okay, that is one. And important two ports are, one is Maziri port, Tonda port. These two are important port that is related to the Chera kingdom. Only that much you should be knowing about their administration. Now some question has also asked on the terminologies that they have used, right? In their literature, some terminology has been used. So terminology related to, Sangam literature becomes important, or some new practices that was happening only during that time, unique practices. That is one of such practices, right? Here, what are the other important things? Sangam means what? Assembly, right? Sangam means basically assembly. Assembly, we will have Sangam today. The meaning of it is basically we are having a meeting together, right? So like that, the poet used to be meeting together, right? And that meeting together is called Sangam. Two Sangams has happened in Madurai. First Sangam and third Sangam has been happened in Madurai, and the second Sangam has been happened in Kapadapuram. So this you should be knowing. First Madurai, they say that the legends has come, God has come, and they discussed, you don't have anything survival, whatever that compiled, you don't have anything available there. Now everything is destroyed. Now here in the second, you have something called Tolakapiyam, which is a grammar book of Tamil. That is the only survival that you can see in the second Sangam Council or the Sangam Assembly. Only one book we are having. Whatever the major Sangam literature we have today, it is all been compiled in the third Sangam that happened in the Madurai again. Right? First you don't have anything, second you have Tolakapiyam, third way you are having all of the most of the literature that we are having today. Right? So that is one thing that you should be knowing about. Then this literature you have to study very well. Right? Literature where 5 epics are there, just know the name of the epic, that is more than enough. Right? And there are 2 epics you should be knowing. One is Silpadikaram, second is Manimekalai. Right? These 2 are very important. This you should be knowing. Along with that, Tirukkural. This is one book related to ethics, which has been written by Tiruvallavur. This you should be knowing. Other than that, Tolakapiyam, as I told you, that is a grammar book. These 4 you should be knowing about author and other things. Other than that, literature has been divided into 2 parts. 18 major works as one has been written, that is, no, you don't need to remember the name, Patinen Melmak, right? Patinen means basically 18, right? 18, Patinen, Pat means 10, 8 means, right? So if you divide it, Patinen means 8, Male Kanakku means the greater literatures, right? Male, higher literature. Similarly, Patinen Keel Kanakku. Keel Kanakku means lower literature. One which are having more important thing has been covered there. Within that 8 anthologies will be there, 10 ADLs will be there. That you just go through the chart once just to have a broader understanding, but don't mug up that 8 anthologies. You should know that there should be anthologies means what? What is anthologies? Now let's say if I have a collection of stories, not one story, a detective story is different 10 detective story. That collection of similar kind of stories, similar kind of theme, that is called as anthology. So 8 anthology means it is not written by one author, one story. It is a detective story taken by 10 people and made a one book. That is called like that. So 8 anthologies are there, small poems called ideals, that is basically 10 are there. So total 18, Patinen Male Kanakku, and then there is something Patinen Keel Kanakku, that is the lower one, where you have Tirukkural, that is come in the that part. So that you have to just basic understanding, that's it about it. But Shilpadikaram you should be knowing very well, Manimekalai you should be knowing very well, because they are the epics, they give the history part. Now, Ilangaon, who has written Shilpadikaram? Ilangaon Edigal, right? What is his name? This name pronunciation is little tough, Adigal, right? So you just go through that name, right? So the story is that there will be 2 people, right? And they will be loving each other, Kovalan and Kannani. Then basically, this Kovalan basically is someone who is loving, and in that during love he gave an anklet to her, right? So and then somewhere he went outside and see the dance of Madhavi, get attracted to her, and he gets settles there, right? He will not come back to Kannagi, right? The Kannagi has been here only. Now he has been attached to Madhavi, and for their daughter is basically Manimekalai. Okay, with the second lady, with the dancer with whom he has been married, their daughter is Manimekalai. Right? Now after realizing his mistake, he came back to Kannagi, and both of them basically goes to a different town that is called Madurai. So the story starts with Cholapuram or Kaveri Pattanam. From there they settle to Pandyan kingdom. Now you can see how the kingdom is changing. Now in the Pandyan kingdom, Madurai they get settled, and to survive, what he has done that during that time he has given some anklet, golden anklet, he go and sells it and get the money. But it has been told that similar kind of anklet has been basically stolen from the queen's palace. Now they are telling that he only stole and did this, so for that basically he will be hanged. So now Kannagi, who is his wife, his husband was not stolen, she stole the remaining part. You can see that half part he has stolen, remaining half part is with me. So this is our original one, like that she shows, and she will tell that Madurai will set ablaze in the fire. Then the entire Madurai will get ablaze. Then the cult of Panini will start. Kannagi ka cult will start, that is Panini cult will start later. Right? And this cult has started by the Chera kingdom. Now the story has started in Chola, then they came to Madurai for settling. Then whatever that she completely set ablaze the basically Madurai city. Now on the remembrance of that, that Kanini cult has been started through Sengutta one of Chera kingdom. So 3 kingdoms also has been touched. Right? Now this is the story of Shilpadikaram. Okay? Now in the Manimekalai what will happen? Manimekalai is who? Who is the daughter of Kolan and Madhavi, where in the dancer he has attracted in between. Who is the, so she decided that don't need this love and all, I will remain as a Buddhist nun, so I don't need anything. So whoever comes to him, she is more attractive, but he never meets anyone, or she is becoming, go to Diksha and become a Buddhist nun. So it is basically more about portraying the Buddhist philosophy basically. That is your Manimekalai. Right? Sattanar has been written that, Elangau Adigal has been written this. So you should know the story, and this Manimekalai is nothing but a sequel of Shilpadikaram. This Manimekalai story was there. From here this story starts in the Manimekalai. So in that way you should be knowing, and this is promoting, Manimekalai is promoting which religion? Buddhism religion. This can be asked as a separate question. Right? She is a Buddhist monk in that part. So and Panini cult is related to what? Shilpadikaram. That Panini cult is still also very famous in Tamil Nadu and Kerala region. That is why Panini cult should be known to you people, and it has been given by the Cheran king. That is the overall story, and then you should be, the terminologies, their literature has been divided into 2 parts. One is Aham, one is Puram. Aham means what? Inside. So love, all this kind of feeling, that has been given in Aham. Puram means what? Pura means what? Towns. So whatever that is related to warfare, exterior things, that has been discussed in the Puram literature. In that Puram literature, many new concept has been told. One among them is, if a king dies in a warfare, what he will do? Not dies, if he defeated in a warfare, what he will do? He don't want to have that remorse. He will not have anything food. He will do the self, suicide without consuming. Stop consuming the food. Over a period of time, he will die. So this is called as Kiravattal. Right? So this has been one time they had asked. This terminology is related to what? Another, on the heroes who will win for the battle, Nadagal or hero stone will be done. That is also has been defined under Puram. So like that you should be having the broader understanding. Alright, now we see the question, right, and finish with this. We will finish today. Guptas and post Guptas I will have with the next class only. Alright, because this will take some more time. So remaining we will, your energy is also down, my energy is so completely gone. So the saying down is also something, okay. Which of the following of the Sangam literature in ancient India is correct? Right, you have to tell which is correct. Now you have to read them in a more broader way. Again, not that I study everything and do it. You make the sense whether it is making sense or not, and then take the question. First, Sangam poems are devoid of any reference to material culture. They never talked about material culture in their literature. So much of 600 years literature. No material culture, devoid of any reference. Is it a possibility? No. So you can take out this. Social classification of Varna, different caste, different Varna system was known to Sangam poems. They were aware of this, because they were Maurya kingdom, they were doing. So they were aware of that there is a something called, this kingdom is there, their awareness they are asking. Is it wrong or right? Right. Next, Sangam poet have no reference to warrior ethic. We have already discussed about Puram. Puram is all about war and outside only, so warrior ethic is also there. So again, so if somebody defeated, he dies. Ethically, he don't want to face his own people now. He will die himself. That is his ethical kind of thing. So that has been no reference is something which you can easily take it off. Next, Sangam literature refers to magical forces irrational. During that time, you imagine during that time, magical forces means basically this black magic and all. All these are irrational, whether they were thinking or they were thinking more seriously about it. Seriously, the rationality was very less during that point of time. So that means that they were thinking it is a rational only. So what is more easiest to that you cannot reject at all? Varna system was known to them. Right? They were following also, they are not telling. Known to them is a very broad statement. You can easily consider it as correct. Right? So answer should be B. Next, a lot of details regarding village administration under the Cholas is provided by the inscription. This is not Sangam age Cholas, this is imperial Cholas, medieval Cholas basically, right? So which inscription has spoken about the village administration? Uttara Meruru inscription. Now Tanjavur is basically capital of Cholas, but where they have a Brahudrata temple and all, Brahadeshwara temple, Tanjavur that you can see. Then Urayur is basically the early Chola capital. I told you Puhar was one capital, Urayur is one capital, right? Then Kanchipuram again, then Uttara Meruru. So there is the temple, it is again here, and it is known for saris also. Just know about that places. So Uttara Meruru inscription they have told about the village administration. How they were doing? Completely decentralized. Qualification for the member has to be there. Everybody cannot become, the administrator. He should have some qualification. After that, if let's say 10 people are having qualification, then what they will do? They will have something called picking the chit, which is called as Koduvalai system. Koduvalai, Koduvalai system, which is very important. Koduvalai system is something related to, that can be asked. That is a, something which is unique in the other kingdom. There was no village administration. So that becomes important. Which of the Tamil text deal with grammar? Tolakkapiyam, right? So Shilpadikaram is a epic. I told you the story. Similarly, Manimekala is a sequel of the Shilpadikaram. Tolakkapiyam is basically the grammar related book, which has been only survival in the second Madurai Sangam or the second, the Sangam assembly, right? So read about this book also. According to Tamil Sangam text, who among the following were large landowners? Vellalars, right? Gahapatis means basically Grahapatis, so it is basically a Buddhist term related to a rich person who is having so that is basically a Gahapatis. Uzavaras is a regular plowman. This is also related to farmer only, but not large landowners. Regular plowmen who are having a small landowners, for them we call it as Uzavars. Then Adimais is there. Adimais is a term used for a slave or a labor who work on the land, rather than they are not the large land owners. Again, Vellalars are the large land owners. But if you see here, the question is about what? Terminology related to Tamil text. So that becomes important. Then which river is prized in the 5th century Tamil epic? Now where it has started? Kaveri Pattam. So which river? If you see the options, Kaveri, Godavari, Saraswati, Ganga. Kaveri. So it is a logical one because you know that it is belong to this spirit. So that is again you can see, that is it, right? And one thing, they have divided their land into ecozones, right? Because for land taxation this was more logical in Sangam period. This one you should be knowing. Ecozone is called Tinai system. This you should be knowing. This one you remember. Study the ecosystem. That means that Kurinji for a hill states. If the hill region is there, it is called as Kurinji. Mulallar is basically pastoral land where people will go and take their animals and do the pastoraling things, right? Like that basically Murutam is basically agriculture land. Like that Netal is a coastal land where fishermen used to live, right? Now arid region, where people, the warriors and other people will live in Arist. So that what they have done, they have divided their land into different eco zones so that they can put for fishermen separate tax depending on their productivity. Somebody staying in hill region, he is depending on hunting and gathering. You cannot put the land tax the same as what you are putting for a farmer. So they have divided their entire land into eco zones. Based on that, they have started taxing. So that is more scientific in a way, right? So that is why you should be knowing the eco zone system or Thinai system of Sangame. This is one unique thing which can be asked. So that you should be, and terminology related to that you should be knowing. What is Kurinji? What is Mulallar? That is it basically about this. Ashish sir, please come. Right. So, so remaining we will do in the next, and continue the medieval India next week. Right.
So I just came to sum up and start. So initially, so the way the questions were discussed about this, so this was still Guptas, right? Guptas, post Guptas, Harshas, ये बाकी है, and from all of this, maximum 4 or 5 questions आएंगे. Okay, out of 100, this is what is 4 to 5. What is remaining is about 95 questions to discuss from economy, history, modern, then speaking about environment, science and tech, etc. We are going to do all these discussions on weekly basis, right? We have started with this history because of the diversity of the topic. Secondly, because the sources are more. Second, the sources are more. We need to consolidate it in a logical way. That was the reason why we started with the timeline and then PYQs, and this is what decoding is done. I hope that whatever since morning what you have written will be about 25 to 30 pages, notes 20 to 25. So these are your actual exam oriented notes. Keep this with you from Monday to Saturday. Whenever you get time, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, just go through this particular, I would say, the notes that you have written, the terms, etc., etc. That will be really helpful for you in your preparation. So this is what is the idea. So out of my 6 attempts, I wrote 5 mains. The reason was very simple. Why Aditya sir and I used to clear the prelims comfortably. The reason is very simple. We know kya chahiye, kya nahi chahiye. That is what is missing in most of the aspirants, especially in the Bengaluru. People are hardworking. I am not saying they are not hardworking. They are hardworking. But padna kya hai? Pura पढ़ देते हो. ऐसा नहीं चाहिए. You need a thematic based approach. For example, जैसे हमने देखा गुप्ताज वगैरह सोसाइटी पढ़ना है, later Vedic period में pre post में क्या पढ़ना है. So what you need to remember, correct? Now Aditya sir was telling you about Sangam age, lot of basic things, right? Then about the terms, right? So इसमें क्या याद रखना है? That depends upon the previous year questions and the important themes, right? So our whole objective of this Sunday session of investing 5 to 6 hours with the aspirant is only one thing, to know, to help them out with understanding the subject, the demand of the subject as per UPSC, correct? Now, because the questions are more, extreme more, these were total 72 questions we were about to discuss, but we completed about 60 questions, correct? But 60 questions mein kya hua? Till this part, everything is done and dusted, right? So in one more upcoming session, what will happen? We will be competing with the Guptas vagera and art and architecture, because architecture and this will go simultaneously. I hope you are understanding. So next week maybe Sunday mein Aditya sir will be continuing with this so called as Guptas ye sab kuch. But I personally feel because this time is getting delayed, so we can start it earlier, matlab at 9 or 10 o'clock, so that the things can get worked out, right? आप लोग भी exhaust नहीं होगे, right? So but only what we need is 5 to 6 hours from your side. History के बाद we are going to start with either geography or economy, whatever we decide. So depending upon that, we want to identify the tough subjects, not easy subjects. Polity वगैरह हम लोग बाद में लेने वाले. इसका reason क्या हमें पता है कि आपको पता है, correct? So what is tricky and where the students go incorrect? Students don't prepare medieval, students don't prepare rightly ancient, students don't prepare rightly, I would say, geography. Prepare geography क्यों बोल रहा हूँ मैं? This time geography का 14 questions were there. Last year there were about 13 questions. So 14 questions, but students still feel that कि हाँ यार 6-7 questions ही आते हैं. ऐसा है नहीं. What I am trying to tell is that कि weightage you should understand. We know that all of you are ready for the means, but PT is a hurdle. So out of this 7 days, one day, 6 hours you just give for this prelims preparation just to get an idea. So if you are having idea like this, whatever the 20 pages you are having, like this, if you are having idea for history, then geography, environment, science and tech, economy, ये सब कुछ आपके पास ready है till so called as January. Then from January you can directly move on towards this. matlab that is not a radical shift. This is simultaneously going stepwise. That is the only reason why this free initiative is conducted. I hope you are enjoying. Do you really want this to continue? Yes. Pakka? Yes, sir. So next Sunday, Deepavali hai, मैं घर जा रहा हूँ. Adi will be there. Okay. उसके बाद I will be coming. Then I will be taking for the whole day. Correct? चलो ठीक. I hope that you enjoyed, guys. Thank you everyone. Thank you. So one more thing. If you have anything to add or to anything, for example, Aditya sir, if he is okay, I request him to share certain questions वगैरह like this na on daily basis in something called as Telegram channel, that what he has for PGP वगैरह, right? So please keep on posting. The students who don't know, there is a Telegram channel called as Prelims Guidance Program by Aditya sir at Insights IS Prelims Guidance Program, where he will be keeping on posting these questions so that you will get this question ka repository also, right? So these are all UPSC PYQs only. Getting the point? So please do join that channel also, so that he will, whenever he is putting anything new, you will get the idea. Okay? Chalo, thank you very much. Thank you. If anyone has any preparation related doubts, I and Aditya sir will be available now here itself. If you have any doubts, we are here, right? So session is ended. Not only about art and culture, in general, कुछ भी doubt है तो भी आ सकते हैं, okay? चलो, thank you.